The dwarves, an ancient and reclusive race revered by the gods for their unmatched craftsmanship, had long withdrawn from the world, hidden beneath the earth, forgotten by most. Even older than the children of the forest, they had vanished from surface life due to years of judgment and misunderstanding. But Jon Snow, a leader with vision, saw in them an opportunity, not just for alliance, but for the foundation of a legacy. In the highlands of Arctica, Jon envisioned a kingdom built by many hands and hearts, not just humans. The dwarves, with their unparalleled skill, could be the backbone of this civilization. He offered them a mountain sanctuary, untouched and sacred, where they could preserve their traditions and thrive without fear or prejudice. Yet he understood, to pull a people from centuries of hiding would require more than promises. Jon began laying the groundwork, crafting goods and innovations to set Arctica apart in the world. One such creation, a cigar made from local herbs, burned slowly, calmed the nerves, and left no ill effects. It was symbolic, a blend of peace, ingenuity, and identity. He hoped these unique creations would entice the dwarves, showing them not just safety, but a future. 2 weeks into preparation, Jon stood overlooking the settlement's progress. Duckin and Vashid, members of his new royal guard, approached. He just finished training with Benjen and was inspecting the mines and gardens, where families worked to shape a kingdom from wildland. "How fares the mining, Duckin?" Jon asked. "Well, my king, the giants are hauling stone tirelessly. Serena's been eager to impress you," Duckin said with a grin. Jon smirked, brushing off the flattery. "And the free folk, Vashid?" "They're content," Vashid replied. "Skeptics are few, and your reputation stands tall. They call you a mighty warg, stronger than any they've known." Jon nodded thoughtfully. With every day, trust deepened. But he knew unity required more than admiration. It needed purpose, and for that, he would need the dwarves. He set out with 2,000 men to a distant mountain, guided by visions from the ancient gods. Upon reaching it, they found a sealed stone door, which opened unexpectedly. From within emerged 50 dwarves clad in armor, mounted on giant boars, hammers in hand. They'd been waiting. Jon stepped forward. "I am Jon Snow, leader of Arctica. I've come in peace, guided by prophecy." The dwarven commander dismounted. "We know you, but words are wind. What you offer beyond speeches?" Jon responded without hesitation. "A home in our mountains, the recognition you deserve as artisans, and the freedom to live without fear. I seek alliance, not submission." After murmurs and glances, the dwarves agreed to lead Jon to their king. Accompanied by a small guard, he passed through the mountain gates into a realm of firelit forges and glowing lava rivers. The mountain teemed with life, men, women, children. This wasn't just a hiding place. It was a kingdom beneath stone. They reached a palace carved into the rock, radiant with jewels and artistry. At its center sat King Thor, tallest among his kin, regal and sharp-eyed. "So this is the human king?" "Just a boy," Thor said, unimpressed. Jon held his ground. "Age does not define worth. I am Jon Snow. Who are you to judge? I am Thor, king of the dwarves. We knew of your coming. A prophecy foretold it, that a human would lead to the heart of our mountain's death." Jon was struck. "Then why speak to me at all?" "Because the same prophecy says this human may lead us to new purpose. We've seen our mountain fade. The veins dry. The echoes die. We believe you are that human." "I come not to destroy, but to unite," Jon said. "Prophecies are paths, not chains. Let's forge a new future." Thor challenged him. "Prove your worth." Jon reached into his satchel and offered a cigar. "This is from Arctica, a symbol of what we can build." Thor hesitated, then accepted. Upon lighting it, his expression shifted from stern to surprised. A hearty laugh burst from his chest. "Feels like breathing dragon fire." Jon smiled. "Arctica has more to offer. A place where your people can be free and proud." Thor's demeanor softened. "You have my attention. Let's negotiate. But know this, our loyalty is not given, it is earned." Jon nodded. "And I will earn it." They discussed titles, lands, and respect. The dwarves warmed to the idea of being honored craftsmen, their works revered. A mountain of their own, under open sky, beckoned with promise. As the talks concluded, Thor raised his voice. Dwarves, prepare. We march to build a kingdom anew. And with that, smoke curling in the air and hearts stirred with hope, an alliance was born, an oath between stone and snow, hammer and wolf, to forge a kingdom unlike any other. In the planning tent beneath the great oak, Jon Snow stood beside King Thor and a group of dwarven engineers. Scrolls, blueprints, and sketches littered the table, illuminated by flickering lanterns. Though resources were scarce beyond the wall, the dwarves had preserved ancient tools and designs, relics of their millennia-old heritage. Together, they discussed the shape of Arctica, still a fledgling settlement, but destined for greatness. Thank you all for joining me, Jon began. Brendan's visions have shown me cities of glory and ruin. I aim to build Arctica not just as a city, but as a beacon for all races, a legacy that learns from the past and dares to surpass it. Thor nodded, arms crossed. Your vision is bold, Jon Snow. We dwarves are master builders and forgers. Tell us what you envision, and we'll tell you how to shape it in stone and steel. It starts with water and sanitation. The roots of the great oak will anchor a natural purification system, tapping deep underground rivers to nourish the city. Every structure must endure, lasting not decades, but ages. A natural system, one dwarf murmured with interest. We can integrate it with our engineering, resilient, efficient, sustainable. The homes and public spaces should reflect the power and harmony of Arctica. Strong, yes, but also beautiful and welcoming, Jon said, marking sections of the map. Our artisans will craft wood and stone with unmatched precision, Thor declared. Arctica will stand as a wonder to all who behold it. There must also be markets, schools, meeting halls. Arctica will be more than walls and roofs. It will be a center of culture and commerce. A dwarf raised a concern. And its defenses? A city this grand will not go unnoticed. In time, we will build vast fortifications, Jon replied. A wall 1,000 kilometers long. It won't be fast, but with giants and dwarves, we may finish in 5 years. 5 years? Huh, a mountain of a task, one dwarf said, half in awe, half in jest. Then let us climb it together, Jon said, meeting Thor's gaze. Thor studied the boy king and nodded. Your words carry weight. If you stay true to them, you will have our loyalty. The meeting closed with mutual respect. In the days that followed, the plans for Arctica took shape. Every decision, every drawn line on parchment, brought them closer to a city born from unity. Meanwhile, at the central clearing, the arrival of the dwarves stirred murmurs among the free folk. Who are these small folk, Jon? From where did they come? These are the dwarves, Jon announced, flanked by Thor and his guard. Our long-lost allies, masters of craft, unmatched in strength. They will help build Arctica, and in return, they will find a home here, like all of us. The crowd stared in awe. By the old gods, there's an entire people of them. Despite lingering prejudice, curiosity soon overtook suspicion. Thousands of dwarves arrived from the mountain, pitching tents with quiet efficiency. Their numbers surpassed even the humans, and their impact was immediate. They wasted no time, erecting the first stone houses with startling speed and skill. Free folk, skeptical at first, watched in awe as these compact warriors lifted blocks with ease and precision. That night, under the firelight, a dwarf strummed an ornate lyre, and a human joined with the drum. A shared song rose into the night, a hymn to unity. Dwarves, under the mountain, we forge and fight. With flame and hammer, we shape our right. Free folk, beneath the sky, we run and stand. With bow and spear, we guard the land. All, now together, one tribe, one flame. In Arctica's light, we rise and claim. As the music swelled, suspicion gave way to laughter. People traded stories, shared meals, and marveled at their differences. Thor raised his mug. To Arctica, a place for all. To the future, Jon added. built by every hand, guided by every heart. In the weeks that followed, bonds deepened. Dwarves and free folk learned from one another. William, one of Jon's trusted men, became an apprentice to an 800-year-old dwarf. They discovered dwarves could live up to 3,000 years, a fact that changed how Jon viewed his kingdom's future. To honor their traditions, Jon revived dwarven beer and introduced a new drink, rum. Using magic, he grew the needed plants, giving the dwarves what they had lacked underground for millennia. The cigars he cultivated also became a source of pride and peace, with dwarven women leading production. Even giants began to indulge in the new customs. With 10,000 dwarves integrated into Arctica, Jon reorganized the population. Arctica tribe, population. Dwarves, 10,000. Humans, 7,500. Giants, 700. Creatures, direwolves, shadow cats, mammoths, and birds. Military training. Daily sessions led by Duncan, Serena, and Thor for humans, giants, and dwarves. Afternoon, work divisions. Dwarves, men, construction, excavation, forging weapons and tools. Women, cigar and beverage production, kitchen duties. Humans, men, mining, iron, gold, coal, lumber harvesting. Women, planting, handicrafts, clothing, logistic support. Giants and mammoths. Heavy labor, transportation, guarding city borders. Creatures patrolled the wilderness and provided early warnings. Each night, the community gathered for food, stories, and music. Joy, not just survival, became part of daily life. The dwarves, initially cautious, grew fond of Jon. They admired his curiosity, his leadership, and above all, his ability to learn. When they discovered his immunity to fire and witnessed him bathing in lava, they declared him extraordinary. Thor, seeing the future king's potential, named him apprentice. Jon accepted. If he were to rule over dwarves, he would learn their ways. With every forge session and stone laid, he earned more than skill. He earned respect. Jon Snow wasn't just building walls and homes. He was building a family of peoples, a community that didn't just survive together, but thrived together. And in the heart of the North, under stars and flame, Arctica began to rise, a city born of unity, resilience, and the unshakable will of one young king.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
For Jon, however, the agenda was intense and meticulously planned to ensure that every moment was fully utilized. In the morning, Jon trained with Benjen in his visions, seeing figures from the past, honing his skills in fencing, military tactics, leadership, kingdom maintenance, oratory, philosophy, and languages. This intensive training prepared Jon to be a wise leader, skilled strategist, and effective communicator. Jon Snow, under the tutelage of Benjen, the three-eyed raven, embarked on a learning journey that transcended time and space. Each morning, while the mist still covered the ground of Arctic, Jon joined Benjen in a communion of minds, diving into the depths of past visions to learn from the most legendary figures of his world. Benjen, show me the fencing of E.T. I want to understand the art that shaped the greatest warriors beyond the narrow sea. Jon requested, eyes fixed and curious. As you wish, Jon, Benjen nodded, as the vision before them changed, transporting them to an ancient dojo in E.T. The grace and precision. It's like a dance, Jon observed, amazed as a master swordsman demonstrated fluid and precise movements. Exactly, Jon. The fencing of E.T. is less about brute force and more about movement, anticipation, and control. Observe their feet, their balance, how they move in harmony with the sword. Benjen explained, calm gestures indicating each significant movement. Now, show me the warriors of the Age of Heroes. I want to learn from the best of our own history. Jon requested, eager for more knowledge. Sure, Benjen replied, and the scene changed to an ancient battlefield. They fight with a passion and strength that seem almost superhuman, Jon commented, impressed by the intensity of the ancient heroes. They were heroes, Jon, but they were also men. Learn from their strength, but remember their flaws. Even the greatest of heroes can be defeated, Benjen advised, his voice laden with ancient wisdom. As Jon continued his training, he also dedicated himself to learning war tactics. Benjen showed him the great battles of the past, explaining the strategies used, the movements of armies, and how leaders thought and reacted. Every battle is a lesson. I see how a small mistake can change the course of a war, Jon reflected after hours of observation and discussion. Exactly. War is a living chess game, Jon. Each piece, each move counts. Learn to think 10 steps ahead, to see the battlefield not just with your eyes, but with your mind, Benjen instructed, each word reinforcing the importance of strategy and foresight. Jon spent hours discussing tactics, asking, challenging, and refining his understanding of the art of war. With each passing day, Jon Snow not only grew in skill and knowledge, but also in wisdom and understanding, preparing himself to be the leader that Arctic and its people needed and to make his kingdom prosper. Every afternoon, as the sun reached its zenith in the sky, Jon Snow and Thor met in the center of the construction site, surrounded by maps, models, and various forging tools. The sound of hammers echoing from the dwarf forges formed the backdrop as they delved into the intricate planning process for the future city of Arctic. Thor, we need to ensure that the structure of each building supports not only the weight of time, but also the life and energy of its inhabitants, Jon began, pointing to a model of one of the planned residences. Jon, with the stone and the technique of the dwarves, we will use your elden woods for reinforcement and beauty, ensuring that each house is safe and aesthetically pleasing, Thor responded, his voice resonating with pride and confidence. Jon nodded in approval, moving to the next item. And about the public spaces? Parks, squares, places where people can gather and children can play in their leisure time. Thor considered for a moment. We will integrate nature into the city. You have your powers and can do wonders. Small parks and gardens in each block, fountains, and statues telling the stories of our people. And of course, open spaces for markets and festivals. Perfect. Now, let's talk about the water and sanitation system. It's vital that our city is clean and healthy for all its inhabitants, Jon said, looking at the detailed plans for channels and aqueducts. Thor nodded. We will build a water system that circulates from the mountain to the city. I have a better idea. I can use the Grand Weirwood, utilizing the roots to draw water from veins hundreds of meters or even kilometers below the ground. And the waste will be treated and reused sustainably with wells, ensuring that Arctic is an example to the world. As the day progressed, Jon and Thor discussed every aspect of the city, from the grand avenues to the smallest alleys. Each decision was made with care and consideration, not just for the present, but for the legacy they would leave for future generations. In the forge, Jon watched as Thor demonstrated the art of shaping metal. He learned about the properties of different materials that he was yet to be acquainted with, how they could be used to create not just weapons and armor, but also tools and pieces for construction, further improving his own skills. As the afternoon turned into night, Jon and Thor, surrounded by engineers and craftsmen, continued to work, illuminated by the light of torches and the glow of a promising future. Each line drawn, each stone sculpted, each plan formulated was a step towards the realization of a shared dream. The construction of Arctic, the greatest city the world had ever seen. In the night, as night fell over Arctic, a mantle of tranquility enveloped the land. But for Jon Snow, the darkness brought a series of other vital tasks. Isolated in his workspace, surrounded by the soft glow of torches in his own personal residence, Jon delved into the arts that would sustain and strengthen his emerging kingdom. Production of Elden Metal. Jon began his night in the forge, a place heated by the incessant fire with lava taken from the volcano where they mined dragon glass, which never extinguished. With the raw metal in front of him, he used his magical abilities and his runic boxes to infuse it with the special properties of Elden Metal. His hands moved with precision and care, manipulating the metal until it shone with a greenish glow, a sign of its completion. Energizing the weirwood. After the forge, Jon went to the grand weirwood, the sacred tree and source of life for Arctic. Placing his hands on the robust trunk, he channeled his magical energy, stimulating the growth and vitality of the tree. Under his touch, the roots deepened and the branches extended, reaching higher and higher into the night sky. Care for the plants, and Jon then visited the greenhouses, where a variety of plants and herbs thrived under his careful care. Here, he applied his knowledge of botany and magic, ensuring that each plant received the nutrition and energy necessary to grow. His greenhouses were a test for the agricultural techniques he planned to implement throughout the kingdom. Practice of alchemy. Finally, Jon retreated to his alchemy laboratory, a place of mysteries and discoveries. Among vials and scrolls, he mixed ingredients, seeking to create potions and elixirs that healed diseases, strengthened his people, and perhaps unraveled new secrets of magic. Each experiment was a step toward a deeper understanding of the natural and magical mysteries of the world. These nighttime activities of Jon were to finalize his day packed with activity, primarily for a child, but Jon knew the responsibility he had, that he must ensure for the future of his people. As weeks turned to moons, the area around the weirwood was in constant transformation, with the dwarves working tirelessly in the excavation and planning of basic sanitation. Jon, inspired by the cities of Braavos and King's Landing, emphasized the importance of careful urban planning. He was determined to ensure that Arctic was a clean and well-organized city, free from the problems that plagued King's Landing. Using his power, Jon made the roots of the weirwood pull underground rivers, creating a running water system around the tree. His dream of a city with rivers running through its midst was becoming a reality, and with the dwarves in charge of the design, the possibilities were limitless. As Arctic took shape under the vast sky and the skilled hands of its builders, Jon Snow dedicated himself to a task as vital as raising walls and forging alliances. Over the weeks, amidst the constant hum of activity and the relentless rhythm of progress, Jon turned to the children of the forest, cheerful and gentle beings who had become his allies and friends. They, who had walked in the shadows of history, now saw a chance for a new awakening under the leadership and magic of Jon. With the help of the children of the forest, Jon embarked on the delicate and complex task of revitalizing the ancient race. Using his magic and vast knowledge of alchemy, he formulated potions that sought to restore the lost fertility and vitality. Mixing rare and powerful ingredients under the daylight, he created luminous elixirs that promised to bring new hope. The children of the forest, with eyes glowing with gratitude and newfound respect for Jon, drank the potions, feeling the ancient magic coursing again in their veins. But Jon's task did not stop at alchemy. He joined the children of the forest to learn the sacred art of cultivating weirwoods. These trees, more than mere organisms, were intertwined with magic, history, and life. Under the guidance of the children, Jon learned to sow and nurture these sacred trees, to infuse them with energy, and to weave the enchantment that would transform them into much more than trees, into symbols of power and protection for Arctic along with the ancient gods. With each weirwood that grew, Jon felt his own connection with the land and the ancient magic deepen. He spent time speaking softly to the trees, touching them with hands full of power and promises. And under his care, Arctic not only grew in size and strength, but also in magic and connection with beings above this world, their gods. The children of the forest, inspired by Jon's care and dedication, flourished. New lives began to emerge among them with two pregnant. They were asexual despite all appearing as girls, small signs of a bright and promising future. With Jon and the children, they created new heart trees, homes for their people, under the gentle light of the sun and the protective shade of the weirwoods around the grand weirwood, which Jon isolated from the city area to create a sacred grove and a natural home of the children. These small beings, once doomed to oblivion, now walked with heads held high and eyes full of hope. Jon Snow, amidst the tumult of construction and planning, found moments of peace and fulfillment alongside the children of the forest. He knew that every potion created, every tree planted, every gesture of care was a step toward a world where magic was not feared but celebrated. A world where every being, great or small, had a place and a purpose. And as Arctic rose majestic and powerful, it was the silent magic and the resurgence of an ancient race that truly marked the birth of a new era. Jon's vision for Arctic was materializing day after day, with each community member contributing their unique skills and knowledge. Under the leadership of Jon Snow, the Arctic tribe was not just building a city, it was establishing a new standard of living, where every being, no matter how great or small, had a place and a purpose. During the month of intense organization and planning, Jon Snow spared no effort to ensure that the infrastructure and resources of the Arctic tribe were sustainable and advanced. One of his notable achievements was the creation of a 1 square kilometer forest of special wood called Eldenwood that he developed as soon as he arrived on the other side of the sea. This wood, 3 times stronger than the known ironwood, became the main source of building material for the people. Eldenwood, with its exceptional strength and durability, was ideal for constructing structures that would last centuries in addition to providing unparalleled beauty. Jon Snow, with the vision of a king and the future of this place in mind, contemplated the vast fields that stretched beyond the limits of the city of Arctic. He knew that a prosperous kingdom depended not only on strong walls and powerful alliances, but also on a solid foundation of sustenance and nutrition. With this in mind, he dedicated himself to the meticulous task of developing an extensive agricultural area, a sea of verdant fields that promised to feed the present and future of his people. Away from the bustle of the main city, Jon planned the fields with a clear vision. He wanted to ensure that urban life flourished without the risk of pollution or resource scarcity. The fields would be a world apart, but vital for the health and well-being of Arctic. With the children of the forest and the dwarves by his side, Jon introduced advanced crop rotation techniques, a practice that would allow the land to regenerate and maintain its fertility over the years, along with enriching the fertile land with his magic. He studied ancient agricultural practices and the innovations that some scholars theorized but never put into practice. After testing what really worked and combining them to create a system that was sustainable and efficient, he created the place he called the Kingdom's Farm with countless kilometers for planting. As he planned the fields, Jon also considered the expansive future of Arctic. He anticipated the population growth and the possible expansion of cities around the capital. With a vision that surpassed his own life, Jon planned the planting and agricultural production to sustain up to 30 million people. It was an ambitious plan, a challenge to nature itself, but Jon was determined to see Arctic not just survive, but thrive within and outside its lands in the future when he opened its trade to the outside world. With every seed planted, every field plowed, and every harvest, Jon saw the future of Arctic unfolding. He envisioned a realm of abundance and security, where no one would go hungry, and everyone would have what they needed. Although Jon had ambitious plans to further expand the cultivation areas and greenhouses, he knew he would need resources that his kingdom could not offer him. It would be necessary to negotiate resources like sand and wait for the right moment to implement these ideas, once his kingdom produced a good amount of resources for trade. One of his trade route initiatives was to establish trade with Dorne, offering the colonized from the lands beyond the wall an abundant resource in Arctic to the warmer regions, which would be extremely valuable, despite seeming impossible to bring ice from one side of the continent to the other extreme tip to the south. Jon had something in mind that could solve this problem. This trade would not only strengthen the economy of Arctic, but also establish the tribe as an influential commercial force, and he planned for the entire world to know and trade his products in the future. For this, Jon also planned the construction of a naval canal in the middle of the capital, an engineering feat that would allow the direct transport and trade of goods by large vessels. This canal would not only facilitate trade, but also become an architectural landmark and a symbol of the progress and prosperity of Arctic, both as a naval military force and a large commercial fleet. In addition to his achievements in infrastructure and trade, Jon was deeply committed to education and the sharing of knowledge. He collaborated with the dwarves to plan an institution of learning 4 times larger than the Citadel, where his people could study languages, mathematics, history, and the arts of the mind that he was learning, and make this access free for the entire population. This learning center would not just be a place for education, but also a place where future generations of Arctic could grow, innovate, and contribute to the continuity of the kingdom. Jon's plans reflected his understanding that a prosperous kingdom is based not just on physical resources, but also on wisdom, knowledge, and the well-being of its people. With each decision and innovation, Jon was paving the way for a bright and sustainable future for Arctic, a realm that would be admired and respected around the world. In his tireless dedication to the growth and prosperity of Arctic, Jon Snow reserved an hour every night to channel his magical power into the great weirwood tree. His goal was not only to promote the physical growth of the tree, but also to infuse the region with vital energy that would ward off the relentless cold and promote warm, green life and fields around it. In just 1 month, the tree grew an impressive 3 meters. The snow within a few meters of it melted away, and grass began to sprout around it, a sign of the awakening of the land. Jon envisioned the tree as the beating heart of Arctic. While it seemed impossible, having seen what he saw in that sacred grove where he gained his powers, he knew that with magic he could transform this icy place into the greenest place in the world. The great weirwood was a continuous source of energy and protection for the kingdom long after his death. With wisdom granted by the gods, Jon also had ambitious plans for the future. He dreamt of revolutionizing Arctic with mana crystal trees that would provide continuous light and heating, making Arctic the first city in the world to never sleep during the night. However, he knew that this vision would require years of study and experimentation to realize. Jon could imagine the grandeur of this future, but he still needed to unravel the secrets and mechanics of how to make it a reality. In addition to his plans for the city, Jon was also committed to the well-being of the animals that called Arctic home. He planned to create a vast 30 square kilometers forest, a natural sanctuary to welcome over 5,000 giant wolves. This forest would be a self-sufficient ecosystem with lakes, rivers, and a variety of prey, allowing wolves and other animals such as bears, shadow cats, and birds to live freely and happily. The security of Arctic was of utmost importance to Jon. He planned to build an imposing wall around the entire area, creating a fortification that would protect his people from any external threat. This massive project would take years to complete, but Jon was prepared to dedicate the time and resources necessary to ensure the safety and stability of his kingdom when he began the project. As the first months of transformations in Arctic came to a close, Jon looked to the future with a mix of determination and expectation. Jon knew he would not live forever, and even at 9 named days, he knew he needed to create something grand that would last many ages after his death, a powerful, rich, and happy place. This would be his legacy in this world, and he was dedicated to giving everything he had to make this. In the stillness of dawn, beneath the tangle of ancient roots of the great weirwood, Jon Snow awoke. Despite the mere 4 hours of sleep, he felt surprisingly rejuvenated. The presence of the weirwood was like a balm, energizing him and restoring his strength with an efficiency that defied common understanding. He rose with innate tranquility and walked through a familiar path among the roots to a nook specially prepared for him. There, in a chamber carved into the heart of the tree, a bathtub awaited him. Unlike conventional ones, this was filled with hot, bubbling lava, a sight that would terrify anyone. But for Jon, it was an invitation to unusual relaxation. Without hesitation, he undressed and plunged into the incandescent liquid, dispersing waves of lava around. The roots surrounding the bathtub had been magically treated to resist the extreme heat, ensuring a safe and serene environment. As he relaxed, letting the heat envelop his body up to the neck, Jon felt a sudden interruption in his tranquility. A ball of lava hit his face, causing him to open his eyes. Before him, Emerging from the lava was a small creature of curious and enchanting appearance. It was a reptile as white as snow, with majestic wings that seemed immune to the scorching heat. Its eyes were like two small, shining sapphire jewels, fixed on Jon with an almost human intensity. This creature was no ordinary dragon. It was Aragon, Jon's dragon's son, hatched from a special egg given to him by Aemon. Aragon was a unique being, endowed with magical characteristics reflecting the deep connection between him and Jon. Jon smiled at the little dragon, a smile that spoke of paternal love and an unbreakable bond. "So, you decided to join me for this morning's bath?" Jon murmured, extending a hand to gently caress Aragon's head. The little dragon responded with a soft noise, almost as if it was laughing at the surprise it had caused. "And here I was wondering where you had gotten to," Jon murmured with his same smile. This little guy had appeared 2 moons ago when Jon, in an act of deep connection and magic, managed to hatch the precious egg. And since then, this mischievous, intelligent, and curious little being had become a constant shadow at his side, following him wherever he went. The dragon indeed considered Jon its very own father. Unlike the Targaryen dragons known in stories and legends, this one had 4 robust legs and a unique ability to spit both ice and fire, a duality that reflected Jon's own nature. The process of hatching the dragon did not involve a dark blood sacrifice that Jon saw in some ancient Valyrian visions. Instead, Jon had channeled a large amount of his own life force, almost as if he was transferring a part of his soul to the creature. As a result, the dragon displayed vibrant green stripes on its snowy white scaly body, living symbols of the connection with nature and a magic that Jon mastered. For Jon, this dragon was more than just a magical creature. It was his own son, an extension of himself, to whom he had given life and love. And, in return, the dragon saw him not just as a master, but as a true father, a bond forged by the sharing of essences. Inspired by this unique connection, Jon had done something similar with Ghost, his loyal terrestrial mount. Through similar magical practices, he strengthened the wolf, which now shared a new and powerful energy, becoming an even more formidable and loyal creature. But he could only do this with a few animals. He can share his ward connection through thousands of creatures, but giving life force was something very different. In this world where the natural and supernatural intertwine, Jon and his creatures represented a new era to emerge. Finally, he rose after 20 minutes of relaxing, donned a robe, lit a pipe he had invented, and smoked some strawberry-flavored herbs. He had created new cigars with the taste of various fruits they have in the forests, and it was a hit among his people. Jon smoked for a few moments before Aragon emerged from the bath and dried himself off to perch on his master's shoulder. Jon walked towards the exit of the colossal tree, his firm step echoing through the tunnel formed by intertwined roots. On his shoulder, the little white dragon, Aragon, observed the world with curiosity and fascination as always. They were an impressive 30 meters above the ground, a testament to the extraordinary growth of the tree, which, when Jon arrived, measured only 25 meters in height and now stood majestically at 60 meters, growing every day using his magic on the roots. The tree was not just his dwelling. It was a sanctuary and a training center where Jon had spent countless hours honing his skills and powers. Upon reaching the exit, Jon paused for a moment to contemplate the Arctic view that stretched out below him through one of the holes in the middle of the tree trunk. The city had transformed drastically since his arrival, and with the help of all involved, the place was nothing short of revolutionary. The meticulously planned and constructed sewer system stretched over a vast area of 100 square kilometers, an essential infrastructure reflecting the care and attention he dedicated to the well-being of his people. The intertwined roads connected every corner of the inhabited region with enough size for dwarves, humans, and giants to move about the city comfortably, while carefully channeled rivers throughout the city brought life and movement. In Arctica, the population of 30,000 inhabitants lived scattered over a small portion of the immense expanse of lands that Jon had transformed. The green area stretching as far as the eye could see was just a fraction of what the kingdom would become. These inhabitants, a diverse mix of humans and other magical creatures, enjoyed life in an environment that Jon had meticulously cultivated and nurtured. Comparing himself to Mance Rayder, the legendary king beyond the wall who had gathered 40,000 free folks in 9 years, Jon felt a deep pride in his own accomplishments. In just 2 years, he had attracted 19,000 humans from the free people, a testament to his charismatic leadership and the promise of a better and safer home. But Jon had offered much more than a refuge. He had created a sanctuary where the relentless snow and cold of the north gave way to lush green fields and dense forests, where wildlife flourished in harmony with the inhabitants. The heart of this transformation was the great weirwood, which now stood majestically at 60 meters tall. Its presence was more than symbolic. It was a source of magic and life. The roots of the weirwood spread for miles, intertwining with the very essence of the land. As they expanded, a miraculous transformation occurred. The frozen and barren soil gave way to fertile and welcoming land. Where there was once only snow and ice, there were now verdant fields and lush forests. The magical influence of the weirwood not only expelled the cold but also nourished the land, allowing vegetation to grow and thrive in a place that once seemed impossible. Jon watched with satisfaction as the roots of the weirwood touched and transformed every inch of the soil, bringing life and color to a world that was once dominated by the relentless. In Arctica, life was a reflection of Jon's dream and vision. The inhabitants, a diverse mix of humans, dwarves, giants, and other magical creatures, enjoyed a standard of living that was the envy of many kingdoms. The houses, built with advanced techniques and quality materials, were comfortable and well insulated, ensuring warmth during cold periods. Each residence was equipped with a robust fireplace, where the fire constantly crackled, providing not only warmth but also a central point for the family to gather and share stories. The rooms were spacious and cozy, with comfortable beds and furniture made by dwarf artisans, known for their unparalleled skill. Food was plentiful, thanks to advanced agricultural techniques and fertile fields Jon had created. People had access to a variety of foods, ensuring a rich and nutritious diet. Tasty cigars and various drinks like beer, rum, and vodka were produced locally, offering a touch of luxury and pleasure in everyday life. Beyond the living conditions, the military power of Arctica was a force to be reckoned with. The army, composed of 12,000 soldiers, was a mix of brave human warriors, imposing giants, and strategic dwarves. They were trained in advanced combat tactics and strict discipline by Duncan, ensuring they were ready for any challenge. A significant portion of these soldiers was equipped with armors made of Elden metal, a metal alloy of incredible strength and lightness, forged by the best dwarf masters with Jon's help. In Arctica's arsenal were not only weapons to kill men, but also 200,000 dragon glass arrows. These weapons were the primary line of defense against the undead. With these arrows, the archers of Arctica could effectively face White Walkers and their hordes, protecting the kingdom from supernatural threats. During the 2 years following the founding of Arctica, the peace and prosperity Jon had brought to the land were occasionally marred by waves of violence and fear. Groups of free people, drawn by the wealth and stability of Arctica, but reluctant to submit to the order and laws of the new kingdom, launched sporadic attacks in an attempt to loot and destabilize. These skirmishes were a chaotic mix of courage and desperation, where the free folks, armed with nothing more than rustic weapons and a fierce desire for freedom, clashed against the well-organized defenses of Arctica. In one such battle, under the misty light of a frosty dawn, Jon led his troops to repel a particularly violent attack. The war cries and the sound of steel against steel echoed through the cold air as the soldiers of Arctica, clad in their Elden metal armors and armed with dragon glass arrows, faced the desperate fury of the invaders. Despite the ferocity of the free folks, the discipline and training of Jon's soldiers by Duncan and himself prevailed, and the attackers were repelled one after the other, leaving behind only the sadness and lament for those who sought a better life through force. It was during a night of a full moon, while the stars twinkled indifferently to the human drama below, that Jon first encountered a White Walker. The battle against a horde of the undead was a whirlwind of terror and chaos. The warriors of Arctica fought bravely, but the relentless tide of the dead seemed endless. Then, from amidst of the shadows, moving with terrible grace and silence, emerged the pale and sinister figure of a White Walker. Jon would never forget the first time his eyes met those of the Walker. There was an alien intelligence and an icy disdain in that gaze. The creature moved with supernatural confidence, commanding the dead with minimal gestures. Jon, feeling a mix of fear and determination, ordered a barrage of dragon glass arrows. The first volley hit the Walker, who, to Jon's shock, did not immediately fall, but instead slowly turned its head to face him, an almost curious expression on its fleshless face. It was a hard and prolonged battle, but eventually, the White Walker and its horde were defeated, thanks to the courage of Arctica's soldiers and the power of the magical weapons Jon had provided. However, the expression of the White Walker, that mix of curiosity and disdain, remained etched in Jon's mind. He knew that this battle was just a prelude to what was to come, and that the need to build the wall and strengthen Arctica's defenses was more urgent than ever. After reflecting on the battles faced and the challenges to come, Jon left his observation post in the heights of the gigantic tree. Descending the natural path formed by robust roots, he passed through the grove where seedlings of new weirwoods were being carefully cultivated, symbols of the growth and prosperous future of Arctica. As he entered the city, Jon was greeted with warm salutations from his people. Walking through the streets, he observed the expressions of contentment and security on the faces of those who called Arctica home. He was more than their king. He was the architect of a new era of prosperity and safety, committed to building a lasting legacy. Jon had transformed Arctica from a cold and inhospitable land into a vast, verdant sanctuary. Hundreds of square kilometers of land, once covered in snow, now blossomed with life, attracting tribes seeking to share the fruits of its fertile lands. While the initial plan to establish Arctica as a safe and prosperous refuge had been achieved, Jon knew it was just the beginning. He was now focused on strengthening the culture and identity of his nation. For the next year, Jon had ambitious plans that would expand the reach and influence of Arctica. He intended to build a robust fleet, not only for defense, but also to explore and establish trade routes. The naval canal, a monumental endeavor, would be excavated from the ocean to the east for dozens or even hundreds of kilometers to allow direct entry into the kingdom's capital, symbolizing Arctica's opening to the world and securing a vital trade route. Moreover, Jon envisioned constructing a bank, an institution that would not only manage Arctica's growing wealth, but also encourage the prosperity of its citizens and ensure fair prices for future Arctican citizenship investors. He planned to distribute initial income to stimulate the creation of local businesses, fostering a strong and self-sustainable internal economy. Over time, this bank would not only compete with the powerful Iron Bank of Bravos, but also ensure Arctica's financial independence from the rest of the world. Another notable addition to the horizon of Arctica would be a colossal statue, a symbol of the god of war, larger and more imposing than the Titan of Bravos. This statue would not just be an architectural marvel, but also a symbol of the power, determination, and indomitable spirit of the people of Arctica, being built at the entrance of the future canal to the kingdom. As Jon planned trips to Dorne and Essos to establish alliances and open Arctica to global trade, he was aware of the need to maintain the essence and values of his kingdom. Arctica would continue to be an independent place, free from the ties of external organizations, a kingdom built from scratch with its own laws, traditions, and culture. Although many outside of Arctica were still unaware of its existence, those who discovered this place rarely wished to leave. Jon was determined to preserve peace and order, dealing with those who brought barbaric customs or refused to follow Arctica's laws with a firm but fair hand. Walking through Arctica that morning, Jon felt confident and ready for future challenges. He knew that with each step taken, each plan devised, and each dream realized, he was writing the history of Arctica, a story of a kingdom that would defy time, adversities, and rise as a beacon of hope, strength, and independence in the true north. "Good morning, King Jon," exclaimed a blacksmith, wiping his hands on a dirty apron as he bowed slightly in a sign of respect. "Look, it's the young king," whispered two women, exchanging glances of admiration as Jon passed by them, offering them a friendly nod and a smile. "Look at the child blessed by the gods." "King Jon," shouted a group of children playing nearby. They ran up to him, their faces lit with excitement. Jon stopped, laughing as he briefly talked with them, asking about their adventures and reminding them to study hard and help their families. "King Jon," called an elder from an ancient tribe of the Free People, leaning on a staff, "your actions have brought peace and hope to our hearts in this magical place. May the gods continue to bless you." Jon approached the elder, expressing his gratitude and assuring him that he would work tirelessly to protect and improve the lives of everyone in Arctica. As Jon continued his way, he noticed a group of children of the forest observing him from a respectful distance. Approaching with a gentle gesture and a welcoming smile, Jon greeted them in their language, expressing gratitude for the harmony and help they had brought to Arctica. "King Jon," Jon heard a giant passing through the streets as he greeted him. With Aragon, the small white dragon, still resting on Jon's shoulder, his curious eyes watched and absorbed the world around him. Each movement, each shadow, each gesture of the citizens of Arctica was a lesson for him, a window into the complexity and beauty of the kingdom Jon was building. As Jon walked through the streets, the population greeted him with a genuine respect that went beyond any formality. Raised as a bastard, Jon never valued rigid conventions, finding greater meaning in sincere recognition and mutual respect. This attitude was reflected in his governance, where he preferred to be remembered as a just and compassionate leader rather than a distant and untouchable monarch. His title of king was often invoked, but Jon knew that for his people, those who despised the forced submission of the southern kingdoms, his actions and character were worth more than any crown. He vividly remembered the day he addressed his citizens, a moment that became a milestone in the culture of Arctica and solidified his relationship with them. A year ago, the main square of Arctica, a vast open space surrounded by robust stone and wood constructions, was filled with citizens gathered together. Humans, giants, dwarves, and children of the forest, each with their unique characteristics, but all sharing a sense of community and expectation. The ground was covered in green foliage, a reminder of Jon's dominion over nature and his power to transform the once frozen land into a fertile refuge. The flags of Arctica, bearing symbols of giant wolves, mammoths, and green trees, fluttered in the wind, while the sounds of conversation and laughter filled the air. Children ran between the legs of adults, their laughter echoing like music, while the giants watched with a gentle smile, their eyes shining with a calm light. But at the center was the symbol that represented the nation. The main flag of Arctica was a powerful emblem, representing not just the nation, but also the essence of its people and the vision of its leader. With a background as pure white as the snow that once dominated the landscape, in the center of this white expanse stood a blue ice flake, each line and curve drawn with meticulous precision. The blue of the ice flake was not a common hue. It was a deep and vibrant blue that reminded one of the clear winter sky just after dawn. This blue symbolized life and persistence, the ability of Arctica and its people to thrive amid the cold and adversity. Meanwhile, in the crowd, the dwarves, known for their hard work and skill in the forge, conversed animatedly in groups, sharing stories and jokes while sharpening their tools or adjusting their armors. Beside them, the children of the forest, mysterious and serene, observed everything with wise and ancient eyes, their presence adding a touch of magic and mystery to the scene. The center of the square was empty, creating a natural space for Jon to address his people. The anticipation was palpable. Everyone knew that when Jon spoke, his words were not just empty promises, but firm commitments that would shape the future of them all. As Jon approached, standing beneath the main flag, the crowd naturally fell silent, their attention turning towards him with reverent respect. His figure, though young, emanated an authority and confidence that transcended his age. When he began to speak, his voice resonated clear and powerful, reaching every corner of the square, every heart, and every mind. He spoke of how this recent nation that was born from a so-called tribe to what he was seeing today, his plans and future works, and what the people could expect from this kingdom. In the end, Jon gave his final statement amidst the enthusiasm of all. "My people," Jon had proclaimed with a voice that carried the strength of his conviction, "our nation called Arctica is growing and will grow much more. We are just over 20,000 now, but our spirit is immense. Humans, giants, dwarves, and children of the forest, we ride horses and giant wolves, walk with shadow cats, bears, and mammoths. We will grow to be millions in the future. Perhaps I will no longer be here, and neither will you, but our values and our spirit will live on. The people of the true North are resilient and strong, surviving thousands of years of harsh winters. We are so steadfast in our spirit that we bow to no one, not even the king of Arctica. For me, just your respect and loyalty are enough." Jon's words resonated deeply with those who listened. The free folks, accustomed to a life of struggles and uncertainties, found in him a source of inspiration and pride. They, who knew well the harshness of the North and the inherent independence of their people, saw in Jon not just a king, but one of their own, someone who understood and shared their deepest convictions. The giants, normally so reserved, nodded in approval, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The dwarves, known for their skepticism, couldn't hide a smile of respect and agreement. As he mentioned that the people of Arctica bow to no one, not even to their king, a murmur of approval arose from the crowd. Jon had touched on a fundamental point of their culture, a trait of independence and strength that ran deeply in their veins. The free folks, especially, felt a renewed pride. Their traditions and values were not only recognized, but also elevated and celebrated. A feeling of unity began to form among the crowd, a palpable sensation that they were all together in this journey, not as subjects of a king, but as companions and collaborators of a common future. They looked at each other, now not just as neighbors, but as members of a great Arctican family, each with an essential role to play in building this new world. When Jon finished speaking, a moment of absolute silence hung in the air, as if everyone was absorbing and reflecting on the weight and significance of his words. Then, almost as a single entity, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. Shouts of "Long live King Jon" and "Long live Arctica" echoed through the square, while many raised their arms in salute and others wiped away tears. As Jon continued to walk through the city, he came across the square where he had once gathered all the people of the time. The place was, as always, bustling with inhabitants carrying out their outdoor activities, friends and families strolling early in the morning. However, unlike last year, there was now a large structure in the center of the square. An iconic large stone with the symbol of Arctica and something written in the ancient language stood there. It was Jon's declaration, etched into the rock tower, a constant reminder of the promises and values that upheld Arctica. The citizens walked past it feeling a kindled pride, a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves. Jon's words were not just a speech. They were a commitment to the present and the future, a promise that Arctica would always be a place of strength, resilience, and freedom. On the stone was the same phrase Jon had spoken to his people and later carved by the dwarves. "The people of the true North are carved by the cold, forged in resilience, and hardened by millennia under the most brutal winters. We, the people of this relentless land, stand unyielding and unbending, We bow to nothing and no one, not even to the throne of Arctica. To the king of Arctica, mere respect is enough. Jon smiled as Aragorn made some sounds at the stone. After greeting more of his people who stopped him on the streets of Arctica, Jon continued his path through a part of the city under construction. "Hey, King Jon!" A dwarf working saw Jon and called out to him. "Hello, Hi-Jai." Jon greeted the old dwarf with a smile. "You're strolling through the city so early. Where's that giant white ball of fur of yours? I see you're only with this terrifying thing." The dwarf said, as the others just laughed. Roar Aragorn seemed to understand the dwarf's words and growled at him as best as a young dragon could, making a rather childish and annoying sound. "Ghost is in the forest today, and don't talk about Aragorn like that. He's a very fiery dragon," Jon said, scratching the dragon's head, which was enjoying Jon's affection. "Say that when he grows up and starts spitting fire," the dwarf grumbled. "How are things going?" Jon asked. "Everything is going as planned. We'll finish the royal palace in a few years," he said. This place would be a giant castle for Jon's throne. They started excavating to create hidden chambers, depots, and a royal vault with strong security. Jon didn't just stick to mining iron and dragon glass. He had found at least 4 other mines with his powers, 3 within the lands near the city, and the other would be something irreplaceable in the kingdom. The dwarves started excavations with the free people. Arctica would soon have so much gold that it could rival the rich houses of the south with their mines found in just 2 years. Of course, the gold wouldn't just be royal. With the opening of trade, Jon planned to inject gold into the population because he couldn't make them rely solely on the kingdom. He wanted a self-producing people who created their own businesses. Only then, the kingdom would progress without depending solely on Jon's powers. And Jon was preparing for this in the last years, and would take a few more before starting to shock the world with his products and a new way of doing economy. Jon left the place after bidding farewell to the dwarf, and went to another place where there was another reconstruction, his then Bank of Arctica, which he had mentioned before that despite taking a little while to compete with the Iron Bank, they surpassed in less than half a decade, becoming the world's largest concentration of wealth in the future. "Hey, Stony." Jon left the bank construction and walked through the small garden to find a forest child hidden in a corner. "Jon, have you seen Leaf? I'm hiding from her," the forest child exclaimed. "What did you do this time, Stony?" Jon rolled his eyes, knowing how terrifyingly childish this child was, despite being about 5,000 years old. "I didn't do anything. Well, almost nothing. I just threw eggs at Leaf's face. She's furiously after me," she admitted under Jon's intense gaze. "You should stop these pranks, and Leaf is pregnant. You need to be careful with your kind at this time." Jon reprimanded her. "I guess you're right," she admitted. "Go to her and apologize," Jon instructed, and the forest child nodded. After leaving Stony, Jon continued on his way, but not without reflecting on how the forest children seemed happier. The children of the forest began to multiply, and in 2 years there were already more than 100 of them. Jon stimulated their reproduction with his natural energy, as he did with all animals, and potions to encourage their fertile lives. It wasn't just the children who had multiplied. The forest that Jon built a few kilometers from the city, which he called Wolf Kingdom, was self-explanatory and now boasted more than 500 giant wolves. The wolves not only reproduced, but grew larger than they used to be. Now, they measure 2 to 2.5 meters, a notable size compared to the 1.8 m the species could reach before. Ghost was around 2.6 meters, but as he was still young, Jon estimated he would reach 3 meters, making him the largest wolf in history. The only problem was that although not at the limit, it would soon come with the increase in population not just of wolves, but all animals. As food might become scarce with many animals, he would need to create a sustainable system in the coming years after buying animals for high meat production and feeding them. Jon continued walking through the streets past some animals that lived peacefully among the population and found another dwarf excavation. "Look, Aragorn, this place will be one of the most important, if not the most important in Arctica," Jon commented. "Roar." Aragorn made a confused sound. Jon was at the site where 2 enormous constructions would be. He called this area the District of Knowledge. Here would be what he called in the project a university, and next to it, the construction of the largest library in the world. My people will not only be the most powerful in the world, Jon began with a tone of pride. Arctica will be the most literate and intelligent people in the known world, Jon commented joyfully. Jon didn't leave the district before meeting a peculiar group of Arctican citizens. The king is here. The children with a bird on their shoulder, possibly a warg, and in training with other older and more experienced wargs of the free people, exclaimed. Jon made it a point to open groups to train children with an affinity for this. He not only did this, but also stimulated all the wargs of the kingdom with the development of alchemy, imitating how the forest children usually did to increase the power of some green seer with the bark of the weirwood, or, as they call it, the juice of the sacred tree. Jon strengthened the formula by studying other plants and adding the right dose. This created a new horizon for all the wargs of the kingdom. His formula had been a success that greatly increased their capacities. They are part of the culture of the true North and of Arctica now. All future generations were stimulated with great potential never reached before among the free people with great potential. If a warg could have 1 or 2 animals before, an adult at his peak reached 8 bond with animals at the same time. This was until now the second largest after me. Even Sixskins, who is quite famous in these lands, would be envious that his position fell to 6th, as there are 2 more in Arctica with 6 animals also, while Benjen had. King Warg. Incredible. He's here. Look on his shoulder. They say that strange creature is called a dragon. When it grows up, it will be the most powerful creature in the world. It flies and spits fire. I heard the adults talking with the dwarves. A child exclaimed, leaving everyone terrified. Children, that's not something to talk about in front of our king. An adult who was a warg, surrounded by 3 wolves and a crow, scolded the children. But I'm not speaking ill of the king. He's amazing. He's the warg king. A child protested, and Jon laughed. It's all right. Teacher, carry on with the lesson. I'm just passing through, and I'm leaving, Jon said with a friendly smile. People called him various things, among them the warg king, and some even foolishly said he was a kind of god, which of course he didn't like the latter part, as he wasn't foolish enough to claim he was on the same level as the beings who had bestowed so much power upon him. But Jon could understand, as while a warg could bond with up to 8 animals, he couldn't improve his capacity with the same formula he created, but that didn't make a difference when he had over 2,000 animals bonded. There was no one like him in the history of this world. He even took 24 mammoths. The giants didn't seem to like this initially, but what could they do? Jon had a surveillance system throughout the kingdom, in the air, forests, the city, and even outside Arctican lands, 24 hours a day. With his field of vision, nothing went unnoticed by him, always anticipating any attack or theft in the kingdom by outsiders. Good morning, king. Goodbye, king. Goodbye, Dragon. It's dragon, not Dragon. Jon walked away with a proud Aragon on his shoulder after hearing from the children how much he was admired. Jon continued greeting everyone who spoke to him, as was customary for the young Arctican king of just 11 named days. Although Duckin was training with the royal guard and Jon was well protected by aerial eyes, today he was alone because he always had Ghost by his side. The only attack that could threaten his life was from the people themselves, as nothing entered Arctica without him noticing. And also, the majority adored him, and no one wanted to awaken the wrath of the gods by hurting Jon. Of course, Duckin didn't like this, but Jon was one of the most powerful human warriors of the nation at just his 11 years. How is that possible? Jon created a body-strengthening potion to help him develop strength far beyond his age in the first year. With daily doses, he developed superhuman strength that could throw an adult several meters if he put in the effort. To train, he often didn't just train with humans. The dwarves were a huge challenge. Their strength was even stronger than Jon's. He lost most of the time, but as he was only 11 named days, there was still much growth in him, and everyone knew it wouldn't be long before he would have sparring against giants without using any more potion. With the use of his potions that temporarily increased his strength, Jon could even fight giants, winning many times, depending on the dose he took of his potions, although the side effect of intense pain was not pleasant. In the last 2 years, Jon didn't actively seek tribes. Instead, they sought him, attracted by the promise that the land of Arctica demonstrated. Now, having established his nation sustainably as it is, he could afford months of absence to start the next phase of his ambitious plan. His focus was on further developing the population and starting the construction of monumental defensive structures, a wall and a naval canal, grandiose projects reminiscent of the works of his legendary ancestor, Brandon the Builder, and he would have not only the help of giants, humans, and children of the forest, but dwarves would be an addition to create something even more grand. But even though he already had thousands of dwarves, giants, and the free folk in large numbers, to raise the wall with the speed and efficiency he desired, Jon knew he needed more giants. Those imposing creatures whose strength was unsurpassed in carrying stones large enough for its construction, as Jon knew it was only a matter of time until the real war began in these lands, and he had to prepare his people more than ever. Although nomadic giants had also begun to settle in their lands, attracted by the safety and stability that Arctica offered, it still wasn't enough, as it was a very small population compared to the others if we removed the children of the forest from this equation. He also initiated a treatment to increase the birth rate among the giants, and it was successful. With more than 200 giant babies born, it was a clear sign that they could indeed multiply and have their own families. Now, with 1,000 adult giants under his leadership, Jon pondered how to further increase this number, which made him consider leaving his isolation of the last 2 years. His primary goal at the moment was clear. He needed to complete the wall and strengthen the defenses of Arctica in the coming years. He had held a meeting at the Great Weirwood and took the entire council of Arctica to Benjen, where they discussed their plans. Even the giants could now enter that room after their increase. Jon still remembered his last meeting there. 10 members of the impromptu council of Arctica, representing the diversity of Arctica, sat around a large wooden table. Humans, giants, dwarves, and children of the forest. Among them, notable figures like Benjen, rooted in his spot and participating from a corner of the room since he still depended on the roots to live, but this was something Jon was already trying to resolve. Meanwhile, other members were Duckin, Thor, the leader of the dwarves, Wallach, a giant of few words who had become the leader of his race after defeating all the other tribe chiefs, and Leaf, representing the children of the forest. Among them were a few more humans that Jon found interesting enough to have by his side. Jon began the meeting with an air of determination. We need to talk about the future of Arctica and the construction of the wall, but more immediately about the possibility of me venturing beyond our borders to seek allies and resources. Duckin, always loyal and as his royal guard, was the first to speak. Jon, you are the soul of this kingdom. Your safety is our safety. If something happens to you out there, Thor interrupted, slamming his mug on the table with his usual humor. He's not a child. Jon has proven more than capable. Maybe it's time for Arctica to extend its branches. Wallach, with his booming voice, added, we need to save more of ours out there. If Jon thinks he can bring more giants to strengthen our ranks, then I support him. Leaf, with a soft voice that resonated with ancient wisdom, spoke. The forest and its children have benefited from Jon's vision. If he feels this is the way, we should trust. But, Jon, nature has taught you balance. Remember that in your travels. Benjen, with his voice coming from afar, warned, Jon, you carry the future of Arctica. Be prudent. Your actions echo not just here, but across the land. I couldn't accompany you much, as my powers continue limited. Others expressed their opinions for and against, but the decision was made, and Jon would venture beyond the lands of Arctica because only he could do it. But Jon listened to each one, weighing their words. I appreciate your concerns and advice. I do not take this decision lightly. Arctica is my life, but I feel this is the next step to ensure our future. I will seek allies, knowledge, and strength for us. I will have powerful men accompanying me, as well as a selected and armed group. I will keep Arctica informed of every step, and the wards of the kingdom will be able to find me with ravens, so our communication will not be cut off. The council continued to discuss details, preparations, and potential risks, but one thing was clear. Jon would leave the kingdom. A few days after that intense meeting, Jon continued walking through the city after leaving the District of Knowledge towards a specific place. He was still thinking about his journey as he walked. Jon planned to travel in the coming days. With him, accompanied by Guri, the dwarf would not only become a great friend, but also a trusted advisor, would lead a robust group of 2,000 Arctican souls. They would be equipped with everything necessary for an expedition into the unknown. Armor of Elden metal, weapons forged from the same metal, and enough provisions to sustain a small army against the rigors of winter that extended beyond their lands. The destination? The Grand Wall to the south. Jon hoped to reunite with his uncle Benjen and possibly go to Winterfell to see Arya, Bran, and his father, a longing that still weighed heavily on the young king's heart. Although the chances of entering Winterfell were a bit slim for him, the wall offered the possibility of negotiation or a bridge for him to contact his father. Jon yearned for another promise he had made to a wise man, a promise made to Aemon, to show him Aragon, the dragon that was a symbol that his belief and hope were correct. Moreover, Jon nourished the hope of curing Aemon's blindness with the magical abilities he had honed over the years. And possibly, to invite Aemon to Arctica was something he would negotiate fiercely, as having people who could teach was something needed in this young land. The Elder's presence could illuminate the path to an even brighter future for Arctica, educating a new generation of wise men and leaders under the protective shadow of the Great Weirwood. Shifting from his thoughts and focusing on his morning stroll, Jon headed towards a well-known brewery among the inhabitants of Arctica. It was a robust establishment with thick stone walls and wooden beams, which exuded an inviting aroma of malt and hops. Frequently, it was a lively meeting point filled with laughter, songs, and shared stories over worn wooden tables. As he approached, the cheerful sound of folk songs and the buzz of warm conversations leaked through the open doors and windows. The brewery, with its welcoming atmosphere, acted as a social heart for the community, where everyone, from dwarves to humans, gathered to enjoy moments of camaraderie and rest. His entrance into the brewery was always an event. While the dwarves and humans celebrated, clanking their mugs and chanting songs, William, among them, drank and laughed to the music's beat. Inside the rustic brewery of Arctica, the air was charged with the warmth of celebration. Dwarves and humans gathered, their voices joining in a robust melody, a song that spoke of mountains, courage, and the joy of a good beer. The wooden tables were filled with mugs brimming with golden froth, and the floor vibrated to the rhythm of feet tapping and dancing. In the heart of the mountain, under the torchlight, dwarves sing and stomp their feet. Joy approaches. With mugs full of beer, they laugh and feast. Long live Arctica, they shout, in the night that never ceases. Hey-ho, to the mine we go, with a swing and a strike. Oh, how we glow. At night, we drink and dance till dawn. In Arctica, our home, where we are strong and united. Each dwarf with his beard, a story to tell, of precious stones, adventures, and how they are so shrewd. They forge and fight, but also know love. For Arctica, they raise their mugs under the moonlight. Hey-ho, to the feast we go, with a toast and a song. Let our spirit shine. The night is ours, filled with laughter and song. In Arctica, our land, where every heart belongs. Under the starry sky, our dreams soar. With each beat and step, our legend survives. United as one, dwarves, giants, and humans. Arctica, our kingdom, where all are brothers. Hey-ho, now together we go, with a toast to our dreams. May they always grow. For Jon, our king, who united us like never before. In Arctica, our glory forever flourishes. So raise your mug, my friend, and sing with joy. In Arctica, our home, where courage never dies. By the light of the torch, by the forge, and by the stone. We are Arctica, strong and free, till the end of time. In the center, a group of dwarves had formed a circle, twirling and stomping their heels with a synchrony only they possessed. Their long, well-kept beards swung to the rhythm of the dance, and their eyes sparkled with an indomitable and festive spirit. William, a somewhat taller figure amidst the dwarf crowd, spun with one of them, holding a mug in hand, while he laughed loudly, his laughter blending with the songs and conversations around. The stone walls of the brewery echoed with the sound of celebration, while hanging torches cast a soft, warm light, accentuating the dancing shadows of the revelers. With each new verse of the song, more people joined the dance, their bodies moving freely, expressing the joy and unity that Jon had inspired in his kingdom. It was in this vibrant and enchanting setting that Jon made his entrance. The door opened to reveal his silhouette against the daylight, with Aragorn resting calmly on his shoulder. For a moment, the music seemed to grow even stronger, as if greeting the arrival of their king. All eyes turned to him, and a series of toasts and warm greetings filled the air. Jon, the young king of Arctica, had arrived, and the party, already lively, promised to become an unforgettable night for all. And as the song ended and they saw Jon and Aragorn smiling, they raised their glasses in salute and joy, welcoming him as one of their own, the young king who had brought unity and hope to such a diverse people. The dwarves, known for their festive spirit when they generally didn't show their bad mood, always welcomed him warmly. The race not only had admiration for the young leader for creating this kingdom, but Jon, at just 11 years old, had established himself as one of the most skilled craftsmen of the kingdom, creating weapons and armor that impressed even the most experienced dwarves and their master. "The king has arrived!" shouted a robust dwarf from the back of the room, raising his mug in salute. "A toast to the king!" echoed another, his deep voice resonating through the stone walls as everyone raised their drinks in unison. Jon smiled, nodding in acknowledgement as he made his way through the room. His gaze passed over familiar and new faces, feeling the camaraderie and respect that had grown among them. "Come on, king, let's drink and sing a bit," called a dwarf with an intricately braided beard, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Just keep your dragon under control. King of Arctica," he joked, provoking laughter around. Jon laughed along, nodding. "Aragorn promises to behave, right?" He looked at the little dragon, who snorted lightly, releasing a small cloud of cold steam. The room erupted in laughter and applause. Approaching the bar, Jon was greeted by William, who welcomed him with a warm smile and a gesture to join them. "You've arrived just in time, Jon. We were about to start the next song." "Ah, I wouldn't miss it for anything," Jon replied, accepting a mug of beer that was passed to him. "Let's celebrate, then, for Arctica and its people." As the music began and voices rose in chorus, Jon felt at home, surrounded by laughter and good spirits. "Damn, I love being the king of this country," he thought, sipping his beer. He had the respect and friendship of the people. He could walk the streets, and everyone respected each other. Even considered a monarch, he could be the same, a young man who loved a bit of fun and mischief. After all, he was still only 11 named days old. Amid the buzz and music, Jon savored the sweet reality of being more than a leader. He was an integral part of a vibrant and welcoming community. After several hours of singing songs, the dwarves began to demand his voice. Jon revealed his singing for the first time a year ago and was met with enthusiasm and admiration. Initially shy and apprehensive about harsh criticism, he was surprised and relieved to find that his voice was celebrated as one of the best in the kingdom. Although he wondered if the praise was due to his status or genuine talent, he chose to simply enjoy the moment. He had created his own instrument, which he called a guitar, which he considered much superior to the traditional lute, and composed songs that spoke of the dwarves, free folks, children of the forest, and giants, capturing the essence of each culture in his melodies. His art quickly became something that the people of Arctica loved and always looked forward to more. That morning, like so many others, Jon was not just a king with the maturity and responsibilities that transcended his 11 years, but an artist who found joy and connection in his music. His ability to sing and share his art provided him with a deep sense of happiness and fulfillment, a rare escape from the demands of his royal role. and a way to touch the hearts of his people. Jon accepted the invitation, picking up the guitar that was already a fixture of the bar, and sat atop a table under the watchful eyes of everyone. Aragon hopped off his shoulder and settled beside him as Jon prepared to play the song, which was met with a silence of anticipation in the tavern. Jon firmly held his guitar, breaking the silence with the first chords. The melody was soft and melancholic, reflecting the long nights of the North and the resilience of its people. With a clear and moving voice, he began to sing, each word touching the hearts of the listeners. Under the northern sky, where the stars shine, we walk together through time and clime. Dwarves and giants with stories to tell, children of the forest with magics to spell. The chorus echoed through the room, filling it with a sense of unity and hope. Jon played more intensely, the steady rhythm like the beating of the hearts present. Arctica, land of dreams and challenges, where every step is a new beginning. United we are strong, free to fly. In the dance of life, we continue to stride. The song continued, narrating the bravery of the free folks, the kindness of the giants, the skill of the dwarves, and the wisdom of the children of the forest. The music was a tribute to the diversity of Arctica, a celebration of the many intertwined stories that formed the fabric of their community. And here we stand, under the same moon, sharing songs in a land that's yours and mine. Hope resonates in every heart. Arctica, our nation. As Jon concluded the last verse, the room erupted in applause. Jon finally left the tavern after lunching with everyone and headed back to the Great Weirwood a bit drunk from the beer. He had someone waiting for him, and it was his girlfriend. Jon would always remember the day when Serena, previously known for her imposing stature as a giant, surprised him in a way that defied comprehension. 5 moons ago, a girl with dark hair and blue eyes suddenly appeared in his bed, embracing him with a strength that belied her delicate form. Jon's wolves, already familiar with her, showed no surprise, but Jon, astonished, initially struggled to free himself from the tight embrace, only to discover that she possessed surprising strength, surpassing even his own enhanced strength. The revelation came when she spoke, her voice sweet and familiar. It was Serena, but not as the giant everyone knew. She explained with a mix of reverence and joy that her daily and fervent prayers to join Jon as his wife were finally answered. For nearly 3 years, she prayed devotedly, until in a divine act, the sacred tree under which she made her prayers emitted an intense glow. When the light faded, she found herself transformed, no longer a giant, but a young woman of striking beauty, appearing 15 years old. The transformation was a miracle in the eyes of Serena and Jon, a testament to the power of the gods and the unwavering faith of a giant who loved beyond the bounds of her own nature. He was so shocked, but they quickly understood each other after a conversation, and Jon knew the girl was in love with him, and she was 18 days old. Her previous appearance was indeed a challenge, but he was happy that the deities granted this to her, better than marrying her as a giant in size, and not to mention she was the most beautiful woman Jon had ever seen. He decided with her that they would start slowly. Neither of them had experience with this and planned to have the wedding after 2 years, and he did not intend to dishonor her before then. Jon also gave a small condition that he would marry more than one woman, as he wanted a large family. Serena didn't seem to mind this. Being a giant, her people always respected strength, and the strongest always had more wives, so she easily accepted, provided that Jon take care of the couple's children. Jon clearly didn't want a life like the one he had in Winterfell. He would be a loving father and made Serena promise she wouldn't hate any of his other children born from other wives, as he wouldn't forgive one of his women being a Catelyn Stark to his children. Apart from the establishment of the relationship, Jon was surprised that despite Serena becoming a human girl, she continued with the strength of a giant, making Jon still suffer from her exaggerated hugs that never changed since he met her. Jon became a man who at night, someone might invade his room and suffocate him with love, completely crushing him. During the week that followed, Jon was extremely busy, dividing his time between intensive training and assisting in the ongoing development of Arctica. In the mornings, he dedicated himself to honing his combat skills, strategy, and leadership under the guidance of Benjen and other Greenseer masters. Jon not only trained with the sword but also practiced war tactics, learning to command and motivate his troops, a routine they have maintained since it began 2 years ago. In the afternoons, Jon visited different parts of Arctica, inspecting the buildings, talking with the workers, and listening to the needs of his people. He was directly involved in the planning and execution of projects, from expanding agricultural areas to improving defense and housing infrastructures. Jon also spent significant time with the children of the forest, helping to strengthen the grove of weirwoods around the great tree. At night, he dedicated himself to study and planning. Surrounded by maps, reports, and advice from his most trusted advisors, Jon outlined strategies for the future of Arctica and the imminent expedition beyond its borders. He also spent time alone, not entirely, because Ghost and Aragon were always present. Throughout the week that preceded his departure, Jon was immersed in the meticulous preparation of his troops, a diverse contingent that reflected the uniqueness of Arctica. Each morning, he joined the 1,500 humans, 500 dwarves, and 500 giants in the training field, where his presence inspired and motivated. Under the watchful eyes of Duncan and Thor, the soldiers practiced complex maneuvers, simulated combat, and honed their fighting skills. Jon, with a sword in hand, led by example, demonstrating leadership techniques he had learned not only from Duncan but from Benjen's visions and his own experiences. Today, Jon positioned himself in front of his 2,500 soldiers, an imposing sight in the vast training area of Arctica, where the sound of steel against steel echoed with the troops' incessant practice. The place was bustling with activity, each soldier moving with determination and precision. The area was meticulously organized, divided into sections for melee combat training, archery, and battle strategy. The soldiers were impeccably equipped with elden metal armor, shimmering under the sun with a silvery glow. Each piece of armor was a work of art, forged by the skilled dwarves of Arctica, designed not just to protect, but also to allow agility and fluid movement. The armors were complemented by helmets, shields, and weapons also made of elden metal, each inscribed with symbols representing the strength and unity of Arctica. The giants, imposing and robust, stood above all, their armors specially designed to accommodate their enormous bodies. They carried massive clubs and axes, each blow capable of knocking down a dozen enemies. The dwarves, in turn, moved with surprising dexterity, their weapons and armor reflecting their pride and skill in the forge. Jon observed all this with an attentive eye and a heart heavy with the responsibility he carried. He knew that each person before him had chosen to follow him, trusting him to lead them to safety and victory. He walked slowly through the area, making eye contact with as many as he could, conveying his confidence and gratitude for their loyalty and courage. When it was time to speak, Jon climbed onto a small improvised platform, ensuring that his voice reached everyone present. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the elden metal on his shoulders and the future of Arctica in his hands. Jon raised his voice, which echoed strong and clear across the training field. Fellow citizens of Arctica, my people, my nation, warriors of the true North. Our nation flourishes, becoming a bastion of strength and hope in lands once cold and desolate. But as we rejoice in the warmth of our prosperity, we must not, forget those who still suffer under the yoke of the relentless winter and the threatening shadows of the White Walkers. He paused, allowing his words to penetrate the heart of each listener. We are not of cowardly nature, nor of spirits that surrender. Those suffering beyond our lands are our brothers and sisters, facing a common enemy in a world that seldom shows mercy. We were like them once, battling the biting cold, the devastating hunger, and death lurking around every corner. The time has come, the time to extend our hand, to be the beacon of light that guides the way to a better future. Jon raised a clenched fist in determination. We will show the White Walkers and all who doubt our strength who truly rules the North. While the kneelers of the South hide behind their walls and schemes, it will be us, the people of Arctica, who face and destroy the darkness threatening to swallow the world. Not because we are wild or because we were born on the other side of the wall. No, but because we are the most powerful people this world has ever seen. A roar of approval and determination grew among the troops, a sound that seemed to shake the very earth beneath their feet. Prepare yourselves, brave ones of Arctica, Jon concluded with a voice that promised victory and glory. Our path will not be easy, but together, as a united and indomitable force, we will change the course of history. For the north, for Arctica, we march. The thunder of war cries from the 2,500 soldiers, and the howling of 200 wolves filled the air, resonating with a force that vibrated in the chest of each present. Jon, atop Ghost, his 2.6-meter wolf, dressed in armor fit for a king, felt a wave of satisfaction. Aragon, though small, expressed his excitement with sharp cries, sharing the fervor of the moment. "Forward now, soldiers!" Jon commanded. His army began to move, but not before hearing the roars and applause of the nation. Jon always cultivated the philosophy of making his people believe they were the strongest in the world, a belief he himself embraced as truth. He saw in his people and in himself the most powerful force in the world. Jon had meticulously organized an army that was the backbone of Arctica, a well-structured and disciplined force, reflecting the order and efficiency he desired. At the top, generals of each race, humans, dwarves, giants, and children of the forest, ensured unity and communication among the diverse factions of his varied army. For every group of 500 soldiers, an Arturian commander was designated, leading what Jon called an Arturian. These commanders were the direct link between high-level strategy and the soldiers in the field, responsible for executing orders and adapting them to the circumstances of the battlefield. Within each Arturian, the structure became even more granular, with a leader for every 100 men, the squad leaders. These leaders were Jon's eyes and ears on the ground, ensuring that each soldier knew their role and was ready to act quickly and effectively. Jon instituted this system to ensure that commands were quick and clear, avoiding the chaos that could arise from a slow, centralized voice. With leaders at every level, the army of Arctica could promptly respond to any situation, whether a planned battle or an unexpected surprise attack. The efficiency of this system had already been proven in smaller battles, and Jon trusted it would be the key to the strength and survival of his kingdom in the fights to come. This army, specialized in fighting White Walkers, had already proven its strength and efficacy. Jon had trained each soldier specifically to face this ancient and deadly threat. The last White Walker who dared enter his territory never returned, and since then, no other White dared approach. They were more than an army. They were a symbol of strength, determination, and the unwavering power of Arctica. "It's time to go," Jon commented, and Duncan at his side looked at him with a nod. Duncan would not participate in this excursion. He is the best general of Arctica, and leaving him in the realm was the best option should an emergency arise from an attack. Be it from the free folk or the dead, Arctica needed someone to command its forces. "Good luck, Jon. Stay safe. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you," Duncan spoke in a serious tone. "Don't worry, you too. Protect Arctica while I'm away." With that, Jon mounted his wolf. Ghost carried Jon with pride, both in armor displaying black and red colors with designs of Ghost and Aragon. Even with the paint, a greenish hue was visible underneath, a reminder of the power Jon shared with his creatures, and his armor gave him a status of leadership. As the army of Arctica prepared to march south, the atmosphere was charged with discipline as everyone began to march with the leadership of Jon and others. There were 2,500 soldiers aligned in impeccable formation, a vision of power and discipline that reflected Jon's meticulousness and planning. Each soldier, adorned with shimmering Elden metal armors, bore the weight of their protection as a badge of honor and duty. At the front, Jon rode Ghost, the gigantic wolf of more than 2.5 meters, an imposing sight that commanded respect and admiration. Beside him, A pack of 200 giant wolves, each about 2 meters tall, marched with a fierce grace that could only be found in the creatures of the true north. As they advanced, they carried not only armor and weapons, but also essential supplies, food, clothes, alcohol, and cigars, ensuring they would be prepared for any eventuality. Thus, with the supply wagons and the army itself, they left the Arctican lands. 3 days after the start of the march, the army of Arctica, composed of 2,500 men determined to head south, had no immediate plans for recruitment or visits to tribes, but were ready for diplomacy should they encounter any group along the way. As they advanced, they began to encounter remaining peoples to the south. One tribe in particular, near the path of the army, watched with a mix of fear and admiration as the imposing march approached. The shining armors, sharp weapons, and the load of supplies, including food, clothes, alcohol, and cigars, were an impressive sight for those accustomed to a simpler and harsher life. The initial caution of the tribe gave way to curiosity, and, motivated by the non-hostile approach of the army, they decided to approach. At the center of this formidable force was John, an 11-year-old boy whose presence atop Ghost, his giant wolf, commanded the attention and respect of all. Ghost, surprisingly tall even for his species, and everyone knew it at first glance, stood at 2.6 meters, a stature that made him appear a mythical creature. John's authority was unquestionable to anyone who looked at him. Even being a child, different from 2 years ago, he had a much more authoritative aura than before, a result of his 2 years of training and his potions, where he commanded not only by his status as king, but by the confidence and ability with which he led. His encounter with the local tribe was marked by calm and an offer of peace, demonstrating that although they were prepared for battle, their greater goal was to establish alliances and offer a new path for those who wished to join the thriving nation of Arctica. The leader of the unknown group looked at John with a cautious gaze, his expression mixing curiosity and suspicion. "Are you Mance? I thought you were older. Are you planning to attack the wall?" he asked, trying to unravel the young figure before him. John, whose posture and gaze no longer reflected the innocence of a boy but the determination of a king, remained unshaken, confidence emanating from him like a cloak, a wisdom beyond his years, acquired from the visions of ancient kings. John smiled, a smile that not only disarmed the tension, but also infused a sense of camaraderie among his men. "Hear that, boys? They think I'm Mance." The laughter that followed from his soldiers, especially from the nearby dwarves. The visiting group, in turn, was visibly uncomfortable and confused by the exchange and the mockery from this group, particularly by that bunch of small men clad in armor and looking at the free folk as if wishing to formally introduce his people. John raised his voice, commanding everyone's attention. "My people, why don't you introduce yourselves to our visitors?" he shouted. The response was instant and thunderous. "We are Arctica," echoed the voice of 2,500 soldiers, accompanied by the metallic sound of shields being struck. The display of strength and unity left the visiting group shrunken, wide-eyed, deeply impressed, and perhaps a bit intimidated, as they had never seen anything like it in these lands. John, maintaining his calm and authoritative posture, responded to the leader of the unknown group. "No, we do not intend to attack the wall. They have given us no reason for such action," he said calmly. The leader observed him, clearly perplexed and intrigued by the response. "You're not going to attack? Then, how do you intend to protect yourself from the darkness that is consuming the north?" The man insisted, seeking to understand the logic behind the thoughts of this child. John, in turn, fixed his gaze on them, the confidence in his voice and posture unwavering. "Do you refer to the White Walkers with their blue eyes? Why should we run?" John questioned, raising an eyebrow with a mix of challenge and nonchalance. Internally, John allowed himself a moment of arrogance, wishing to demonstrate the strength and courage his nation possessed. John, facing the uncomfortable silence, took the word confidently. "Let me ask my people," he said, turning to his soldiers. With a voice that resonated with authority and expectation, he shouted, "Arctica, what are we?" The answer came in a deafening roar. We are northern. The soldiers of Arctica replied with a fervor that echoed through the air. Jon, not satisfied, shouted again, seeking to reaffirm the identity and strength of his people. Arctica, what are we? And the answer came loud and clear. We are descendants of the first men. For the third time, Jon challenged his men. Arctica, what are we? And they responded with an equally powerful roar. We are the most powerful people. Changing the question, Jon tested the courage of his people. Arctica, what do we fear? And, proudly, he heard the answer. We fear nothing but the wrath of our gods. The religiosity and respect for the old gods were evident in the fervent response. Finally, Jon addressed the issue of the White Walkers. Arctica, what do we do with White Walkers? The answer came with a ferocity that left the visiting group stunned. We don't run. We kill them. We exterminate them. They're the ones who fear us. Jon smiled broadly, proud of his people and the war cry they had rehearsed. They were prepared, trained to face numerous enemies and win. Discipline and courage were their greatest weapons. The men of the tribe, faced with this demonstration of strength and unity, were visibly shocked. They had grown up hearing horror stories about the darkness that killed everything in its path, but here were the soldiers of Arctica, ready and willing to face the most feared evil of the North. The scene before them, with an army dressed in never-before-seen armor, accompanied by giants and a great number of small men with other northerners, and led by a child who emanated authority, would forever change the way they saw the world. Who are you? They couldn't help but exclaim with fear in their eyes. I'm the king of Arctica, known as Jon Arctica. Jon had changed his name by the Council of Benjen a year ago. He was no longer a Stark bastard from the south. He then took the name of his nation, as this name would be perfect for the royal family. Jon continued as he looked at the group of free people. We are looking for groups seeking shelter in our nation. My people are protected. They do not suffer from hunger or cold. The only thing they need is to work for Arctica and respect its laws in exchange for all that the nation can offer, he said calmly. He didn't know what to say. However, the free folks are always sensitive about kings, and one of them said, We are not kneelers. As expected, one of them exclaimed. Jon smiled at this, already having a clear answer for this situation. Then he turned to his army again and shouted. Jon raised his voice, making a rhetorical question that reverberated with strength and conviction. Does the people of Arctica kneel? The expectation hung in the air as he awaited the response. Then, like a thunderous unison, the soldiers of Arctica responded. The people of Arctica are northern. We are firm, tough, and strong. We do not kneel to anyone, not even to the king. For the king of Arctica, respect alone suffices. Their declaration was a testament to the strength and independence that defined their people. The response left the free folk group visibly stunned. Shocked expressions spread through the group, and even the air seemed tense with the resonance of the unified shouts. Jon decided to break the small silence that had settled among them at that moment, as they were still too surprised to speak. Jon, rising with the dignity of a born leader, spoke to the men who watched him with curious and suspicious eyes. My brothers, he began, his voice resonating with authority and calm. We share the blood of the first men in our veins. We are northerners, and each one of you must make your own decisions. We will not surrender or flee. This is our land, and we will defend it against the creatures with blue eyes. His speech was eloquent and clear, leaving a choice for those who listened. If you wish to join us and submit to the laws of Arctica, you will find shelter and safety in our nation, the strongest in the world. The decision is yours. With a firm look and a resolute posture, Jon began to move away from the group, but not without leaving a final message. We have pending matters at the wall, and then we will go west in search of tribes seeking refuge. If you decide to join us, you know where to find us. They just watched us leave, never having seen a free folk speak like this or a group be so proud and coordinated. They began to have hope in their hearts after seeing this demonstration. We cannot make a decision now, but we will follow you if necessary. The leader of the group gave his response, and Jon nodded before continuing the journey. For 3 weeks, Jon and his army traversed icy lands, encountering tribes scattered throughout the true north. At each encounter, the scene repeated. The initial amazement of the locals at seeing the orderly march of 2,500 Arctic warriors, all in shimmering elden metal armors, accompanied by giants, and led by a boy atop a gigantic wolf. The negotiations, always led by Jon with a mix of firmness and fairness, ended up offering each tribe the same choice. Join Arctica, the land where cold and hunger were legends of the past, or maintain their autonomy. Jon, with his eyes on the sky, had mapped the region with precision that only greenseers could achieve after mapping the area with their birds. He knew every curve of the terrain, every possible hideout, making the journey not only safe but strategic. And now, at the end of the 3 weeks, they arrived at Hardhome. Hardhome was a place of despair and desolation, an improvised camp where hope seemed to have long retreated. Tattered tents and smoldering fires dotted the landscape, while hooded figures moved silently among them. The sea incessantly beat against the rocky shore, a constant reminder of the unexplored vastness that stretched beyond them. The arrival of Jon's army was like a meteor breaking the gloomy monotony of Hardhome. People emerged from tents and gathered in the dusty streets, watching with penetrating eyes the arrival of these strangers. The Arctic warriors, imposing in their shiny armors, stood firm and silent. Ghost, with his thick fur and penetrating red eyes, moved gracefully with Jon, his presence conveying a serenity that contrasted with the chaos around. As they advanced, the residents stopped and watched, with fear and admiration, while whispers spread like wildfire. Jon's giant wolf, Ghost, now known as the biggest wolf many had ever seen, walked with a dignity that reflected his master's. And Jon, high on his mount, looked at Hardhome not as a conqueror, but as someone who wanted to speak with these people. As they approached the heart of the camp, the crowd gathered, forming a sea of curious and cautious faces, many fearful of an armed army arriving here. With a wave of his hand, Jon signaled his army to stop, preparing to speak to the people of Hardhome, to offer them the same choice he had offered to so many others: join Arctica and embrace a promising future, or remain in the shadow of the White Walkers. As Jon surveyed the crowd, his eyes met those of an old man, whose wrinkles told stories of many winters. The elder, leaning on a staff, watched Jon with a mix of curiosity and hope. Around him, children peeked out from between the legs of adults, their dirty faces and wide eyes fixed on the giant wolf and the young king it carried. Women held their children a little closer, and men conversed amongst themselves, casting cautious glances toward the newly arrived army. Jon dismounted from Ghost, a gesture that in itself silenced the crowd. He walked a few steps forward, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, his posture conveying a confidence that seemed to calm the tense air. He extended his hand in a gesture of peace and respect toward the old man who had first observed him. The elder, after a brief hesitation, stepped forward, his staff echoing on the ground as he moved. "Who are you?" the old man's voice sounded, carrying a mix of caution and curiosity that reflected the sentiment of the crowd. "I am the king of Arctica, King Jon Arctica," Jon proclaimed again, his voice rising above the growing murmurs. "I want to speak with your leaders. We will not attack your group unless provoked." His statement, clear and direct, resonated throughout Hardhome. The elder remained still, his gaze weighing on Jon as the young king spoke. The crowd, which until then had been whispering among themselves, fell into a thoughtful silence upon hearing Jon's authoritative declaration. The mention of Arctica, a name that resonated with mystery, caused a frisson of curiosity and surprise among the onlookers. The whispers among the tribes transformed into open conversations, each person, each family, each warrior pondering the meaning of Jon's words. Jon waited for the people to finish talking and whispering. During this time, the boy saw a man approaching from the crowd. Jon noticed his red hair and his size much larger than his peers, But his eyes were cautious as they pointed to Jon, Ghost by his side, and his army all armed like he had never seen. The large red-haired man decided to break the silence before Jon. "My name is Tormund, the leader of the tribes of the West. If you are not here to attack us, then why are you here with your army of metal?" he declared, his voice denoting both curiosity and caution. Jon nodded in acknowledgement. "Pleased to meet you, Tormund. I'm short on time, so I'll be brief. We are from the nation of Arctica, the only nation we recognize in the true North, and we will always open our doors to people who submit to our laws and contribute to our nation's growth. We offer shelter, food, and warm clothes in the winter. We are welcoming those willing to enter the realm under my conditions, and we will also fight against the cold shadows," Jon declared. The man, with an expression of caution etched on his wrinkled face, looked at Jon and his army. "I've never heard of such a place," he murmured. "Do you think you can survive the monsters with blue eyes? Mance is coming south with an army of 60,000. His tone indicated a mix of distrust and a thread of hope, as Jon and his army of 2,500 did not seem like a group that killed free folks or members of the Night's Watch. Jon, hearing the mention of the dreaded White Walkers, allowed a confident smile to spread across his face. He knew the power that Arctica possessed, the strength and courage that ran in the veins of his people. "Heard that, my people," Jon shouted, turning to his troops. He asked if we will survive the blue eyes. "Tell me, Arctica, what happens to the monsters with blue eyes?" The answer came like thunder. 2,500 voices united in a powerful and defiant roar. "We do not fear them. They fear us." The proclamation reverberated through the air, filling the space with palpable energy. Tormund, along with everyone in Hardhome, was visibly impressed by the demonstration of strength and unity. The shock and admiration were evident in their eyes. Here was a group that would not run, a people who would rise to fight against the darkness terrorizing the North. Jon observed the reactions, his heart filled with pride. He knew the challenges would be great, but Arctica was not a nation of cowards. They would face the winter and its horrors head-on, ready to protect their land and their people, no matter the cost. It was this bravery and indomitable spirit that Jon believed would lead Arctica to become a legend and a beacon of hope in the darkest of winters. A woman with the posture of a warrior stepped forward, curiosity and determination marking her expression as she held a spear. "And are you heading to your country?" she asked, her interest clear in her voice. It was evident that, if there was a group willing to fight, she would join without hesitation. "No," Jon replied calmly. "We have some business to resolve at the wall. We'll camp for a while and sort out some matters. Then we'll travel through the western region, and from there, we'll return to Arctica, which is in the southwest of the true north." His explanation generated murmurs of surprise and curiosity among the onlookers. "Are you going to meet with the crows?" A man with a grim expression and disdain interrupted, spitting on the ground with evident disgust at the mention of the Night's Watch. Jon faced him, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. "Yes, any problem with that? You're one of them. Crows kill us all the time. How can you simply say you're going to meet them? And you wanted to hate the Watch just because you wish it?" He retorted, raising an eyebrow. "I won't listen to insults from someone like you," Jon said, maintaining his provocative smile. "Shut up, kid. You might hide behind your men, but you'd be the first to die in a fight," the man growled, his anger palpable in his voice. Without hesitation, Jon stepped forward, gripping his Valyrian steel sword, Dark Sister, surprising all present. His steps were confident, and he began to approach the man, his presence commanding the attention of all 20,000 people in the camp. As he walked, his voice echoed loud and clear. "Arctica, are we cowards?" he shouted, and the response came as a deafening roar from his men. "No, we face our challenges head-on." The proclamation reverberated through the camp, and Jon continued his march, ready to confront any challenge and prove his people's worth. "I will face this man. If anyone else besides this fool attacks, consider this camp condemned." Jon roared authoritatively, and instantly his 2,500 soldiers assumed attack stances. The threat transformed the camp into a whirlwind of chaos. People ran in panic, fearing that a simple confrontation could lead to their annihilation. The bald man who had challenged Jon was visibly shaken, realizing that his actions might have deadly consequences. With hesitation, but driven by Jon's challenge, he advanced. "I hope you don't regret it, kid." The man approached with an axe, having no choice but to come closer. Jon, with the calm that distinguished him even in the face of danger, unsheathed Dark Sister, the precious weapon Benjen had given him. He waited patiently for the man's approach, and when the attack came, he dodged the bronze axe with a fluid sidestep and advanced. With a single and powerful strike, he cut the opponent in half, demonstrating supernatural strength along with his sharp and magical Valyrian steel blade. The man fell, screaming in his final moments of life, while Jon continued, indifferent to the fate of the one who had challenged him. Arriving before the paralyzed group, Jon faced them with an indifferent expression and declared, "Let this be a lesson. In Arctica, we face our enemies with courage and determination. Do not seek our wrath." His voice, though calm, carried a weight that silenced the camp. The looks of fear and respect mingled as everyone absorbed the truth in Jon's words and the reality of Arctica's power. "My business with the crows is my own, and I owe no one an explanation," Jon continued to declare firmly, his gaze fixed and challenging. "Whether you're alive or dead, on this side of the wall or the other, if you dare threaten my people, you'll meet your end. Those who think they can dictate the actions of Arctica, listen well. We forge our own path. If you believe you can challenge us, then come and face our strength." His voice echoed, laden with an implicit threat and an unwavering promise. No one moved, their gazes mixed with fear, anger, and a palpable curiosity. Jon returned to his wolf, and, at his command, the troops relaxed from the battle formation. They proceeded toward the wall, leaving behind a camp in a state of shock. The 20,000 people present were still trying to comprehend the origin of that child, who commanded such a powerful and disciplined army. The army's journey continued for another week, stopping every afternoon in an open area, as Jon avoided the forests, and they set up a no-camp. Jon continued his journey south until he began to see the structure of the wall in the distance on the horizon. "Uncle, I'm finally arriving," Jon thought, a mix of determination and anticipation to see his relatives after years. On an ordinary day at the wall, while on guard atop the wall, he couldn't help but mutter, "Another day freezing my balls off in this place." He murmured, but his voice was muffled by the icy wind of the wall at 700 feet high. The ranger also reflected on his past, lamenting the decision that had led him to that cold and desolate place. It had been 5 years since he traded his freedom for trying to steal 2 measly silver coins, and each day was a reminder of the weight of his choice. Life on the wall was an endless series of cold and dangerous days, hunting wildlings and facing the constant threat of death, while longing for simple pleasures, like the warmth of a human touch, tormented him incessantly. As he sighed and looked beyond the north, where the wildlands lay, he was in his thoughts when he felt a sudden tremor that caught his attention. Even from the height of 700 feet of the wall, he could see ice shards rising millimeters off the ground. The ground trembled continuously, but almost imperceptibly. An unrest took hold of him and his companions, noticing the strange phenomenon. That's when he saw them, looking attentively beyond the north. An unprecedented spectacle unfolded before his eyes. From the dense forest, colossal figures emerged, defying understanding and logic. They were men of gigantic stature, each measuring about 4 meters in height, dressed in armor that shone even under the gray sky of the north. They marched in an ordered formation, their firm and synchronized footsteps causing the slight tremors the ranger had felt. He, taken by a mixture of admiration and fear, shouted to his companions, pointing to the extraordinary scene. "By the Seven, where did these giants come from?" His voice carried both the fear of the unknown and the surprise before the unimaginable. More figures continued to come out of the forest, lining up in meticulous military formation. Each group composed of 500 giant men, then a common group of people who began to wonder if they were still looking at the north side of the wall, or if they were really wildlings with their armor and discipline. Another group of 500 short men, but more heavily armed, was a spectacle of discipline and order. A sixth group, accompanied by giant wolves, completed the army. The highlight among them was a wolf of epic proportions, so large that even from the top of the wall it stood out, with a figure mounted on its back. The ranger, quickly, he blew the trumpet, a warning signal, and soon the sound multiplied, echoing along the wall. As more and more figures emerged from the forest, lining up in disciplined groups in front of the wall. There were 6 groups lined up, 500 giants, 500 men, 500 men, 500 short men, and 200 animals. Castle Black was already in turmoil with the trumpet from the top of the wall, with men running, weapons being prepared, and orders being shouted. The sudden appearance of this mysterious and formidable army transformed what was an ordinary day at the wall into a moment of tension and anticipation. Weapons. Defensive positions now, roared Mormont, his imposing voice cutting through the icy air of the wall. The Night's Watch brothers, trained to react with discipline and readiness, quickened their pace, collecting weapons, shields, and preparing the bows. Commander Mormont went to the battlements of the wall, looking attentively at the advancing army. His eyes scrutinized every detail, trying to discern the intentions and nature of this mysterious group. "Archers, get ready. Do not fire until ordered," he commanded with authority. The archers lined up along the wall, their eyes fixed on the army below, fingers tense on the bowstrings. Beside Mormont, the first builder and the first ranger exchanged glances of concern, both aware of the gravity of the situation. "Maintain constant vigilance in all directions," Mormont instructed. "We don't know if this is an attack or a show of strength." Meanwhile, below the wall, the mysterious army maintained an impeccable formation, its presence imposing and undeniable. Mormont watched attentively the central figure mounted on the giant wolf. Who are they? Wildlings? A new threat? He wondered internally. Castle Black was now in full alert, each man of the Night's Watch ready to defend the wall against the unknown. A mix of fear, curiosity, and astonishment took over him and his brothers. What's happening beyond the wall? He wondered, as the wall, which had always been synonymous with protection and isolation, now seemed more vulnerable than ever before the unexpected and mysterious force lining up in front of it. While the army of the North maintained its imposing and disciplined formation in front of the wall, Jon, mounted on his giant wolf, 2.6 meters tall, Ghost, took the initiative to establish communication. In his hand, he raised a white flag as a symbol of peace and truce. The immense figure of the wolf, combined with Jon's youthfulness, created an intriguing image. The rangers of the wall, maintaining their defensive positions, cautiously observed Jon's action. The tension was palpable. Everyone awaited with anticipation the unfolding of events. Jon Snow, mounted on his giant wolf, Ghost, raised his voice with authority and clarity, breaking the silence of the snowy expanse. "My name is Jon Snow, son of the Protector of the North," he announced, surprising everyone with the volume and clarity of his voice, which humanly should not have been possible, especially considering his youth. Ignoring the surprised looks of the rangers, he continued with determination. "I demand a meeting with the Lord Commander to negotiate." The name Jon Snow echoed among the rangers, causing a murmur of recognition and surprise. "That name, isn't it that boy who passed through the wall more than 2 years ago? Look at him now, leading an armored army in these frozen lands," they murmured among themselves, impressed with the young man's transformation. Without waiting for a response from the rangers, Jon dismounted from Ghost and walked toward the gate of the wall. His bold and decisive attitude made one of the rangers comment, admiringly, "That boy has courage." They knew that any attack on Jon could trigger an immediate response from the giants that made up part of the Arctic army. As Jon approached the gate, the rangers watched, torn between apprehension and curiosity. The audacity of the child was undeniable, and his presence there, at the wall promised to be the beginning of an unexpected chapter in the history of the North. The wolf, Ghost, remained still, his majestic presence exuding a sense of calm and strength. Jon, continuing to walk towards the gate, kept the white flag raised, symbolizing his peaceful intentions. In the eyes of the Rangers, distrust gradually gave way to curiosity as they exchanged glances, questioning the identity and intentions of this young leader and his army. Meanwhile, Jeor Mormont, commander of the Night's Watch, watched the scene from the gate of the wall, pondering the best way to respond. The presence of Jon and his army was unexpected and disconcerting, but the white flag and the posture of the young leader suggested he was not seeking confrontation. After a brief moment of deliberation, Mormont ordered a delegation to meet Jon. "Let's see what this boy, whom I thought had died, wants," he murmured to himself, ordering the gate to be opened. As the gate opened, Jon walked with a confidence that defied the tension of the moment. He seemed indifferent to danger, even with numerous arrows pointed in his direction. "Let them play their game," Jon thought, with an air of serene defiance. When the gate fully opened, the figure who came to meet Jon was none other than his uncle, Benjen Stark. "Jon! 2 years, Jon! You disappeared for 2 years!" Benjen roared, his voice mixing relief and reproach. Jon, who normally wouldn't allow such a tone toward himself, softened upon seeing his uncle. "I know, Uncle, I'm sorry. There were things I needed to do," Jon replied, with an apologetic smile for his absence over the last 2 years. The reunion with Benjen was a moment of genuine emotion for Jon. As soon as they saw each other, the air between Jon and Benjen was filled with a mix of emotion and surprise. Benjen, with a look reflecting both relief and concern, quickly advanced and hugged Jon tightly. 2 years. 2 long years," murmured Benjen, still in shock at seeing Jon not only alive but transformed. Jon returned the hug, feeling a wave of comfort in his uncle's arms again. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I had no way to send news," he explained, his voice laden with a maturity that was not present when he left. Benjen stepped back a bit, keeping his hands on Jon's shoulders, evaluating him with an attentive look. "You've grown, Jon. Not just in height, but you're becoming a man. I don't know what happened to you and how you have this troop or what happened to you, but I'm happy that you're well, boy," he said, with a mix of pride and melancholy. "Do you have any idea how I had to explain to your father about how I had to let you go north?" Benjen opened a rare smile. Jon smiled, a bit embarrassed by the compliment. "I still have a lot to learn, Uncle. But I had good masters to teach me," he replied, thinking about the lessons and challenges he faced in the north. Benjen looked curious at the boy with the mention of masters. "Let's talk, Jon." "There's a lot to tell," said Benjen. "Well, boy, we can talk first. I hope your men keep themselves behaved." The voice of Jorah Mormont was heard for the first time, and Jon looked at him. "Hello, Lord Commander. It's been a few years since we've seen each other." Jon began and looked at his uncle. "Let's talk later." Benjen understood and gave a small smile. "All right. Now the Lord Commander wants to know why you brought an armored army in front of the wall," he said, raising an eyebrow. Jon shrugged and followed his uncle after Jorah Mormont. Benjen gave a last look at the thousands of armored soldiers of various sizes lined up and organized, unable to believe that this could belong to his 11-year-old nephew. Upon entering Castle Black, Jon Snow, accompanied by his uncle Benjen Stark, walked with a posture exuding a combination of confidence and calm. His steps were firm, reflecting the maturity and responsibility he had acquired in the past 2 years. As he crossed the courtyard, Jon noticed the fixed stares at him from all corners, looks that varied between anger, fear, curiosity, and even admiration. Some of the brothers of the Night's Watch recognized him, whispering among themselves, questioning the transformation of the young Snow and the origin of the impressive army that accompanied him. Ignoring the murmurs and inquisitive looks, Jon proceeded to the Lord Commander Solar. Upon entering, he saw Jeor Mormont, accompanied by 3 guards, who watched him with an expression of surprise and caution. Without hesitation, Jon greeted the Lord Commander with casual respect, typical of someone who is not intimidated by authority or situation. Upon entering the solar of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, Jon Snow greeted him with a mix of formality and familiarity, reflecting the confidence gained on his journey. "Lord Commander, it's been 2 years, hasn't it? How are you?" Jon asked, maintaining a respectful but assertive tone. Jorah Mormont, with an intrigued expression, raised an eyebrow at the young man before him. "Yes, 2 years, Jon Snow. Now, could you explain to me why you brought 2,000 armored men in front of my gate?" questioned Mormont, his voice carrying a mix of caution and frustration. Jon, sensing the tension in the room, responded calmly, "Don't worry about the men on the other side of the wall, Lord Commander. They're not here to attack the wall or anything like that. They're accompanying me on a mission in the west and at the fist of the First Men. But if that answer doesn't satisfy you, I can say I brought them to demonstrate some power and ensure that I won't be treated like an 11-year-old child." Jon's response seemed to make the atmosphere even tenser in the solar. The tension in the solar of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont increased after Jon's response. Mormont, with a cautious expression, narrowed his eyes at Jon, trying to decipher his intentions. "And what exactly do you want?" he asked. Jon, maintaining his composure, replied with a mix of innocence and maturity. "I may not want to be treated as an 11-year-old boy, but I still am, and I miss my family. I would like to request a raven to Winterfell, asking my father for permission to visit the castle. I intend to come only with my giant wolf." "You can write that I made this request personally," said Jon, with a sincerity that almost hid the weight of his words. Benjen Stark, Jon's uncle, was perplexed. He wanted to scold the young man for causing such a stir in Castle Black just to send a raven. However, before he could speak, Jon continued, surprising everyone in the room. "That's just one of the reasons. The other is Aemon Targaryen," revealed Jon, casting a meaningful glance at Mormont and Benjen. Everyone was surprised, wondering what the boy wanted with the maester. Jon, aware of the surprise and tension that his presence and his army caused in Castle Black, decided to address the matter that had brought him there with direct sincerity. "I want to make a proposal to Maester Aemon. If he accepts, I would like to take him with me to the north," declared Jon, his gaze conveying the seriousness of his intention. Before Jorah Mormont or anyone else present could protest, Jon quickly added details about his generous offer. "As proof of my goodwill, I brought wagons loaded with a year's worth of food, 500 winter clothes, 400 high-quality steel swords, and 6 months of product from my land." The revelation left Mormont and the others surprised, considering the constant shortage of supplies in the Night's Watch. Mormont, after a moment of reflection, responded with a condition. "If you speak the truth, the proposal will only be accepted if Maester Aemon agrees," he stated, intrigued by the young man's generosity. He usually would laugh off such a proposal, believing no one would have such resources from beyond the wall, but seeing the army behind the gate in the north was irrefutable. "I will write the raven to Winterfell, and as for your stay, you can choose to stay here or with your men, as long as you don't bring anyone else into the castle," said Mormont, setting boundaries for Jon's presence. During the discussion, one of the rangers, skeptical and incredulous, intervened with a question that echoed the doubts of many in Castle Black. "How can we believe that a boy managed to accumulate so many resources beyond the wall?" he questioned, looking alternately at Jon and Lord Commander Mormont. Mormont responded firmly, "Even if it seems impossible, I will believe the boy and he will deliver these things before anything else. So, I trust him," he explained and continued. "And it's not wise to create a conflict with an army of 2,500, especially when they are so well-equipped and organized." The ranger, still skeptical, nodded and fell silent. "Thank you, Lord Commander. I will order my men to bring the supplies to the gate and then return to the army," Jon thanked, appreciating the Lord Commander's cooperation. With a nod, he left the solar accompanied by Benjen, leaving behind a castle black abuzz and filled with murmurs about the intentions of the young man with his small army. Jon, eager to see the view from the top of the wall, invited his uncle to climb with him. "Uncle, let's go up the wall. I didn't have the chance to go up last time," said Jon, excited about the idea, as there was no such high place in the north. Benjen nodded and accompanied John to the stairs leading to the top of the immense ice structure. As they climbed, John took a cigar from his pocket and offered one to Benjen. With an agile movement, John lit both cigars using a small flame that sprouted from his hand. Benjen, impressed and slightly stunned by the display of magic and the unfamiliar object, accepted the cigar cautiously. "Uncle, this is called a cigar. You draw an air like this after lighting it," explained John, demonstrating the process. Benjen tried to imitate his nephew, but ended up coughing violently, unable to handle the smoke. His botched attempt drew curious looks from the other members of the Night's Watch observing around. John couldn't contain his laughter at his uncle's reaction. "Come on, Uncle, pull the smoke right hot." He laughed, showing again how it was done, exhibiting an ease that only increased Benjen's embarrassment. Benjen, still coughing, asked between coughs, "John, what the hell is this?" His voice mixed surprise and reprimand, still not believing what he was seeing. John, trying to ease the situation, offered a bottle to his uncle, who accepted it but almost immediately spat out the contents, surprised by the strong and unexpected taste of the drink. Benjen, clearly irritated and still coughing from the cigar, glared at John. "John, are you making fun of me? You may have an army, but I'll make you regret it," he roared, shaking his head in disbelief. John, surprised by his uncle's reaction but not shaken, took the bottle back from Benjen's hands. "Uncle, how can you waste vodka like this? It's the best alcohol for winter, warms the body from the cold, and gets you drunk. Don't drink it if it's to waste," John retorted, showing a mix of frustration and amusement at the situation. Benjen, a bit embarrassed and surprised by his nephew's audacity, remained silent. The rangers around observed the scene with curiosity, commenting among themselves about what might have happened in the Lord Commander's solar for John to now walk freely around the castle, apparently without worries, even after bringing an army to the gates of the wall. After a while, John and Benjen finally reached the top of the wall. Up there, with the icy vastness stretching out before them, John looked at the horizon with a thoughtful gaze, while Benjen stood by his side. On top of the wall, John contemplated the vastness beyond the north, whistling in admiration at the immensity of the landscape. He looked down, observing his army, now reduced to tiny figures down below. Yet, it was still possible to distinguish the dwarfs, giants, and humans forming a disciplined and impressive formation. "Wow, Uncle, look at this view," said John, his voice laden with admiration and a touch of pride. Benjen, observing his nephew by his side, reflected on the changes John had undergone in the last 2 years. The boy he knew had transformed into someone bold and calculating, someone who now commanded a formidable army. "It's magnificent, isn't it, Uncle?" John suddenly asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them. Benjen nodded, looking at the army below them. "I don't think there's a force like this in the 7 kingdoms," he commented, his voice filled with a mix of admiration and apprehension. The Rangers of the Wall, about 100 of them, watched the scene, equally impressed by the sight of the army and surprised to realize that the commander of those forces was there, next to them, on top of the wall. They observed John with a mix of caution and curiosity, wondering about the true nature and intentions of this young leader. John, noticing the attention he attracted, smiled and took a step forward, facing the landscape beyond the wall. "Ha ha ha, you think so, Uncle? Just watch." With a mischievous smile, John took a deep breath and then let out a powerful and clear shout that echoed along the entire length of the wall and beyond, demonstrating the strength and determination he carried within himself. Benjen watched, stunned. Standing atop the imposing wall, John contemplated the vastness of the north. By his side, Benjen observed his nephew, realizing how much he had changed in the last 2 years. John now exuded an aura of boldness mixed with a clear capacity for calculation. "It's magnificent, isn't it, Uncle?" John broke the silence, looking at the landscape beyond the wall. "I don't think there's a force like this in the 7 kingdoms," Benjen commented, his gaze fixed on the Arctic army below, which resembled an anthill of dwarfs, giants, and humans. "Ha ha, you think? So, Uncle, just watch," said John, stepping forward. With a deep breath, John gathered his voice and shouted loudly enough to be heard throughout the region. "Arctica, what are we?" The response came in a powerful roar immediately after. "We are Articos." John continued, his voice echoing with each question. "Arctica, what are we?" "We are descendants of the first men." The answer resonated across the wall, surprising the rangers. "Arctica, what are we?" he challenged again. "We are the most powerful people." The third response came even stronger. "Arctica, what do we fear?" John changed the question, attracting the full attention of Benjen and the rangers. "We fear nothing except the wrath of our gods." The answer left Benjen open-mouthed. "Arctica, what do we do with White Walkers?" asked John, capturing the attention even of the crows below the wall. "We don't run. We kill them. We exterminate them. They are the ones who fear us." The final words were a roar of challenge and pride. Satisfied, John then shouted, "Bring the supplies to the front of the gates, and you are dismissed until further order." The 2,500 soldiers, hearing the command, quickly mobilized, breaking formation to set up camp and deliver the supplies. The scene was a spectacle of efficiency and discipline, leaving everyone on the wall impressed and somewhat perplexed by the leadership capability of this child. John and his uncle, Benjen Stark, spent some time together atop the wall, chatting after the commotion John had caused with his training exercise. They gazed out over the vast, icy north and watched dwarves, humans, and giants setting up their camp below. John shared with Benjen stories of his adventures and challenges since they had parted, albeit in a limited manner. With each account, Benjen looked at John with a mix of pride and surprise, impressed by the maturity and wisdom the young man had gained in such a short time, hearing that this child had started building a city among the wildlings. "John, your place is not north of the wall, impressive as that may be," Benjen couldn't help but exclaim to his nephew. John looked at Benjen, his eyes reflecting the white expanse before them. "Uncle, I understand what you're saying. Winterfell will always be a part of who I am, but—" He paused, carefully choosing his words. "You know, it was only by leaving there that I could truly be myself. In Winterfell, I was always the bastard, the child of shame. But here," John gestured towards the north, where his army was gathering, "here, I am a leader, someone with a purpose and a people to care for." Benjen listened in silence, absorbing John's words. "You think you've found your place among the wildlings and these giants?" he asked, still trying to comprehend the extent of the changes John had undergone. "It's not just about finding a place, Uncle. It's about fulfilling a mission that I feel was entrusted to me by the old gods," John replied, looking north with determination. "Arctica, my kingdom, is a place where everyone, regardless of their origin or past, had a role to play, a chance to belong. I couldn't find that in Winterfell, not with the shadows that followed me." Benjen frowned, clearly surprised. "Arctica, you founded a kingdom? That's hard to believe, John." His voice was full of awe mixed with a touch of incredulity. "But how? How could a boy from Winterfell?" John smiled, understanding his uncle's confusion. "When I left Winterfell, Uncle, I had no intention of creating a kingdom. It started from a direct gift of the old gods asking me to go to the weirwood of the wall. As you might know, I did extraordinary things in the north while I was here." John spoke, and Benjen nodded. "Yes, your feats continue to echo throughout the common folk, but many consider that you died when you crossed the wall," he said. "Well, I guess that's understandable. When I crossed the wall, I discovered my mission and began to explore these icy lands, trying to unite the tribes with us. We started as a tribe, a small group of people sharing a common vision, a desire to live in peace and harmony in a safe place and to protect ourselves. But we had our difficulties exploring the north in search of a place. Tribes attacked us together. We overcame all who challenged us, found other tribes, some races I didn't even know existed." "Like the dwarves?" interrupted Benjen, pointing down to where small, sturdy figures worked alongside humans and giants. "Yes, the dwarves," confirmed John. "They are incredible craftsmen and brave warriors. I never thought I'd see a dwarf, but they're a vital part of Arctica now. And the giants, they have a strength that is very useful. John, I'm seeing 500 armored giants. Do you know how many armies would tremble to fight against these things? I didn't know giants existed until I saw you with nearly 100 of them 2 years ago. But now you have 500 to fight by your side. It's amazing, but you know how this will draw attention from the south, right? Benjen had a tone of seriousness in his voice. I know that, but Arctica is powerful enough to protect itself from anything the southern kingdoms might do. Besides, they know how costly an expedition to try to steal our lands would be when no southern army would last long in the lands beyond the wall. John spoke calmly, not seeming like an 11-year-old child, but a wise leader, which didn't fail to make Benjen look at him with admiration. Benjen looked again at the camp, his eyes scanning the figures moving below. You're right, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you created a city among the wildlings, with dwarves and giants. John, this is something I've never heard of. It's like something out of an ancient legend. John nodded, looking toward the horizon with a smile. Maybe it is, Uncle. Maybe it's our legend, a story we're writing right now. Arctica isn't just a place for me. It's a symbol that a new world is possible, one where differences are celebrated, not feared. Benjen placed his hand on John's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. You've truly become someone extraordinary, John. I couldn't be prouder, and I'm sure your father would feel the same way. Just don't become an enemy of the Night's Watch. I wouldn't want to face an army of giants. Benjen joked with a smile at the end. John smiled, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you, Uncle. I don't intend to become an enemy of the South, unless they force me to, but I still have a long way to go. And with Arctica, with my people, I know I'm not alone on this journey. Benjen nodded slowly. I always knew you were special, John, but I never imagined it would take you this far. Winterfell is your home, but I understand that you've found another. John looked down at the camp below, where giants, dwarves, and humans work together. I love my family, Uncle, and Winterfell will always have a place in my heart with you, Father, Arya, and Bran. Sansa, Robb, and little Rickon? His uncle asked. That's complicated. Wait, who is Rickon? John asked, surprised. His father had mentioned Catelyn being pregnant before he ventured into the northern lands, but he didn't know if it would be a girl or a boy. Rickon is your youngest brother. He was born almost 2 years ago, Benjen informed. I see, John said, pondering, and continued with a firm tone as a leader. Winterfell is the home of people I love, but Arctica is where I can be who I am, where I can make a difference. And maybe, somehow, I can stop the southern invasions by groups of the free folk. Perhaps I can unite these two worlds. John reflected. That would be good for everyone. If anyone can do it, it's you, Benjen said, placing his hand on John's shoulder. Just don't forget where you came from. John nodded, a look of resolve on his face. I'll never forget, Uncle, but I also can't ignore the call of my destiny. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of wooden carts creaking and men's voices echoing from below the wall. It was the supplies brought by John's army beginning to arrive at Castle Black. Realizing the arrival, John turned to Benjen with a slight smile and said, It seems it's time to show the true strength of Arctica's products. Descending the wall's stairs with agile steps, John and Benjen reached the castle courtyard, where the armored men of John's army were organizing the supplies. The wagons were full of food, thick fabrics for winter, skillfully forged weapons, and other essential for the survival and defense of the Night's Watch. Each item was unloaded carefully and handed over to the rangers, who inspected everything with looks of disbelief and gratitude. John oversaw the distribution, ensuring each ranger received their share. Meanwhile, Benjen conversed with some of John's men, amazed by the loyalty and respect they showed for their young leader. With each new wagon that arrived, more rangers joined to help, creating an atmosphere of cooperation as the men seemed to forget the cold with so many weapons, clothes, and food coming to them. Lord Commander Mormont, observing from a distance, couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and admiration at the efficiency and organization of the small army John had formed. The Lord Commander approached, clearly impressed with the operation's efficiency. His eyes fixed on the piles of supplies, and he couldn't help but murmur in admiration. "I've never seen anything like this in all my years here at the Wall," he commented, turning to Jon. Jon, with a modest smile, responded, "Arctica has been generous to us, Lord Commander. These are the fruits of hard work and the union of many races." Around them, the Rangers observed with looks that varied between astonishment and curiosity. They murmured among themselves, clearly impressed with the quality of the supplies. Some touched the winter clothes, commenting on the thickness and quality of the fabric. Others examined the forged weapons, recognizing the skill and superior craftsmanship. Mormont, still watching, said in a low voice to Jon, "You've brought more than supplies, Jon Snow. You've done something we've needed for a long time, something even the southern kingdoms never did." Jon looked at the Lord Commander and then at the men around him. "I hope this strengthens our alliance, Lord Commander. Arctica and the Night's Watch have a lot in common. Both defend the realm against unknown threats. This is a demonstration that Arctica is not an enemy of the Night's Watch and the Northern Kingdom." Mormont nodded, looking at the Rangers who were now working with more vigor and enthusiasm. "You've done something for us that won't be forgotten, and something tells me this is just the beginning." With a respectful nod, Jon continued overseeing the distribution, aware of the weight of his responsibilities and the impact of his actions, both for Arctica and the Night's Watch. At the end of the day, with all the supplies properly stored and distributed, Jon turned to his men in the courtyard. Some looked cautiously at the Night's Watch, just as the crows did with them. These men, before becoming soldiers of Arctica, were free folk, and many had fought against those living here, even holding some resentment. But their king, Jon, had ordered a path of peace with the Night's Watch, as long as they did nothing to provoke Arctica. They were to respect them, despite them being a group of convicted outlaws, as they still served the purpose of defending the realm of men. "You can return to the camp until further orders. I'll stay here to resolve some more issues." "Yes, we will do that, King Jon," he said, raising a few eyebrows of those who heard the word king. Jon sighed, but was thankful he hadn't brought the dwarves, whose personalities might not have ended well. With the soldiers leaving Castle Black, Jon met with Mormont to discuss the next steps in his solar. They walked together through the castle corridors, exchanging ideas and plans for the future. The Lord Commander was quite interested in Arctica. A kingdom of wildlings was something unprecedented for him, and as he saw, it wasn't a kingdom living on bronze as they are used to from the tribes of the north. Jon, with his strategic vision, and Mormont, with his experience, formed a promising partnership, uniting the best of the new and the old for the north. "May I see Eamon now?" Jon asked at the end of their conversation. "Yes, you can go. Jon, I thank you for the wagons of supplies, but try not to cause more chaos than you're already causing in the castle." Jon smiled innocently at the noise from before, which he caused by having his men shout at him atop the wall. After saying goodbye to Lord Commander Mormont, Jon headed to Maester Eamon's room. He walked through the silent and shadowy corridors of Castle Black. Approaching Eamon's room, he paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before knocking gently on the door. "Enter," came a response from the other side. Jon opened the door and entered the modestly lit room, where several candles emitted a soft light, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. The room was simple, but as cozy as he remembered it after 2 years, with a large bookshelf occupying much of the wall. In the center, a table was covered in scrolls and books, some open and others neatly stacked. Eamon was seated in a chair, his elderly figure, but healthier than Jon remembered, leaning over a book, but his eyes, now clearer and more attentive, lifted as they noticed Jon with some difficulty. "Jon," Eamon asked, a tone of surprise in his voice. "Is it really you?" "Well, uncle, it's me," Jon replied with a warm smile, closing the door behind him. "Ha! How this old man can rejoice today. You disappeared 2 years ago, and even though many said you were dead, this old man and even your uncle Benjen always believed you were out there. It's good to see you alive, my boy. I've been very busy these last 2 years and couldn't get in touch." Jon scratched his head in an attempt to apologize. Eamon looked at Jon, his eyes which had improved greatly. Although he still saw everything in a blur, He had the ability to examine the young man in front of him. So, it was you who caused all that commotion and shouting. I was hoping it was because of a dragon, he said, half joking. Jon laughed lightly. No, Uncle Eamon, Aragon is on the other side of the wall. I didn't want to cause more chaos than I already have. Eamon, with a look of disbelief mixed with a spark of excitement, leaned a little more forward. Aragon? You really have a dragon? Jon, please don't joke with an old maester. A living dragon is something we haven't seen for centuries. Did you really hatch that egg in 2 years? Jon kept his expression serious and nodded. I'm not joking, Uncle Eamon. Aragon is real. The egg you gave me, it hatched. Aragon is the dragon that was born from it. He was born in the true north, under circumstances that I'm still trying to understand. He's different from all the dragons recorded, and he can spit ice and fire. Eamon was visibly moved, Jon's words awakening memories of stories and legends he had studied all his life. A dragon in our time. And you, Jon, you hatched it. I knew you would hatch that egg. It seems like fate. What does he look like? Small as a cat currently, with white scales with green stripes that shine like snow under sunlight and eyes that resemble frozen flames like 2 sapphires, Jon described, his gaze distant as he remembered Aragon, whom he considered his own son. Aragon is more than a dragon. He's a symbol of a new era, perhaps a sign that times are changing and that magic is returning to the world again. Eamon, with tears forming in his eyes, whispered, to see a dragon in my lifetime, that would be a dream come true. Jon, do you understand the significance of this? Dragons were the heart of my family, the essence of our power when we established the 7 kingdoms. Jon nodded, understanding the history of Westeros. I know, Uncle, and that's why I'm being careful. Aragon isn't just any dragon. He's different from the dragons of Valyria and extremely intelligent for a newborn. Eamon placed a hand on Jon's, a look of deep gratitude and pride on his face. You were chosen, Jon, by lineage, by fate, by the old gods, or by the magic of this world itself. You have a role to play, a role that might change the course of history. Maybe that's it, Jon said, falling silent for a while, before breaking it with a determined look towards Eamon. Uncle Eamon, but I can't do this alone. That's why I would like to make you an invitation. Jon began, his voice laden with seriousness and respect. I've established a kingdom beyond the wall, called Arctica. A kingdom? Eamon seemed surprised. Yes, a magical place, Uncle, where we live with humans, giants, dwarves, and even children of the forest. Jon said excitedly, Dwarves, children of the forest? Eamon seemed incredulous. Yes, Uncle. Magical creatures exist, and we found a hidden race called dwarves. You would certainly be surprised at how joyful they can be when not in a bad mood, Jon said. That's really fantastic. I'd love to see these races. He murmured, So, Uncle, the kingdom I've established beyond the wall, it needs wise and experienced minds like yours. I would like you to consider coming with us to Arctica. Eamon looked at Jon, surprised by the invitation. Arctica? You want me to leave the wall and go to your kingdom? Yes, Jon replied. Your wisdom, your knowledge, your experience, all of it would be invaluable to us. And I would very much like to have you by my side as we navigate these new times. Eamon pondered for a moment, looking at Jon with a mix of admiration and concern. Jon, this is a great honor, but I'm a maester of the Night's Watch. My place is here. I understand your duty, Uncle, said Jon. But Arctica is a place where we could use your help to build something new, something that could change the world for the better. And besides, having you around to help with Aragon would be invaluable. Jon said and continued. Also, I spoke with the Lord Commander, and he has released you, so the decision is yours without compromising your oath. Eamon remained silent for a long moment, contemplating the offer. Finally, he looked at Jon with a timid smile. You offer me a chance to see a dragon, to be part of the creation of a new kingdom, and to witness the unfolding of the world's magic. With my vows fulfilled, how could I refuse such an offer? Jon smiled, relieved and excited by Eamon's response. Thank you so much, Uncle Eamon. Your presence in Arctica will bring not only wisdom, but also hope for a new era that the world has never seen before. Continuing the conversation between Jon and Eamon, the two delved deeper into the details of the ambitious educational project for Arctica. Interesting. This old man would like to know more about this place, Eamon asked, interested. Arctica will not just be a refuge for the exiled and displaced tribes of the free people, Jon said, but a cradle that will be the future of knowledge and learning in the world. He envisioned a fully literate population, where each person, regardless of their origin, would have access to education and knowledge in various fields. Uncle Eamon, my goal is to create a fully literate population in Arctica. I want everyone to have knowledge about history, science, art, and more. For this, we need to train qualified teachers, Jon explained enthusiastically. Eamon, adjusting his glasses, looked at Jon with a mix of surprise and admiration. That's a monumental task, Jon, but coming from you, I expect no less. Education is the key to progress and peace. You are planning a revolution, not just political, but cultural and intellectual. Jon nodded, his face lit up by the passion for his ideas. Precisely, Uncle. Arctica will be a place where the mind is as valued as the strength of the arm. I want to create a society where knowledge is power, and that power is accessible to everyone, just as I received my knowledge from the gods when I was just a bastard. This will change not just your lands if realized, but it could impact the entire known world, Eamon said, reflecting on Jon's vision's potential. It's a huge challenge, but if anyone can make it happen, it's you. With your help too, Uncle, I'm sure we can turn this vision into reality, said Jon, gratitude and determination in his voice. Eamon smiled, feeling a wave of pride and hope. I'm quite excited for this, my boy. Together, Jon and Eamon spent hours in the library, outlining a curriculum, discussing teaching strategies, and planning how to recruit and train the future teachers of Arctica. It was the beginning of a grand project, one that could change the fate of many and leave an indelible mark in history. After a while, a silence settled in the room as they finished their conversation. As the comfortable silence filled the room after the conversation, Jon observed Eamon with a thoughtful look. There was something he needed to do, something he had planned since arriving at Castle Black. Uncle, before anything else, may I see your eyes? Jon asked, his voice soft but firm. Eamon, a bit surprised by the request, nodded. Of course, Jon, but why? Jon didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood up and approached Eamon. 2 years ago, Jon had given the old maester a potion, an elixir that he hoped could improve his health and perhaps do more. Now, it was time to see if his healing magic was strong enough to heal Eamon's eyes. Jon extended his hand, and as his fingers neared Eamon's eyes, they began to emit a soft green light. Eamon felt a wave of warmth emanating from Jon's hands, a sensation that was both strange and comforting. For 2 minutes, the room was silent, except for the soft hum that seemed to emanate from Jon's hand. Then, he removed his hands and spoke. Try to open your eyes, Uncle. Hearing this, Eamon slowly opened his eyes, and an expression of surprise and admiration took over his face. For the first time in many years, his eyes were clear, and he could see Jon as he truly was, just a boy smiling at him expectantly. Eamon began to cry, tears of joy running down his face. Jon, I can see, truly see again, he said, his voice choked with emotion. Jon smiled, feeling a wave of relief and satisfaction. You deserve this, Uncle. I knew I could heal you this time, but wasn't sure how effective it would be. To think that an old man like me would receive so many benefits at such an advanced age, Eamon said, still incredulous. The gods still look after me, after all. They do, Uncle. And you have much to offer still, Jon replied. That's why Arctica needs you and others. Armin nodded at Jon's words. Jon, I will accompany you. Let's make this kingdom shine, Eamon said with firm decisiveness. Great, Uncle, Jon said happily. After the exciting healing of Maester Eamon, Jon and he prepared to leave Castle Black. Eamon, with renewed energy and an expression of astonishment and gratitude, accompanied Jon through the corridors. The rangers passing by them stopped, and looked with surprise, unable to believe that the old maester could now walk with open eyes, clearly seeing everything around him as he walked with the child. As they approached the main gate of the castle, the news of Eamon's restored vision had already spread, creating a buzz among the men of the Night's Watch. Some approached to confirm for themselves, looking at Aemon with a mix of incredulity and admiration. Passing by Lord Commander Mormont, Jon noticed the old leader's surprised look. Mormont, who had seen many things in his life since he first met Jon, now looked at Jon as if nothing else could surprise him. With a nod of the head and a discreet smile, Mormont said, "It seems you'll never cease to amaze me, Jon Snow." Before leaving, Aemon spoke with Lord Commander Mormont to inform him of his decision to accompany Jon to Arctica. Mormont, though initially hesitant, understood Aemon's decision and said he would release him from his vows. Finally, Jon and Aemon crossed the gate of Castle Black, heading to the small army's camp north of the wall. The camp, a mix of tents and temporary luxurious structures, was bustling with activity, with giants, dwarfs, and humans working side by side. Upon their arrival, they were greeted with a mix of curiosity and respect. Jon introduced Aemon to his men, explaining his role in Arctica and the importance of his wisdom and knowledge. Aemon, in turn, observed everything with a curious and interested look, clearly eager to start this new phase of his life after hearing from the soldiers about their life in this mysterious kingdom. Jon guided Aemon through the bustling camp, among figures of giants, dwarfs, and humans, to an imposing tent, clearly larger and more ornamented than the others with dwarfs and humans as guards. After Jon greeted them, he turned to Aemon. "Get ready to meet Aragon," said Jon, a smile of pride and affection on his face. As they entered the tent, Aemon immediately felt a change in the atmosphere. The air was warmer, and there was a palpable energy that seemed to emanate from a corner lit by torches. There, curled up, was Aragon the dragon. Though still young and the size of a large cat, the dragon possessed an undeniable beauty and majesty as its 4 paws were wrapped around itself. Its white scales with green stripes shone under the torchlight, and its eyes, like 2 sapphires, glowed with surprising intelligence, as when Jon entered the tent, he sensed his father and raised curious eyes. Aemon, speechless, slowly approached the dragon. "Incredible," he whispered, extending a trembling hand to touch Aragon's scales. The dragon, in turn, raised its head toward Aemon, watching the elderly man with curiosity before gently allowing the contact. "Aragon, this is Aemon, a friend and a wise advisor," Jon introduced, observing the interaction between the two. "He will help us in Arctica." Aemon, still amazed, looked at Jon. "He is magnificent, Jon. I never imagined I would see a dragon, much less one as extraordinary as Aragon. His existence is a true miracle." Jon nodded, watching Aragon snuggle comfortably close to Aemon. "He is more than a miracle, uncle. He is a symbol of hope and a sign that great changes are coming." Aragon, sensing Aemon's admiration and respect, let out a small, soft roar, as if agreeing with Jon's words. Aemon smiled, feeling an immediate connection with the creature. "Aragon senses your blood, uncle. It seems he recognizes you as a Targaryen, even though he does not know it," said Jon. Aemon, looking at Aragon and then at Jon, felt a wave of optimism and purpose. "Thank you, my boy. You don't know how you are making this old man happy at the end of his life." That night, Aemon stayed with Jon in the tent, accompanied by Aragon in Jon's lap, as the dragon considered his father irreplaceable. After hours of conversation, and as Jon recounted the way he raised Aragon, they finally went to rest. The next morning, Castle Black was filled with murmurs and looks of surprise to see Maester Aemon walking through the hall with a clarity of vision many thought had been lost forever. Jon, accompanied by Benjen and Aemon, was sitting at the table, enjoying a peaceful breakfast, despite the curious and sometimes hostile looks of the other members of the Night's Watch toward Jon. In the midst of lively conversation, the voice of Lord Commander Jeor Mormont echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention. "Jon, I didn't warn you yesterday, But 2 years ago, the king sent a decree demanding your presence in King's Landing. His statement, laden with seriousness, turned the murmur in the hall into an expectant silence. Jon turned to Mormont, an expression of disbelief mixed with amusement on his face. His initial reaction was a loud, defiant laugh. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the hall, surprising all present. "Lord Commander, please write this to the king," Jon said, still laughing. "Tell him I said to shove that royal decree up his ass." His bold statement left the hall in a state of silent shock. Lord Commander Mormont, known for his composure and seriousness, was visibly stunned by Jon's response. His mouth opened slightly in surprise, and he stared at Jon, unable to immediately formulate a response. Jon's audacity in openly challenging the king was something Mormont had never witnessed, and he didn't know exactly how to react. Meanwhile, Jon, realizing the impact of his words, continued to laugh, clearly not intimidated by the king's authority or the potential consequences of his bold refusal. Jon's audacious response to the royal decree sent shockwaves through the hall of Castle Black, provoking a variety of reactions among the members of the Night's Watch. Many rangers, accustomed to the rigidity of discipline and strict observance of the chain of command, were stunned by Jon's boldness. Their eyes widened, and some exchanged incredulous looks, silently questioning if they had heard correctly. Some of the younger brothers of the Night's Watch could barely contain smiles of admiration. They whispered among themselves, clearly impressed by Jon's courage in openly challenging the Iron Throne. Afterward, Jon decided to spend some time with his uncle Benjen. They went out together, walking to where Benjen's wolf was sleeping. 2 years ago, Jon had entrusted a wolf pup to Benjen, a brother to his own mount Ghost. This wolf, now standing an impressive 2.1 meters tall, hadn't grown as much as Ghost, but was still a majestic and imposing creature. Benjen spoke fondly of the wolf, explaining how it had become a loyal and protective companion during his journeys beyond the wall. "Thundress has saved me 3 times, Jon," Benjen said, stroking the wolf he had named. "Not just a companion, but a true savior." Jon smiled, pleased to see the strong bond that had formed between Benjen and the wolf. He led Benjen and the wolf to meet Ghost outside the wall. Watching the two wolves together was a spectacle. They immediately recognized each other as brothers and began to play and run around each other, despite Ghost being much larger. Later that day, Jon joined Maester Aemon to make the most of Castle Black's library. They spent hours discussing books and scrolling through scrolls, with Jon eagerly absorbing the knowledge contained within them. Although he knew he couldn't take the books with him to Arctica, Jon planned to negotiate with Mormont in the future to make copies, once he had enough literate people in his kingdom. Aemon shared his own books with Jon, many of them about dragons, providing valuable information that could be useful in caring for and understanding Aragon. "These books are treasures, Jon," said Aemon. "They can help in raising Aragon, and perhaps even reveal lost secrets about the dragons of Valyria." During the 10 days Jon Snow remained at Castle Black, he immersed himself in a series of activities, both within the castle and with his army camped north of the wall. His presence brought a new and vibrant dynamic to the place. At Castle Black, Jon spent a lot of time in the library, absorbing knowledge alongside Maester Aemon. They discussed strategies, ancient histories, and the care of dragons, preparing for the future challenges in Arctica. Jon also participated in training with the Rangers, demonstrating his improved combat and strategy skills, which increased respect and admiration for him among the brothers of the Night's Watch. A notable occasion was a training duel with Ser Alistair Thorne. Thorne, known for his disdain for recruits, and especially for Jon, underestimated the young man of 11 years. To everyone's surprise, Jon overcame Thorne with skill and dexterity, leaving him with a bleeding nose and a black eye. This event only reinforced the respect and admiration that many Rangers already had for Jon, especially the younger recruits who saw him as a role model. Outside Castle Black, Jon dedicated his time to training with his army. He worked side by side with giants, dwarves, and humans, strengthening the cohesion and effectiveness of his forces. Jon led his men in rigorous exercises, preparing them for any challenges they might face in the future. Additionally, Jon spent time with his wolf, Ghost, and his dragon, Aragon. He spent hours training and caring for them, strengthening the bonds and mutual understanding between them. These 10 days at Castle Black were a strange period for him. Without Green Vision's intense training and his projects for Arctica, he was finally having a less intense moment after years, so he made sure to enjoy it, especially with Aemon and Benjen. During these 10 days at Castle Winterfell, Lord Eddard Stark was in his solar, busy with the responsibilities that came with his position. He was responding to correspondences from other lords, managing the affairs of the North when something unexpected happened. A raven from a night's watch, one that Jon had warged to fly faster, abruptly arrived at Ned's solar window. Lord Stark, surprised by this familiar scene, knew that a raven coming to him and not to Maester Luwin meant one thing. He approached to receive the message. His heart sped up as he recognized the seal of the Night's Watch. He quickly opened the message, and upon reading the first lines, a mix of relief and shock took over him. "Jon," he murmured to himself, incredulous. The message contained news of Jon, who had reappeared after 2 years of disappearance, an absence that had left Ned deeply concerned, even fearing that the son had met a tragic end beyond the wall with a lack of contact in those hostile lands. The content of the letter, detailing Jon's appearance with 2,500 men and armored giants, was a small exercise that Jeor Mormont couldn't help but write about how concerning such a force emerging from the other side of the wall was. Sitting at his desk, Lord Stark took a moment to absorb the information. Jon was not only alive, but he had established a kingdom beyond the wall and now commanded a diverse army. The boy he'd seen leave years ago made him regret very much having let him go at that time. But it seems the boy had returned and wanted to visit him in Winterfell. After a few moments of reflection, Ned decided he needed to see Jon in person to better understand what was happening. He quickly wrote in the letter that Jon was authorized to enter the North, and if he needed help, he would send a troop of Stark soldiers to the wall. He placed the letter on the same raven, and as he expected, the bird turned and flew away, acting like no other bird in Westeros, a gift he knew his nephew had. As Ned Stark continued to sit in his solar, his thoughts revolved around the surprising news about Jon. The boy who had left Winterfell, laden with uncertainties and the shadow of the stigma of being a bastard, had transformed into something he couldn't imagine just with the words of the letter. "Jon, what did you find beyond those ice walls that changed you so much?" Ned wondered. The letter mentioned a kingdom called Arctica, armored giants, and a formidable army. How did you achieve such a feat? He knew the answer wouldn't be simple and could only wait for Jon's arrival in Winterfell to ask. And the idea of Jon returning to Winterfell filled Ned with anxious anticipation. He wondered what the reunion would be like. "Jon is no longer a child from what I see," Ned thought. "How will our relationship be now? And how will the North react to this new Jon Snow?" He also pondered the political implications. The existence of Arctica and Jon's presence as its leader could bring new dynamics to the power game in the Seven Kingdoms. A kingdom with an army of armored giants? What would the Southerners think of a kingdom emerging beyond the wall? As he awaited Jon's arrival, Ned felt torn between the joy of meeting his son again and the concern over the uncertainties this reunion would bring. But one thing was certain: he had to inform his children about the arrival of their long-lost brother. While Jon trained with the new recruits in the courtyard of Castle Black, a familiar presence approached. It was Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, with an expression that always demonstrated seriousness. Jon, focused on instructing the recruits, looked up upon noticing Mormont approaching. "Boy, your father's raven has just arrived," announced Jeor, handing Jon a small sealed scroll. Jon paused, his eyes fixed on the seal of Winterfell. He nodded, already aware of the raven's arrival due to his powers. "Thank you, Lord Commander," he replied, opening the message carefully. The recruits watched with curiosity, whispering among themselves. Jon read the letter quickly, his face remaining expressionless, but his eyes revealing a slight understanding. Lord Stark had authorized Jon to pass through Winterfell with some escort, a typical precaution of a worried father. However, Jon didn't want to waste time and decided to go alone. My uncle has his own affairs now, and the Watch has its problems, and I know that bringing my group would not be smart, just like waiting for a Stark escort from Winterfell, so I will leave only with my wolf as a mount. Jon explained to Mormont, his voice calm but firm. Very well, Jon. Your response has arrived, said Mormont, handing him the sealed letter with the Stark symbol. Opening the message, Jon read quickly, his eyes scanning his father's words. Lord Stark requested that he travel with an escort for greater safety, but Jon, confident in his ability and in the protection of his giant wolf, Ghost, decided to travel alone. I will leave now, Lord Commander, Jon announced, returning the letter. Mormont nodded, a look of concern on his face. Be careful, boy. The North can be as dangerous as the lands beyond the wall. Jon smiled slightly. I know, Lord Commander, but I will be in good company. He was referring to Ghost, who, with his speed and intimidating presence, was more than enough protection. Heading to the gate, Jon summoned Ghost. The giant wolf, with its imposing armor, entered the courtyard, causing admiration and fear among those present. He was larger than any animal they had ever seen, surpassing even Benjen Stark's wolf in size and presence. It's time to go, Ghost, said Jon, stroking the wolf's fur. Saying goodbye to Eamon, who would stay to take care of Aragon, and his leaders, who ensured the safety of the camp in his absence, Jon mounted Ghost. The two passed through the gate of Castle Black, leaving behind looks of respect and admiration. Jon and Ghost, his armored giant wolf, left Castle Black, launching into the vast and wild landscape of the north. The speed at which Ghost ran turned the landscape into a blur, with trees and hills passing quickly by his side, moving at 150 kilometers per hour, taking Jon quickly through the icy landscape of the north. The speed of Ghost was a spectacle in itself, and Jon felt the cold breeze on his face as he cut through the northern lands after leaving the area of the wall. He felt melancholic while riding Ghost. This kingdom was where he grew up, so it was nostalgic to be back after a few years. As they ran and night fell, Jon decided to stop to set up a temporary camp. Skillfully, he prepared a simple shelter and lit a fire, ensuring that both he and Ghost stayed warm in the chilly northern night. As the giant wolf settled near the fire, Jon reflected on recent events and the imminent reunion with his family. The next morning, the journey continued. Jon and Ghost crossed territories patrolled by the Umber soldiers. At one point, a group of patrollers spotted them. Surprised by the sight of a giant armored wolf carrying a young warrior, they barely had time to react. Jon passed them like a rocket, a swift shadow that left the soldiers open-mouthed and astonished. Further ahead, Jon encountered merchant wagons traveling the roads of the north. His sudden appearance and the imposing presence of Ghost caused a brief moment of panic among the merchants. But Jon, maintaining his calm, just greeted them with a nod and a friendly smile before moving on. The merchants were relieved to realize that they were not facing a threat, but a boy passing by, although the sight of Jon and his armored wolf was something they would certainly tell in their stories for many years. Jon Snow's journey back to Winterfell, riding his giant wolf Ghost, was a blend of speed and caution. Despite Ghost's extraordinary speed, Jon opted not to rush the return. Throughout the 10-day journey, Jon and Ghost regularly stopped to rest and camp. On the cold and starry nights of the north, Jon would warg. He hunted for food in the northern forests, using his skills. As the fire crackled, Jon reflected on his past and the future he was about to face. During the trip, Jon encountered various travelers and patrols. Some were frightened by the sight of Ghost, the armored giant wolf, but Jon's calmness and cordiality quickly dissipated any fear. He came across more merchants, patrollers from lesser houses, and even small groups of hunters. With each encounter, Jon maintained a friendly but reserved demeanor, not lingering longer than necessary. Stories of a young warrior riding a giant wolf began to spread throughout the north. For many, the figure of Jon and Ghost became a living legend, a sign that something extraordinary was happening in the kingdom, and even associating him with the legend of Little John that still lived in the words of the common people. Finally, after 10 days of journey, the gates of Winterfell came into view. He skirted the area to avoid passing through Wintertown. Jon's heart quickened as he recognized the old walls and towers of his former home, and also his former curse that he had to face at this moment. Jon stopped for a moment, looking at the gates. He wondered how he would be received, what changes he would find, and how his family would react to seeing him, knowing some would not be happy, but he was there for those he still loved. Taking a deep breath, he touched Ghost, indicating it was time to approach. With a determined step, Jon guided Ghost towards the gates of Winterfell. He was back to this place, no longer as Eddard Stark's bastard, but as Jon Snow, leader of Arctic, with stories and deeds that seemed more legend than reality. Eddard Stark POV. The Northern Kingdom, 292 AC, at the same moment. In the days leading up to Jon's expected arrival, Lord Eddard Stark experienced a mix of anxiety and reflection. In his solar, he remembered the moment he received the raven from the Night's Watch. The news that Jon had emerged beyond the wall, leading an army and having made a significant donation to the Watch, was something Ned was still processing. He had conflicting feelings, pride for Jon's achievements and concern for the time he had been away without news. Ned pondered Jon's intentions and the impact his return would bring. Each passing year, the memory of Jon grew more distant, and now, suddenly, he was on his way home. He still remembered the ravens he received from various lords asking about Jon in the first year. Even to his surprise or fear, there was a royal letter asking for Jon's presence in King's Landing. As the expected date of Jon's arrival approached, Ned kept the fact that Jon was coming to Winterfell a secret, wanting to surprise his family. He knew Jon's presence would bring joy, especially to Arya, who never stopped asking about her brother, even after his long absence. He had already announced that Jon was spotted by the Night's Watch on a giant wolf, making Arya jump with joy at that. Today was a peaceful morning, while the Stark family was gathered for breakfast, but it was interrupted by a guard rushing into the hall, breaking the moment of calm. The man's worried expression made Ned stand up immediately, his instinct to protect his family awakening. "What happened?" asked Ned, his voice firm but calm. "Lord Stark, a giant wolf has been spotted approaching the castle," reported the guard, clearly shaken by the unusual sight. Everyone was alarmed. Ned, surprised, but quickly understanding that it was Jon and his wolf described by Jeor Mormont, tried to maintain composure. He knew the moment he had been waiting for was about to happen, though surprised by Jon's presence sooner than expected, saying that the boy entered the north without an escort. With a slight smile, he instructed the guard, "Prepare to receive our guest. I want the whole family lined up to welcome Jon." "What do you mean by that?" His wife, Catelyn, exclaimed with Jon's name. The revelation of Ned Stark that Jon was on his way to Winterfell caused a wave of diverse reactions among the Stark family members. Arya, always the most affectionate towards Jon, lit up with joy and excitement. "Jon is coming back?" she exclaimed, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "I knew he would come back. He's alive and back for us." Her joy was palpable, and she could barely contain her impatience to reunite with her beloved brother. Bran, equally delighted, echoed Arya's excitement. "Jon, I want to see the giant wolf," he said, jumping from his chair. For him, Jon's arrival was an exciting adventure. Robb and Sansa, however, had more restrained reactions. Robb, the heir of Winterfell, frowned. He hated Jon, thanks to his half-brother. His name was mocked by everyone in the north. His mother always said that this was Jon's plan to take Winterfell from him. Sansa, on the other hand, seemed divided. The girl who dreamed of knights and princes didn't know how to fit the bastard half-brother into that fantasy. The idea of a giant wolf intrigued her, but she still maintained the caution instilled by her mother. Catelyn Stark, hearing Ned's words, felt a wave of displeasure. Her face assumed an expression of discontent. "The bastard, here?" she said, with a cold voice. For Catelyn, Jon had always been a constant reminder of the only stain on her marriage with Ned. She could barely imagine what it would be like to live with the bastard back at home. Theon Greyjoy, observing everything with an ironic smile, said, "Seems the bastard didn't die after all, ow." He exclaimed in pain at the end, after Arya kicked him with her words, and ran outside. "Arya, don't run," Ned warned as he saw his daughter rush outside. As soon as Arya ran outside, the Stark family began to line up to receive Jon. Tension was in the air, with each family member displaying a mix of feelings. Robb kept a serious face, reflecting on the presence of his half-brother. Sansa, still divided between curiosity and caution, adjusted her dress and tried to compose a neutral expression. Bran, full of childish excitement, could barely stand still, hopping from one foot to the other, eager to see the famous giant wolf. Ned, while leading the family outside, cast a reproachful look at Theon, whose ironic expression had vanished after Arya's kick. "Theon, control yourself," Ned reprimanded succinctly before joining his children. Catelyn, visibly disturbed and reluctant, remained beside her husband with a frown. Her feelings for Jon were complex and bitter, and she did not wish to witness his arrival. Outside, the guards had closed the gate in a hurry, fearing the giant wolf. For a moment, there was hesitation and uncertainty among them. "Lord Stark, should we open the gate?" asked one of the guards, his voice betraying nervousness. Ned nodded firmly. "Yes, open it. That wolf is not a threat. It's Ghost, Jon's companion." The guards quickly obeyed, opening the gate wide enough to allow the entry of the giant wolf. On the other side, Jon waited patiently, his calm demeanor contrasting with the agitation inside the walls of Winterfell. Jon Snow's entrance into Winterfell was an impressive sight that captured everyone's attention. Dressed in shining armor, adorned with intricate symbols of dragons and wolves, he reflected the summer morning sun of the north, creating an almost hypnotic effect. The armor, made of a greenish metal called Eldon, shone intensely, standing out against the backdrop of the castle and the walls of Winterfell around him. He rode and marched with Ghost, the giant wolf, whose stature exceeded that of any horse ever seen in Winterfell. The Eldon armor covering Ghost made him look even more majestic and formidable, with meticulously fitted plates allowing fluid and agile movements. Jon, on his imposing mount, had a serene look, but his presence exuded an undeniable authority. His eyes, a deep gray with a bright green circle around the irises, were a clear indication of the power he had received from the old gods. These penetrating eyes swept the gathered crowd, conveying a mix of strength, wisdom, and a maturity beyond his years. As Jon approached, the admiration and awe among the Starks and the inhabitants of Winterfell were palpable. Catelyn, terrified of the creature and the bastard who looked nothing like the frail boy who left Winterfell 2 years ago, was the first to shout. "Ned, how can you say welcome a guest when there's a monster entering the castle?" His wife was hysterical. She had left Rickon in the hall with a wet nurse so as not to see the bastard brother, and now, with that creature, realized it was a good choice in the end, but feared that the wolf would pounce on her family, as she always feared the bastard would. "Calm down, Catelyn," Ned roared, knowing he had already been with these wolves, and they would do no harm unless provoked. "Whoa!" Arya, with radiant joy, shouted with bright eyes for Jon and how cool he looked. She even began to believe that Sansa's stupid stories were true and that there was a powerful knight like a hero in the end. And that was her brother. Robb and Sansa, like the other family members, shuddered a bit seeing that wolf, watching the scene with a mix of surprise and caution. Jon's transformation, from the bastard and rejected child who had left Winterfell years ago to this imposing boy now returning, was hard to process. Theon Greyjoy, meanwhile, watched with a cautious look, perhaps reconsidering his position and attitude towards Jon, fearing that he might retaliate with that creature. Jon POV. The Northern Kingdom, 292 AC, at the same moment. Jon approached Winterfell, his heart pounding in his chest, aware of the magnitude of the moment. Mounted on Ghost, the giant wolf with shining armor, He was the embodiment of a leader born in the wild lands beyond the wall. As he approached the gate of Winterfell, Jon observed the reactions of those waiting for him. Catelyn Stark was clearly terrified of Ghost, her fear transpiring in every hysterical word. Jon noticed Rickon's absence, deducing that Catelyn had kept him away. In his gray eyes, there was a flash of sadness for this rejection, but he did not let it shake his determination. Arya, his dear sister, was a stark contrast. Her joy and admiration at seeing him were palpable. Jon felt warmth in his chest hearing her shout of excitement, a reminder of the unconditional love they always shared. Robb and Sansa, on the other hand, reacted with a mix of surprise and discomfort. Jon could see their difficulty in accepting his transformation. Robb, in particular, seemed to struggle to understand the presence of the brother he once despised. Sansa, with her gaze divided between fascination and caution, seemed to question the stories of knights and heroes she so adored. Theon Greyjoy, always the observer, kept a cautious expression, assessing Jon as if seeing him for the first time. Jon knew that Theon might be reconsidering his previous attitude towards him, especially now that Jon returned with a power and presence that could not be ignored. Jon didn't approach further with his wolf. When Jon dismounted Ghost, a silence fell over the courtyard. His decision to approach on foot was a gesture of respect and consideration, an attempt to alleviate the fear that his arrival had caused. Letting Ghost drift away, Jon walked towards his family, each step echoing with the strength of his new identity. His gaze swept over the faces of his family, capturing every nuance of emotion. He knew his arrival would change many things in Winterfell, but he was ready to face these challenges and his old fears. Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, had left. Now, a transformed leader returned, ready to redefine his place in the family and the world. Arya POV. The Northern Kingdom, 292 AC, at the same moment. Arya watched, fascinated and incredulous, as the colossal wolf approached the gate of Winterfell. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined witnessing such a scene. The creature, larger than any horse she had ever seen, sported a stunning armor of black, red, and a touch of green that blended perfectly with its white fur. The visual impact was so intense that, for a moment, Arya forgot to breathe. Then, she saw who was riding the wolf. It was Jon, her brother, who had left for beyond the wall so long ago. The sight of him there, atop that gigantic wolf, wearing armor that seemed to belong to the heroes of the songs and stories Sansa adored, was enough to leave anyone speechless. Arya felt a mix of admiration, surprise, and a warm, familial affection. Jon was no longer the despised bastard brother she remembered. He had transformed into something more, something majestic and powerful. Jon's armor was a spectacle in itself, red and black, with details that captured the sunlight, standing out against the clear morning sky. The symbols of a white dragon and a white wolf, one on each breastplate of the armor, were so artistically made they seemed almost alive. Arya was mesmerized. This was worthy of the epic tales Sansa told. Jon jumped off the 2.6-meter-tall wolf, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, and walked up to us. Even Father was stunned, and Jon looked like a prince from Sansa's silly stories. She couldn't contain herself. The etiquette and decorum, so emphasized in Winterfell, meant nothing at that moment. Arya didn't care about the surprised looks or the shocked expressions around her. All that mattered was Jon, her brother, who had come back home. With her heart racing and tears starting to form in her eyes, she ran. "Jon!" Arya shouted, her voice laden with emotion. She ran as fast as she could, the wind blowing her brown hair as she neared him. Her mind was empty of everything except the need to embrace her brother, to feel his presence, to confirm that he was really there in front of her. Jon, seeing her, opened his arms, ready to receive her. When Arya finally reached Jon with the shock of contact, she jumped into his arms, hugging him with all the strength she had against his armor. Tears of joy and relief streamed down her face as she clung to him. "Jon, where have you been? You disappeared, Jon. I missed you so much I cried every day. I always prayed for you, T.O. Come back to me, and you did," she exclaimed between sobs and laughter. Jon hugged her back with equal intensity, his own tears mingling with hers. "I'm so sorry, my little wolf. I really am. Not a day goes by without me thinking of you, Arya." Jon's words, laden with emotion and fraternal love, warmed Arya's heart. "You idiot. You owe me a good explanation, you hear?" Arya said, between sobs and laughter, still embracing him. Jon smiled, his tears still marking his face, and nodded. "I promise, Arya. I'll tell you everything." With a gentle gesture, he released her and took her hand, leading her closer to the family, who watched them with a mix of shock, surprise, and, in some cases, disgust. Jon stood up and took her hand to lead her to the rest of the waiting family. His father was frozen with Jon in his armor, and now I noticed he was carrying dual blades on his back, looking even cooler in her view. One sword had a dragon hilt, and the other a white wolf. My mother looked grim with Jon in front of her. Robb also had a strange expression. Jon, at only 11 years old, was 1,000 times cooler than Robb. Just look at Jon's armor. Robb looked like a child compared to Jon in physical features, even though Jon was only slightly taller than the heir. My lost brother must have hardened through various battles, and what I wanted most now was to be with my brother fighting against his enemies. Sansa looked with conflicting eyes, as Jon resembled the heroes of her stories. Ironically, the one she always looked down upon for being a bastard. Bran wanted to run, but his mother wouldn't let him, and Rickon didn't know who he was. He could only tilt his head out from his mother's feathers. Jon went up to his father with a smile and embraced him without any formality. His father was stunned, but accepted the hug from his son. "Look at you, father. How have you been?" Jon, with a beautiful smile, asked, not bothering to greet the rest of the group. He noticed that his heir brother and mother did not appreciate this attitude. "I'm fine, son. It's good to see you again. We have a lot to talk about," his father said with a smile full of longing, so genuine that Arya hadn't seen its like. Jon nodded and went to see the rest of the family. Jon turned to them, but not to greet his mother, heir brother, or older sister. He went to 5-year-old Bran and gave him a hug, which Bran returned, asking why Jon had disappeared and why he had abandoned him. "Of course not. Brother, I was having my own adventures. I was very busy, but I still miss you so much, Bran," Jon said, laughing, and his mother couldn't take it anymore. "You bastard. You must stop acting like you're a king and show us respect," she said angrily, and I was angry with her attitude. This made Bran choose and look at his mother fearfully. "Just a fish talking, don't worry, Bran." Jon looked at Bran and winked, saying these words with a shrug, not caring at all about our mother's hostility. But the words he spoke shocked everyone. He simply called her a fish. Catelyn turned red with anger, and Arya knew she would have a fit of rage at that moment. "Shut up, bastard. You have no right to speak to me like that." His father was stunned by the situation, but Jon didn't let him say anything before speaking himself. "Yes, a bastard, but today I say with pride that I am Jon Snow. And look at you, the daughter of a great house, wife of the most powerful house in the north, but a foolish woman who can't even hold her emotions in front of an 11-year-old, a woman hostage to her own fears," Jon said mockingly, and everyone was paralyzed by this comment. "Jon, I am very happy to see you here, but I need you to maintain respect in my house," his father roared. "Lord Stark, honestly, it wasn't the smartest move to put people who openly show hostility towards me and who don't welcome me in the castle to receive me. You could only expect this outcome, and with all due respect, Lord Stark, I did not imagine you being so foolish," Jon said angrily and firmly, leaving even his father speechless. Arya was shocked at how the situation was unfolding, squeezing Jon's hand. "You can't talk like that to the Lord of Winterfell, bastard son or not," Septa Mordane shouted from the enraged crowd. Jon looked at her for a moment, and then turned his eyes back to his stunned father. "Lord Stark, if I am indeed not welcome at the castle, I will leave as soon as we finish. Can I go talk in your solar to expedite things then?" Jon said simply, ignoring Arya's mother, Robb, and Sansa. Even Theon had a look of astonishment with Jon's open disdain against those who had done the same to him before leaving Winterfell. "Ned, are you going to let him talk like that to your wife?" My mother roared, and his father sighed. "You provoke him too, Catelyn. I will see what Jon wants, and he will leave after that," his father said, frustrated. Arya was immediately scared. Is Jon going away? His brother didn't care, shrugged, and continued following his father, leaving people murmuring in the castle. He had practically hit his mother in the face with his last comment. Jon was fierce now. He rebutted the whole world like a power. Jon sent Ghost to Wolfwoods, and father and son entered the castle. Ned and Jon walked together towards the solar, passing some servants, a familiar space for both, but laden with distinct memories. As they crossed the corridor, Ned watched Jon carefully, noting his confident posture and the way his eyes analyzed every detail around them. Upon entering the solar, a place filled with stories and decisions of the past, Jon paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping the room that remained unchanged since his last visit. The bookshelves, the large wooden table, and Lord Stark's chair, all as he remembered. For Jon, however, this place brought back memories of a time when he felt marginalized and uncertain of his place in the world. The last time he had been there, the circumstances had been less than pleasant, marked by difficult conversations and uncomfortable lies. But he no longer cared. This was no longer his home, and frankly, did he even care whether the truth about the theft came out or not? Why should he fight for a place in a location he despised, where he did not intend to stay long? Sitting opposite Ned, Jon cast a serious look. The initial silence was broken by Jon, who did not hesitate to express his intentions. "Father, let's not waste time. I want two things," said Jon, his voice showing a maturity and direction that surprised Ned. Ned, seated in his chair, leaned slightly forward, giving his full attention to his son. He was used to leading, to making decisions, but at that moment he realized he was facing a young man who had grown far beyond the walls of Winterfell. He had a completely different aura from 2 years ago. He was fierce, fearlessly rebutting those around him now. Jon seemed anything but an 11-year-old child to Ned, not at all comparable to Theon and his heir son. His eyes, though the same shade of green he had witnessed 2 years ago, now seemed much more mature. Not to mention they even reflected a certain public disgust for them. Jon had disappeared 2 years ago and returned as a fierce boy, different from the more passive behavior he had at the time. He could even retort his wife's tongue. Whatever had happened beyond the wall with the child, it seems he had not only sharpened his sword, but his tongue and mind seemed to have made him a fierce speaker in any discussion. He basically controlled the situation in the courtyard without fear of punishment, even being a child with only 11 named days. Despite his disgust at how the boy acted, even with his wife despising him, Ned also had a bit of pride, he had to admit. "Speak, Jon. What do you want?" asked Ned, ready to listen and understand the demands that made his son leave the north of the wall to come here, and apparently, this was the main reason for his son's transformative visit. The courtyard case should be ignored for now. Jon looked steadily at his father and replied clearly, "I want the crown of winter, and I want old Nan and her family." Ned's eyes widened, surprised by the first request. The crown of winter? But that was lost generations ago, long before even Aegon arrived in Westeros. "No, father. It's in the crypt in one of the chambers. Don't ask me how I know this, but I'm telling the truth," Jon replied with unsettling calm. "And why do you want the crown of winter?" asked Ned, still trying to process the information. "I founded a country called Arctic beyond the wall. Lord Commander Mormont must have mentioned it in his letter. As its founder and leader, I've taken the role of its king," Jon explained with surprising calm. He continued, revealing more about his plans. "I'm building a wall to protect my city and my people. But to complete this task, I need the help of giants. The crown of winter, an ancient relic of the kings of winter, holds great significance for them. I remembered a tradition, something I saw in the old records about Brandon the Builder. When the giants helped to raise the wall, the kings of winter made a pact with them using this crown. Many may have forgotten, but the giants have not. If they find a worthy bearer, they will follow him, just like the pact between Skagos and the Starks." Ned Stark remained silent, trying to absorb the flood of information Jon had just revealed. The idea of Jon founding a country beyond the Wall and proclaiming himself king was something Ned could never have imagined. Arctica, a name that sounded as distant and mysterious as the lands it represented. You founded a kingdom beyond the Wall, Ned finally asked, his voice mixing admiration and disbelief. And now you are its king? Jon nodded with a confidence that seemed to emanate from every word. Yes, father, and I have a people to care for. Jon, I heard from the Lord Commander's letter, but it's still hard to believe. Ned admitted, I know, but I can affirm with my life that it exists. Jon spoke firmly, and Ned sighed. I can't disagree, Jon. Look at you. You're the proof of anything you say. I'm proud of you, Jon. I just want to know what you plan regarding the Southern Kingdoms by building this kingdom. Ned wanted to ask. Jon could shift the entire political power with a new kingdom beyond the Wall. The muster of 500 giants already screamed that. Jon maintained his firm gaze on Ned, reflecting the seriousness of the subject. As for the Seven Kingdoms and the South, my position is clear. As long as they don't interfere or harm Arctica, we will maintain peace. I have no interest in conflicts with the Southern Kingdoms, as long as mutual respect is upheld, said Jon, his voice conveying unwavering determination. Ned nodded slowly, absorbing Jon's diplomatic but firm stance. And the Wall? The wildling attacks have always been a concern. Knowing there's a kingdom with armored soldiers and giants, it's going to scare the entire realm. Jon smiled slightly, as if anticipating this question. My stance will be neutral, but this will change, father. Part of the reason I founded Arctica is to unify the tribes beyond the Wall. With Arctica, the attacks to the south will significantly decrease. I will ensure that. I'm establishing a new order beyond the Wall, where constant conflict gives way to peaceful coexistence. The free people have many tribes with scarce resources. They end up having no choice but to raid the Northern Kingdom. I'm not validating their actions. Raiding is still raiding, but with a kingdom that guarantees this need, many will opt for a peaceful life, and I can deal with anyone who has wrong ideas in my lands. Ned observed Jon, surprised and impressed by the maturity and political vision his son displayed. This could change everything, Jon. If you can achieve it, you might bring lasting peace after thousands of years of struggle. That's the plan, father. Arctica isn't just a refuge for those beyond the Wall, but a symbol of unity and strength. I want it to be a place where everyone, wildlings, giants, dwarves, can live and prosper together. Jon explained with a passion that shone in his eyes. Ned felt a mix of pride and apprehension. You have my support, Jon, and that of Winterfell too, as long as Arctica's intentions remain peaceful. Thank you, father. I promise that Arctica will be a loyal ally to the North and the Wall. Together, we can build a safer future for everyone. Yes, now about the pact with the giants you mentioned, he said, returning to the extraordinary story his son mentioned earlier. Jon, sensing Ned's hesitation, added a crucial detail. To obtain the crown of winter, I offer Winterfell 400,000 golden dragons. And after my death, the crown will return here, where it belongs with the Starks. Do you think that's fair? Ned shifted from pride to a state of astonishment. 400,000 gold dragons. It was a colossal sum, equivalent to 80% of House Stark's guarded treasure. Jon, where did such wealth come from? Ned asked, his voice trembling with surprise and a hint of paternal concern. Jon responded with a light but confident smile. Arctica has its own resources, father. I am a king, and I can say I am as wealthy as a major house in the south, perhaps not as much as the Tyrells or Lannisters, but that will change in a few years, said Jon. Ned was at a loss for words. His son, a prince of the realm he had hidden to protect, now claiming to be a king beyond the Wall and offering him 400,000 gold coins for a Stark house, symbol hidden somewhere amidst spiderwebs. Ned remained thoughtful, observing Jon, who displayed an impressive maturity for his age. The question about old Nen still echoed in his mind when he finally decided to address it. And why old Nan, Jon? He asked, curious about Jon's choice. Jon answered with a conviction reflecting his consideration and respect for the old nurse. "Father, old Nan is more than just a caretaker. She raised grandfather and has a deep knowledge of our northern culture. She's surrounded by southerners here, and I feel this environment is no longer the best for her or for Hodder. Your wife has wanted to get rid of her for years, so I want to take her to Arctica, where she can have the peace she deserves and help teach our people about the traditions of the North. She will be valued and respected, as she should be." Ned, understanding Jon's logic and respect for the old nurse, nodded slowly, knowing how his wife often complained about the elderly woman. "If she agrees, Jon, you can take her. As for the Crown of Winter, considering we don't have a king in the north and your initiative in Arctica, I grant it to you without cost." Jon, surprised and grateful for his father's generosity, responded with a gesture of appreciation. "In that case, Father, since you are giving me the crown for free, I would like to make a donation to House Stark. I am donating 400,000 gold dragons. Ask the men on the wall to allow the passage of the shipment I prepared exclusively to come to Winterfell. House Stark can use this gold as they see fit, whether for their own benefit or to help the people of the North." Ned looked at Jon, impressed by his generosity and sense of responsibility. A smile of pride and satisfaction lit up his face. "Thank you, Jon. Your generosity will be a great help to the North and our house." After the generous agreement, Ned and Jon stood up to visit the Crypts of Winterfell, where the Crown of Winter was stored according to Jon. As they walked through the corridors of the castle, the news that they were going to the Crypts spread quickly, arousing curiosity and surprise among the Stark family members and castle inhabitants. Caitlin, hearing the news, felt discontent. "Why is the bastard still in this castle?" she murmured to herself. Arya, on the other hand, was excited about the idea of accompanying Jon and Ned to the Crypts. "Can I come too, Father?" she asked, approaching them in the courtyard after she escaped from the septa, her eyes shining with excitement. But according to Jon, the crown was in a very deep part of the crypt and would not be safe for his youngest daughter. Bran also appeared, drawn by the adventure. "I want to see too," he exclaimed, wishing to join them. "Sorry, children, but where we're going will be dangerous. It won't be safe for you. Wait for us outside." Ned spoke firmly, leaving the children sad. Ned and Jon, with only a torch to light the way, entered the Crypts of Winterfell, a place of memory and respect for the ancestors of House Stark. Enveloped by the sacred quiet, they descended the stone stairs, the sound of their steps echoing off the cold, damp walls. The torchlight cast ghostly shadows over the rows of statues that lined the corridor. Each statue, a representation of a Stark from the past, stared at the living with expressions carved in stone, empty eyes that seemed to follow the two visitors. As they progressed, they reached the first part of the crypt where the statues of Brandon, Rickard, and Lyanna Stark stood solemn and imposing. Ned stopped before them, the torchlight flickering over the stone features, bringing a sense of closeness to the past. He looked at the statue of his brother Brandon with a look of reverence. "My brother Brandon," Ned said softly. "He was destined for great things, but his life was cruelly cut short." Next to Brandon stood the statue of his father, Rickard Stark. The expression on the sculpted face conveyed strength and dignity, a reminder of the legacy he had left for his family and the North. And then there was Lyanna. Her statue had a serene, almost melancholic beauty. Ned sighed, his eyes lingering on her. "Lyanna," he murmured, "a beloved sister, whose death still weighs heavily on my heart." Jon observed each statue, absorbing the history and the weight of the Stark lineage that ran in his veins. All of them were lost in the fall of the Targaryens, weren't they? Jon asked curiously. "Yes." Ned spoke with sadness in his memories of the war that occurred more than 10 years ago. Jon approached the statue of Lyanna, his aunt, a figure always shrouded in mystery and sadness. "Aunt Lyanna," he spoke, his voice low. "I always wondered what it would have been like to know her." For a moment, Ned was nervous about this, unsure of what to say with Jon in front of his true mother. Jon noticed his father's nervousness, but he attributed it to painful memories. He couldn't see the green dream because it was blocked, but the stories only told of death or the rise of Robert Baratheon. "Shall we continue, Jon?" His father spoke, and Jon took his eyes off the woman who so captivated his attention, as if she wanted to say something to him, and turned back to his father. "Let's move on," Jon said. Then, resuming their purpose, they went deeper into the crypts. Jon now led the way, moving as if he had been in that place hundreds of times. They arrived at the section where the kings of winter began, all staring with firm eyes. "They have been here for thousands of years," Jon commented. "It's not a bad thing for a Stark. We've always had this tradition since the beginning of our family," Ned commented as they continued to descend and the path became even more ancient. "We are quite deep down. I've never been here. Are you sure about the way, Jon?" Ned asked a bit cautiously, as they were quite deep below at this point. "Yes, I'm sure it's this way. Don't worry," Jon said, his voice echoing off the cold walls. After a silent and reflective journey through the crypts, Jon and Ned arrived in front of an imposing statue of a king of winter who lived more than 5,000 years ago. The atmosphere around the statue was almost reverent, charged with a sense of antiquity and long-forgotten secrets. "This is Edric Stark, known in his time as Edric Snowbeard," Jon began. This king was an enigmatic figure in the lost history of the Starks, whose reign had been marked by controversial decisions and a complex legacy. He ruled during a tumultuous time and made many decisions that deeply affected the North thousands of years ago. One of them was hiding the crown of winter. Ned, curious, asked, "Why would he do that, Jon? Hide such an important symbol of our history?" Jon looked at the statue, his eyes reflecting disdain. He was known to be quite selfish and fearful. The legend says that Edric feared the crown of winter falling into the wrong hands or being used for power claims he disagreed with. Instead of trusting his heirs and the wisdom of future kings of winter, he decided to hide the crown, believing that only a truly worthy king could find it. So he distrusted even his own blood. Ned murmured, contemplative, "Yes, Edric hid the crown in the place where he would be buried, claiming it was stolen, leading the North into turmoil, as they believed it was the Undulls trying to dominate the North and sending thieves," Jon concluded. Jon, without hesitation, unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, its blade reflecting the faint torchlight. The sword, a gift from the Targaryens, was a rare and powerful relic, and Ned couldn't help but admire its beauty and the way Jon wielded it with confidence and respect. "Jon, that sword," Ned began, surprised, already recognizing which sword it was. "It's Valyrian steel, Dark Sister, a gift I received," Jon interrupted, focused on his task. He positioned himself next to a large stone, which seemed to be a hidden entrance beside the statue. With a surprising effort, displaying almost superhuman strength, Jon began to move the stone. Ned watched, astonished by his son's strength and determination. With one final push, Jon managed to remove the stone, revealing a secret space behind the statue. Inside, on a stone pedestal, rested the crown of winter, as legendary as it was forgotten. The crown appeared to be made of sculpted ice, with each detail shimmering under the faint light, like eternal ice crystals reflecting in the only light they had in that darkness. Ned approached, his expression a mix of admiration and disbelief. "The crown of winter. I never imagined it actually existed beneath us all this time." Jon looked at the crown with an almost sacred gaze. "It exists, Father, and it's a symbol of the power of the kings of winter, a link to our past." Ned looked at Jon. "You really found it. I really want to know how you know all this, even about the king who hid it, but I'm sure I won't like the answer." Ned said, "Green." Jon looked at the crown in his hands, thoughtful about the weight of responsibility he now carried. It was very similar to the weapons used by the White Walkers, as if he were holding ice itself. Jon tightened his grip on this magical item and knew it would be a good addition to his expedition to the west of the lands beyond the wall. Ned, walking alongside his son, as they approached the exit of the crypts, the daylight began to seep in, dispelling the shadows. Some inhabitants of the castle, who were waiting for their exit, looked surprised and admiring to see Jon carrying a bright crown. Murmurs began among them, and Arya reappeared with attentive eyes. Arya, with her characteristic impatience and enthusiasm, was the first to approach them, her eyes fixed on the crown in Jon's hands. "Jon, is it true that you are leaving after this?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of sadness and concern, as her mother had been saying that Jon would leave as soon as they left the crypts. Arya suddenly focused her attention on the shiny object in Jon's hands. "Hey, what is this beautiful crown that you and Dad brought from the crypts?" she asked hastily. Arya's question about the bright crown only increased the curiosity of those present. Jon didn't answer immediately and looked at his father. Lord Stark intervened to calm his daughter's concerns. "Jon will stay in the castle for a few more days, Arya," he informed her, reassuring her and establishing that Jon would remain in Winterfell for a while, despite the tensions that occurred earlier in the courtyard. Ned emphasized that Catelyn would not interfere with Jon's stay, as the boy would give money to the family and needed to be here to receive the shipment of gold. Jon, in turn, addressed Arya with a brotherly smile. "I'll stay a few more days, little sister, and this is the crown of winter. It was used by our ancestors to rule the North," he explained, his tone of voice laden with respect for the heritage and history of the Stark family. "Jon, why do you have this crown? Are you going to be a king?" Arya asked, her eyes shining with admiration and curiosity. Jon smiled at his younger sister. "Actually, Arya, I'm already a king. I founded a kingdom beyond the wall called Arctica," Jon explained, causing a mix of surprise and disbelief among the spectators, even though people first thought of Jon hallucinating like a child. "Amazing," Arya exclaimed, her voice full of admiration. She didn't doubt Jon's words for a moment, unlike some of the onlookers who still thought Jon was just fantasizing. Then, Arya's attention turned to the swords on Jon's back. One in particular caught her attention. "Jon, why does your sword have a dragon hilt?" Arya asked, pointing to the peculiar sword. "This is Dark Sister, the sword of Visenya Targaryen," Jon replied, unsheathing the Valyrian steel sword. The dark, wavy metal of the blade shone in the sunlight, capturing the attention of everyone around. It was a rare sight to see a Valyrian steel sword, especially one with so much history. Arya's eyes widened, impressed by the sword that belonged to one of the most iconic figures in Westeros history. Jon, noticing Arya's interest, handed her the sword so she could hold it. She took it carefully, feeling the weight and history in her hands. The sword, once wielded by a great warrior, was now in the hands of a young girl who dreamed of adventures and battles. "It's amazing, Jon. Visenya Targaryen used it with her dragon, Vhagar," she shouted with joy. "Be careful with that steel, Arya. This is no joke," Ned warned his daughter. Robb Stark, watching from the corner of the courtyard, couldn't disguise his jealousy. He saw in Jon, who had left Winterfell as a boy 3 years ago, someone who now returned wrapped in glory and bearing legendary items. Theon Greyjoy, by his side, shared a similar sentiment, both impressed and at the same time resentful of Jon's transformation. "Father, can I stay in my old room? Is it free?" Jon turned to his father after sheathing the sword. "Yes, you can stay there," Ned replied, and Jon nodded. "Let's go, Jon. I'll take you there," Arya said with joy. "I want to go too." Bran emerged from among the guards and servants and went to Jon and Arya. "Shouldn't you be doing your tasks?" Jon raised an amused eyebrow. "I escaped from the Septa's lesson. Father, please, let me spend some time with my brother. Please, please, please," Arya pleaded like a kitten to Ned. Lord Stark saw this and sighed. "All right, you are relieved from your duties to spend time with Jon," he said, and Arya and Bran were very excited about it. Jon, holding the crown of winter and accompanied by his siblings, walked through the castle, attracting looks of admiration and astonishment. They arrived at an isolated part of the castle, and Jon looked at the door in front of him with a specific look. In that place, he used to cry countless times, crying for a dead mother, that life wasn't easy for a bastard being judged by everyone, but now he had returned no longer as that boy. He was something greater He was ready to face those places with his chin up. Opening the door, Jon entered the room, with Arya and Bran following closely. The room seemed smaller than he remembered, but every detail was still fresh in his memory. Arya, observing Jon's serious expression, asked softly, "Jon, are you okay? I slept several times here." "I am." "You slept here?" Jon raised an eyebrow at this. "Yes. Mother never liked it and even put a guard here, but I always did when I could," she said with some pride. Bran, with his innocent curiosity, examined the room. "It looks like a normal room," he commented. "It is." Bran, Jon smiled. "Jon, is it true that you live beyond the wall with wildlings? That you have giants and many giant wolves like the one you brought?" He bombarded Jon with questions, and Jon ruffled his brother's hair. Jon sat on the bed, the crown of winter beside him, and looked at his siblings. "I have many stories, Bran. Would you like to hear them?" "Yes, please tell me," he said excitedly. Jon looked at Bran and Arya with a smile. "Well, beyond the wall, it's a completely different world. Yes, Bran, there are wildlings, giants, dwarfs, and even giant animals. It's a place full of mysteries and dangers." "Dwarfs? Like the imp of the Lannisters?" Arya asked curiously. "No, Arya. That dwarf is a human with a genetic error. I'm talking about real dwarfs. They're an entire community of small beings," Jon explained. "That's incredible, Jon," Bran exclaimed in admiration. Arya approached, curious. "Have you ever fought a Jon laughed. "A few times, but don't compare my strength to theirs, Arya. Giants are our allies, and many of them my own people while living in Arctic lands. They have their own culture, a bit different from ours. They helped us build Arctica and are living among us." Bran seemed amazed. "And about your giant wolves? Are they like Ghost?" "Yes, but not larger. Ghost is special," Jon said proudly. Arya, always enthusiastic about stories of courage and adventure, asked, "Jon, why do you have a dragon on your armor? Aren't they from the Targaryens?" "Oh, that." Jon looked at the symbols on his body and smiled. "I can tell, but you mustn't tell anyone about this," Jon smiled mysteriously. "Yes, we promise not to tell anyone," the children exclaimed excitedly. "I have a living dragon. He's as white as Ghost with green stripes." Jon spoke as if it were a secret to hide. "Really? A dragon?" the children exclaimed in admiration, unable to believe what they were hearing. "How did you find him?" Arya asked. "Well, I received an egg." Jon continued to tell his story of how Aragorn was born to his younger siblings in that room. The three siblings spent time together, Jon telling stories of his adventures and teachings beyond the wall. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Catelyn Stark was fervently arguing with Ned in his solar. "How can you allow him to stay here after everything he said?" she questioned, indignant at Jon's prolonged presence. Ned, maintaining his calm, tried to explain the situation. "Catelyn, Jon has brought a significant contribution to Winterfell in the north. He deserves our hospitality, at least for a few days." Catelyn, however, was not easily convinced. "He is just a bastard, Ned. And now he talks about being a king? That's absurd." "You need to understand, Catelyn," Ned insisted. "Jon is part of this family, whether you like it or not. He has brought honor and wealth to Winterfell, and he deserves our respect." Catelyn, however, was blinded by her own convictions. "He is a threat, Ned. You are being blind. I will not listen to you talk about this anymore, Catelyn. Jon is our guest, and I have ensured that you will not bother him. Listen to what I am saying. He will stay here a few days, and it's better for you not to bother him with your venom. Otherwise, forget your authority in this house after this." Ned threatened with an intense look. "Look at you, Ned. That boy is clouding your mind with manipulations. He is planning to take Winterfell," she almost shouted. "How can you be so foolish? Jon is sending a lot of gold to this house. He has no political support, and no one would accept it if Jon took Winterfell. Why can't you see that? Another thing, he has an army on the other side of the wall. It's better not to become his enemy cat. Be rational for once in your life. Jon won't usurp Robb." Ned was tired of his wife's madness. "You don't see how he is defying us now? A bastard should not act like this. He is a threat, Ned. Even more so now that he has an army." She continued insisting. Ned sighed. knowing that the discussion with Caitlin about Jon was always delicate. "He has changed, Caitlin. He is not the boy who left Winterfell. So don't provoke him. I'm warning you." Ned spoke with a tone of authority again. Caitlin remained unsatisfied. She didn't respond to Ned and left the solar without saying anything. Night fell in Winterfell, and Jon found himself at the servants' table, an unlikely place for someone of his new status, but he didn't mind. Bran and Arya, defying expectations and protocol, chose to sit next to Jon, preferring his company to the formality of the high table with their family, to Caitlyn's dismay. The children's decision had been met with reprimands from Caitlyn, but Ned authorized their presence next to their brother. Jon saw little Rickon for the first time in his mother's arms and was happy to see the child. He wanted to hold him, but knew the fish would never allow that. Even looking at the boy, he already received dagger-like glares from Caitlyn. The table was filled with laughter and animated conversations. Jon shared more stories of his adventures beyond the wall, and some he witnessed in Greensight, his eyes always shining whenever he saw the fascination in Bran and Arya. Arya, always curious and fearless, asked about every detail, while Bran listened with admiration, daydreaming about those distant lands. As the night progressed, the atmosphere in the dining room became warmer and more cheerful. After dinner, Jon said goodbye to Bran and Arya, leaving them with a smile and promises of more stories in the coming days. He walked through the corridors of Winterfell, feeling the atmosphere of the place he once called home. Upon reaching his old room, Jon slowly opened the door, allowing the memories to flood his mind once again. The room, though small and modest, contained fragments of his childhood, every corner filled with memories of a simpler and yet more painful time. He sat on the bed, now a man transformed by the journey beyond the wall, but still connected to that space that once represented so much suffering and loneliness. The room, though full of ghosts of the past, no longer had power over him. Jon was now a leader, a king, and the walls of that room could not contain the magnitude of what he had become. The night advanced silently as he sat looking at the room from his bed, and Jon found an unexpected peace in the solitude of that space. He no longer felt the sadness that once was, wondering if the day would be the same as the one before, if he would wake up the next day and be judged for being a bastard son, a stain on the Stark family. The judging eyes still continued, as Jon could perceive, but that no longer affected him as before. He only felt pity for those people who would live their lives in such a way until the end of their days. Lying down on the bed, Jon calmly closed his eyes. He slept not as the bastard of Winterfell, but as Jon Arctica, the king of Arctica, a man who forged his own path and destiny with the help of the gods who smiled upon him. The next morning, Jon chose not to join the family for breakfast. Instead, he headed to the castle's library, a place he had been eager to explore since he entered the gates of Winterfell. The library of Winterfell, with its tall shelves filled with ancient tomes, had always been a refuge for those seeking knowledge and understanding. Jon recognized many books he had already read and went to the sections he had not yet explored. As he lost himself among the books, Jon opened various tomes from the Stark collection. He flipped through the pages at high speed, immersing himself in the chronicles of ancient battles, the legends of the first men, and the mysteries of the children of the forest with the knowledge the Starks had acquired. He spent more time looking at the battles of the Long Night. He had seen some of the fights, but wanted to see the thoughts of the Stark family on the Long Night after thousands of years. Since the battle between the living and the dead was treated as a mere legend to scare children nowadays, Jon didn't care about that. He decided to end the threat from the north on his own, without help from the south. If he tried something like that, he would just be ridiculed, and even if the south believed nobody would help Arctica in the end, opting to stay behind the wall. Jon spent hours looking at the books, and then Maester Luwin entered the library. The old Maester, with a chain of various links around his neck, representing his knowledge in several areas, paused for a moment at the entrance, observing Jon. He always had a watchful eye and a curious mind, and seeing Jon, a young man he had seen grow up, now completely absorbed in books, brought him a sense of satisfaction. Jon, called Luwin, his calm and measured voice breaking the silence of the room. "It's good to see you still find comfort in books. Is there something specific you are looking for?" John looked up from the pages, a bit surprised at being interrupted, but also pleased to see a familiar face. "Maester Lewin, good morning. I was just refreshing my memory about some of the ancient legends of the North. They are fascinating stories." "Indeed, they are," Lewin agreed, approaching. "The stories of the Starks and the North are deep and full of meaning. Is there something in particular that caught your attention?" John closed the book he was reading and set it aside. "I'm interested in learning more about the ancient relations between the Starks and other mythical creatures of the North, like giants and the children of the forest. I believe knowledge of the past can be useful for the future. I heard you have giants as companions. I would like to see such creatures. Many might not believe, but all accounts affirm you with them," he said, thinking about the 4-meter-tall men. "It's true, they are my people. I'm surprised to find the viewpoints of the ancient Starks on them in these books." Lewin nodded, understanding. "The wisdom of the past always illuminates the way to the future," he said, and continued. "John, it's good to finally have the opportunity to talk with you. It seems a lot has happened since the last time we were together. How has life been beyond the wall?" "You don't have to answer if you're too busy with these books," asked Lewin, genuinely interested, but also respecting someone in pursuit of knowledge. "It's all right. I will be here for many days." "We can talk," John said, and set aside his book to speak with the maester. John shared some of the details of his journey, talking about his experiences and learnings. As the conversation progressed, Lewin became increasingly impressed with John's maturity and intelligence, and his command of language. Despite his young age, John spoke with the wisdom of someone who had experienced and learned far more than most in his lifetime. "You have a remarkable perspective, John. Your understanding of matters is noteworthy for someone of your age," observed Lewin. "I've learned many things and can even speak a few languages," John said, making Lewin even more surprised. During the conversation, John demonstrated his skill in various languages. He spoke fluently in High Valyrian, the Old Tongue, Bravosi Valyrian, the Dothraki language, and even the complex language of the closed country like Et. Lewin was particularly impressed with this ability. "John, your fluency in so many languages is extraordinary. It reveals not just your intelligence, but also a breadth of knowledge that shouldn't be possible for a boy of your age. This is intriguing how you learned all this beyond the wall in this place called Arctica," Lewin commented admiringly. John had to learn these languages, studying various subjects with different peoples. He learned to understand all the knowledge in these last 2 years. "John, it's truly incredible how much you've learned and grown in the past 3 years," said Lewin, looking at John with a mix of admiration and surprise. "When I last saw you, you were a curious child, but now you have wisdom that would embarrass many of my colleagues at the Citadel." "Thank you, Master Lewin. I was lucky to find a great master beyond the wall. I learn a lot from him. I would like to meet this master, John. Someone who could have taught you all his knowledge is truly extraordinary. But not just that, you really have an extraordinary mind, John. You would have been a great student here in Winterfell, but it seems that the world beyond the wall has been your true home now," Lewin said thoughtfully. John and Maester Lewin continued to talk until mid-morning. John bid farewell to Lewin and left the library. He headed to the training yard. He wanted to sharpen some of his skills in that familiar place, full of memories. John arrived at the Winterfell training yard, where the Stark men were in full exercise, training with vigor and determination. Around him, a mix of experienced veterans and young adolescent soldiers were striving against each other. The sound of clashing swords, shouts of command, and the noise of feet stomping hard on the ground echoed through the yard, creating an intense and energetic atmosphere. John paused for a moment to observe, his eyes scanning the Winterfell training with interest. He noticed the dedication and effort of the young soldiers, reminiscent of his own training days there. John remained at a respectful distance, observing the training. He noticed one young fighter fighting with a high guard, another with an unstable stance. "More firmness in your shoulders." He saw the corrections of Sarah Roderick, efficient and timely, and how the youths responded, sometimes with frustration, other times with renewed determination. Jon now set his eyes on Ser Roderick, with the authority of an experienced master-at-arms, moving among the soldiers with an attentive look and a presence that commanded respect. He paused for a moment to adjust the posture of a young man, his hands firm yet gentle, guiding the boy's shoulders into the correct position. It's not just strength, boys, but technique and perception. Pay attention to your opponent. Anticipate their moves, he instructed, his voice resonating through the yard. He approached another group, watching them exchange blows with wooden swords. Controlling the sword is like controlling the mind. Both must be sharp and focused, he said, scrutinizing each movement carefully. Move. A battle is not a dance. It's survival. It's instinct, Ser Roderick exclaimed, inciting more energy and aggressiveness in the young one's movements. Your enemies won't give you time to think. You must always be 2 steps ahead. He continued, his tone of voice alternating between severity and encouragement. With each instruction, the soldiers responded, some with more skill and confidence, others still hesitant, but all attentive to the master-at-arms words. Ser Roderick was teaching not just how to fight, but also how to think and react under pressure. Jon, wearing a simple leather outfit that gave him a more discreet and less imposing air than his armor that had arrived at the castle yesterday, walked towards the training yard. As he approached, the soldiers and young recruits began to notice his presence. Conversations in whispers and curious glances turned towards him, recognizing the young man who had returned to Winterfell with so much mystery and glory. Ser Roderick soon noticed Jon approaching. He paused his instructions for a moment, watching Jon with a look of interest and perhaps a hint of surprise. After all, the last time he saw Jon, he was just a boy learning the fundamentals of fighting. Now, he returned with the air of an experienced warrior as he walked. Boy, Ser Roderick greeted him with a nod, a sign of recognition for the young man who had grown so much. Welcome to the training yard. Good to see you here again after years away. Jon returned the nod. Thank you, Ser Roderick. It seems the training is going well, Jon commented, observing the soldiers and recruits around. Ser Roderick nodded. We are preparing as always. The North needs to be ready for any eventuality in the winter. Maybe you want to join us, Jon? It would be interesting to see how your skills have developed after I heard that you lived north of the wall. Jon nodded. Of course, it would be an honor to train under your supervision again, Ser Roderick. The soldiers and recruits watched, some eager to see Jon in action, others perhaps apprehensive about facing someone with a reputation that Jon had created beyond possessing a giant wolf in the woods covered in armor and possessing a Valyrian steel sword. All heard of Little Jon years ago. Jon, however, seemed calm, ready to blend in with the others and participate in the training like any other northern soldier. Jon went to the yard's warehouse and picked up a training sword, feeling its weight and balance, and began to demonstrate some stretches with the sword. He also wore some protective pieces as Roderick required. As Jon prepared to join the training, his presence in the yard did not go unnoticed. Beyond the soldiers and recruits, whose looks varied between admiration and nervousness, other members of the Stark family and the castle began to gather around to observe. Sansa, accompanied by her elegantly dressed friends in garments they had embroidered themselves, found a high spot from where they could have a clear view of the yard. They whispered among themselves, clearly interested in Jon, whose return to Winterfell was the subject of many rumors and stories. Bran, Jon's younger brother, emerged among the crowd, his eyes shining with admiration. Jon had always been his favorite brother, and now, seeing him in the yard, ready to train, was a moment of pride and excitement for Bran. Robb and Theon Greyjoy, on the other hand, had more serious and perhaps slightly sullen expressions. They watched Jon from a distance, mixing feelings of resentment and curiosity. The transformation of Jon left them uncomfortable and perhaps even a bit insecure about their own status. Ser Roderick Castle saw an opportunity to test Jon's skills in front of the watchful eyes of the observers. He decided to pit Jon against one of the adolescent recruits, a young lad who showed promise, but was still learning the ways of the sword with 13 named days. Jon walked to the center of the yard with many wondering how he, the bastard who returned riding a giant wolf and carrying incredible stories, would fare in combat. There was a mix of expectation and skepticism in the air. Jon, aware of the gazes upon him, chose not to display arrogance or overconfidence against his opponent. He had left his Valyrian swords in his room, but this did not bother him. He had learned to turn anything in his hand into a deadly weapon. The young recruit seemed nervous but determined, knowing he was facing someone who was already considered a living legend in Winterfell. Jon, for his part, maintained a calm and balanced posture, displaying the serenity of an experienced warrior, causing Ser Roderick to raise an eyebrow. The fight began under everyone's watchful eye. Jon moved with impressive skill, each strike and parry demonstrating not just strength, but also a deep understanding of the art of the sword. He was not aggressive or careless. On the contrary, he seemed more interested in teaching the recruit than in defeating him. For the spectators, the demonstration was a revelation. Here was Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, exhibiting skills few expected. His return was not just a story of adventures beyond the wall, but also a testament to the growth and development of a true northern warrior. The fight between Jon and the young recruit intensified, with each rapid movement and calculated blow. Jon, demonstrating skill and precision, disarmed the boy, but with surprising dexterity, even causing the boy to fall to the ground. Jon approached him, offering his hand. "You have a good stance, but still need to work with your feet," Jon said, extending his hand as a gesture of respect, even earning approval from Ser Roderick. The young lad looked at him for a few seconds before accepting his hand, gripping it firmly. "Thank you, my lord," he said timidly. "What's your name?" Jon asked, not seeming to be talking to a boy 2 years older than him. "Cardi, my lord," he responded. "Cardi, don't call me my lord. I'm not a noble here," Jon advised with a small smile, and the recruit nodded before picking up the sword from the ground and leaving. "Well done, Jon. And you too, lad," Ser Roderick praised, indicating both Jon and the young recruit. "Jon, don't think about leaving yet. Let's continue with another challenge. I'm interested in your fencing." After the recruit moved away, allowing another to take his place, Jon prepared for the next challenge, adjusting his stance and holding firm his wooden sword. The new opponent advanced cautiously, aware of the skill demonstrated by Jon. The yard fell silent, with all eyes focused on the duel unfolding. Jon, staying calm and concentrated, faced the new adversary with the same serenity and skill, eventually earning Jon the victory against the older opponent. Again showing why his return to Winterfell was a matter of such fascination and respect. As Ser Roderick continued to challenge Jon with new opponents, the young man's fencing skills became increasingly evident. With each adversary he faced, no matter the age, Jon displayed a mix of strength, agility, and tactical intelligence, overcoming them with a combination of quick strikes and precise defensive moves. His performance in the training yard was becoming an impressive display of his abilities, attracting even more spectators. Arya, fascinated and full of admiration for her brother, couldn't take her eyes off the fight after she came to the yard. She watched every movement of Jon with enthusiasm, absorbing every detail that she could learn and emulate in her own hidden fencing practices. Catelyn and Ned appeared at the top of the castle, looking down at the yard. Ned watched with a mix of pride and surprise, realizing how much Jon had grown and developed in his battle skills since he left Winterfell. Catelyn, on the other hand, watched with a more restrained expression, her gaze revealing a complexity of emotions: surprise, perhaps a bit of worry, and a reluctance to admit how capable the bastard had become. The fights continued, with Jon defeating each challenger that Ser Roderick placed before him. With each victory, more people looked with a certain admiration at the 11-year-old boy. Even those who initially had doubts or reservations about Jon began to admit that the boy had the potential to be a great warrior. As the atmosphere in the training yard intensified, Ser Roderick decided to put Theon Greyjoy against Jon. Theon, with a mocking smile on his face, approached Jon. He looked at Jon with disdain, clearly underestimating him. "Let's see what the bastard can do," Theon said loudly enough for others to hear, his voice laden with sarcasm. The two positioned themselves, each wielding a training sword. When the duel began, it was clear that Jon's skill far surpassed Theon's. Jon didn't show anything with Theon's mockery, just took initiative and attacked him. He moved with a grace and efficiency that starkly contrasted with Theon's more clumsy movements. In a few moments, Jon disarmed Theon and, with a quick and precise blow, made him fall to the ground. Theon's fall was swift and somewhat humiliating, leaving many of the spectators surprised at how easily Jon had won the fight. Theon got up, grumbling curses at Jon, but the king in the north didn't even care. The training yard became even more agitated with expectation when Ser Roderick called Robb Stark to face Jon. Robb, clearly driven by accumulated anger and jealousy, advanced towards Jon with fierce determination. Robb attacked Jon with a series of rapid and aggressive blows, his sword cutting the air with force, his strong point. However, Jon demonstrated superior skill, managing the fight with impressive calmness. He dodged and blocked every attack of Robb with ease. As the fight unfolded, Jon found an opening. With a quick and precise movement, he unbalanced Robb and softly kicked him, making him fall to the ground. Jon looked at the fallen Robb with an indifferent gaze, an expression that hid any sign of triumph or vanity. From the top of the castle, Catelyn watched the scene with a frowning expression. Robb's defeat at the hands of Jon only intensified her antipathy towards the bastard, who now demonstrated skills superior to the heir of Winterfell. Meanwhile, Sansa's friends, gathered at a privileged observation point, commented excitedly about the fight. "Did you see how Jon moved? It was like he was dancing with the sword." One of them exclaimed, clearly delighted. "Yes, he's so skilled. And that look when he defeated Robb," another added, her tone revealing obvious admiration for Jon. Sansa remained silent, unsure how to react. On one side, she maintained her disdain for her half-brother. On the other, she had to admit that he was skilled. Jon won them all. On the other side, Arya shouted excitedly with little Bran by her side. "I think that's enough. You've improved a lot, lad. I've never seen anything like it at your age." Roderick went to congratulate Jon, who nodded calmly. After leaving the training field, Jon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, put away his training sword and protective clothing. His performance had left an indelible impression on the spectators, who continued to watch him as he walked away. Jon walked through the castle with a clear purpose in mind. Arya quickly joined him. Their destination was a specific place where he knew he would find Hodder. Upon arrival, he saw the gentle giant finishing his work for the morning. "Hodder!" Jon greeted him with a friendly smile. Hodder, recognizing Jon, responded with a smiling and resounding "Hodder" in an enthusiastic wave. He hadn't seen Jon for years, and seeing him here was very exciting for the giant. Jon's presence seemed to bring genuine joy to Hodder, who, despite his limited speech, expressed evident affection for Jon. "Shall we go see old Nan, Hodder?" Jon suggested. Hodder nodded his head vigorously in agreement, clearly excited about the idea. Together, they walked through the castle area until they reached a small house where old Nan resided near the abandoned tower of the castle. Upon entering the room, they found old Nan sitting in her chair, her still agile fingers working on some embroidery. Seeing Jon and Hodder, her wrinkled face lit up with a warm smile. "Ah, if it isn't the White Wolf and Hodder!" exclaimed old Nan, setting aside her work. "Come, sit down. I have many stories to tell, and I'm sure Jon has some new ones to add. It's been a long time, Nan. How are you?" Jon asked with a smile. "I'm well, boy. When I saw you arrive yesterday atop a wolf, I saw a true Stark triumphing. It was comforting to see someone so connected to the ways of the North in this family," she said, but Jon understood what she meant by that, as the Stark family is currently following the ways of the Southerners. Jon and Hodder settled in, and for a moment, the cabin seemed a warmer and more welcoming place. "There must still be Starks greater than me, Nan, and I'm not a Stark." Jon tried to be humble, but couldn't help thinking, "I'm not a Stark, I'm an Arctican now," he said to himself. "I saw your creature, child. You put the last 30 Lord Starks to shame with that beast," she said, laughing. Jon smiled. "I'm glad you like Ghost. Now tell me about your years. I've heard a lot about Little John facing bandits, commanding giants and giant beasts, but I know nothing about what happened to that boy beyond the wall," she said, looking at John with some expectation. "It's been nothing out of the ordinary, old Nan, just facing White Walkers and dealing with the children of the forest and building a sacred grove around the world's largest weirwood tree," he replied casually, while Arya listened with eyes full of admiration by his side. Old Nan fixed her eyes on John, her expression reflecting a mix of skepticism and interest. "White Walkers and children of the forest, you say?" she murmured, pondering John's words. "Those are stories I tell the children, John. They are legends of the North, tales to scare the little ones." John, keeping his serious expression, nodded. "I know they are stories for you, Nan, but for me, they have become reality. I've seen the White Walkers with my own eyes, fought against them, and the children of the forest. They are valuable and wise allies." Arya, sitting by the side, watched the conversation with fascination. "John doesn't lie, old Nan," she intervened. "He's a hero," then looked at Arya, then back to John. "And this story of his sacred grove and the largest weirwood? That sounds like something out of the old tales." John smiled slightly. "It's as real as you and me, Nan. I helped build that grove to protect the weirwood and our people. It's a place of power and magic." There was a glint in John's eyes that Nan had never seen before. It was the look of someone who had lived extraordinary experiences and spoke the truth, believing in his words unwaveringly. Old Nan sighed, putting her sewing aside. "You've always been a special boy, John, but this is beyond my understanding. Maybe I'm getting too old for these new adventures." "Maybe not, Nan. I want to take you and your family with me. I need someone to help the next generation know the North. I know of your wildling stories, but my people are different from what you tell here, and I need people to educate them. You will have a much more dignified life than here, I promise," John added with a smile. Nan looked into his eyes, astonished, not by the stories he told, but she felt dizzy when she saw that unique green in his eyes that she had never seen in any Stark before. Old Nan stopped sewing, her eyes fixed on John. The astonishment on her face was evident, not so much because of the stories he had told, but because of the intensity of his gaze, those gray eyes with a touch of green that she had never seen in any Stark. For a moment, the room seemed to spin as she tried to process John's words. "Take me with you," she repeated, her voice trembling slightly. "Beyond the wall? Oh, John, you've always been a dreamy boy, but this is too much." John gently held her hand, offering comfort. "It's not a dream, old Nan. It's reality, and it's a better life that I can offer you and your family. You've been more than a nursemaid to me and many Starks. You deserve peace and respect in your remaining days, away from the constraints of this castle." Nan looked at Arya, who was listening attentively by the side, her eyes full of admiration for her brother. Then her gaze returned to John. "And the wildlings, the giants, all of that is real?" John nodded seriously. "All real, Nan. And they're my people now. We've built a community, a kingdom called Arctica, and we need someone like you, who knows the old stories, to guide us." Old Nan remained silent for a long moment, absorbing each word. The idea of leaving Winterfell, her home for so many years, was frightening, but at the same time, John's offer brought a sense of adventure and purpose that she hadn't felt in a long time. I need to think, boy," she finally said, her voice steadier. "It's a big change, but I'm honored by your offer." John smiled, understanding. "Of course, Nan. Take the time you need while you're here. I'm just offering a choice, a chance for a new life." The following day, John rose before the first meal and headed to the gate. He passed the guards, nodding to the few already on duty who allowed him through, and made his way towards the forest to visit his wolf, Ghost, in the Wolfwoods. Upon entering the forest, John felt a sense of calm and familiarity. The air was fresh, and the sound of birds created a gentle melody that morning. He didn't call his companion through their link. He wanted to enjoy a morning walk, leading him deeper into the forest. After a few minutes of walking, he found Ghost. The giant wolf lay there, his white fur under his armor shining in the sunlight filtering through the forest canopy. Sensing John's presence, Ghost lifted his head, his red eyes glowing with recognition. Jon approached and knelt beside Ghost, gently stroking his soft fur. "Good morning, friend. It's been a few days since I've seen you," Jon said softly. Ghost responded with a soft growl of contentment, his tail wagging lightly in front of the tiny child. Jon spent time there, simply enjoying Ghost's company, away from the complexities and tensions of the castle. He talked to the wolf, sharing simple thoughts, as if Ghost could understand every word. Their bond was strong, transcending the usual relationship between a human and an animal. After some time, Jon stood up, knowing he needed to return to the castle. He had already missed the first meal, so he wanted to return before his father became worried. Jon looked at Ghost and began to exchange a few more words with the wolf. "Ghost, we'll stay in Winterfell for a few more days," Jon explained, looking into the wolf's red eyes. "I think it's best to take off your armor for now. You'll be more comfortable without it here." The wolf seemed to look grateful at these words, and Jon had him stand up before mounting him. "Let's go," Jon said, and he and his wolf started towards the forest exit. Jon emerged from the forest with his wolf and guided him to Winterfell. His presence understandably unsettled the gate guards, but Jon didn't enter, just waiting for his father to clear the way. Having discussed this with Lord Stark the day before, he asked to bring Ghost to the castle stable to remove his armor. Despite people's fright at the wolf's presence, Ned knew how controlled Ghost was by Jon and trusted Jon's abilities after all he had seen in recent years. As Jon led Ghost, the giant wolf clad in his imposing armor, through the castle gate, the reaction from the castle folk was immediate and palpable. Workers, guards, and servants stopped what they were doing, staring at the majestic creature they had seen a few days ago. Some quickly moved away, their faces a mix of fear and surprise, while others stood still, simply stunned by the sight. Children peeked from behind doors and windows, their eyes wide with wonder. Murmurs and whispers spread quickly among the gathering crowd, filled with speculations and stories about the giant wolf and its owner. Jon led Ghost to the stables. Upon their arrival, Hodder, who was arranging some tools, looked up and jumped back, dropping the tools with a clatter, his eyes wide at the sight of Ghost, startled by the presence of the giant wolf. "Hodder!" he exclaimed, a mix of fear evident, and ran to hide inside the stable. Jon quickly tried to calm the giant man. "Hodder, are you okay? Sorry for the scare, but don't worry, Ghost won't hurt you. He's a good wolf," Jon said, trying to soothe the gentle giant. "Hodder," the giant uttered, still looking out from inside the stable. The horses were also a bit nervous at Ghost's presence, but Jon used his warg abilities to calm them all. "I need help to remove the armor. Can you do that with me? I promise Ghost won't hurt you," Jon assured, trying to calm the nervous Hodder. "Hodder," he spoke cautiously. Jon approached him and brought him to Ghost, before placing his hand on the wolf's neck, even larger than the giant, under the gaze of many who had followed Jon to continue seeing the magnificent creature. "See, Hodder, Ghost is really nice, and he likes you," Jon said, smiling, as Ghost seemed to enjoy Hodder's touch. Hodder, still very cautious, accepted this and lost some of his fear. "Listen, Hodder, I need help to remove his armor. Can you do that with me?" Jon asked. Hodder's strength would be very welcome. "Hodder," he said, and Jon nodded. "That's great. Ghost, stay still while I remove the straps fastened around your belly." Jon went under the wolf where there were straps holding the armor and began to remove them. Then Ghost sat to start removing all the parts made of Elden metal. Jon began to undo Ghost's armor with Hodder's help, who, despite being initially scared, soon started to help with a shy smile on his face. While they worked, Arya and Bran appeared, running towards them, excited to see Ghost up close. "Jon, can we help?" Arya asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement at seeing the wolf. Jon looked to his father, who was in the castle, and nodded, indicating it was okay for the children to participate. "Sure, Arya, Bran, come here. Just be careful and make gentle movements," Jon instructed, showing them how to pet Ghost and help remove the armor pieces. Bran, a bit hesitant at first, soon joined Arya, fascinated by the wolf. While Jon, Hodder, and the children were busy removing the armor, Robb Stark watched from a distance. His eyes reflected a mix of envy and contemplation. He couldn't help feeling some resentment for the attention Jon was attracting, especially with such a magnificent creature as Ghost. The bastard really knows how to draw attention, Robb. Theon commented mockingly beside him. It doesn't matter. He's still a bastard. Robb spoke with resentment. Yes, but look at him. He has Valyrian steel, a valuable armor with dragons and wolves, a giant armored wolf. Everyone is talking about how the bastard is a true Stark, Theon continued, his voice laced with venom. It seems people have forgotten about that thief, Theon smirked. We were the ones who stole the servant. Theon, the bastard had nothing to do with it. Robb at least admitted that, even as he felt extreme jealousy towards Jon and his stories. But you never admitted it to your father. You always wanted to blame the bastard, Robb. Admit it, Theon said. Robb clenched his fist tightly, and Theon continued. Remember, Robb, bastards are evil and envious beings. I'm sure your mother has told you that. Be careful. Everything he's doing here is to steal Winterfell from you. Theon whispered into Robb's ear. On the other side of the courtyard, Sansa and her friends, including Jane Poole, also observed the scene. Sansa, trying to maintain an appearance of disinterest, commented, "That wolf is a monster. I don't know how Jon can walk with him and how Bran and Arya can get close as if it were a pet." Jane Poole, on the other hand, was clearly impressed with Jon. "But Jon is so cool. He's the cutest boy I've ever seen." Sansa, feeling a bit surprised by the attention Jon was receiving, quickly responded, "He may be cute, but the prince is even more handsome, and my mother says I will be his queen." "Do you think it's true about Jon being a king? Whoever marries him, wouldn't they be his queen?" Jane insisted, looking dreamily at Jon. "Do you believe that? That's just Jon's invention, a kingdom beyond the wall? Mother told me that's nonsense made up by the bastard. Jon is a bastard, and his status will always be that. No matter how he has a wolf and Valyrian steel weapons, it doesn't change the fact that he was born out of wedlock," Sansa said with some venom and walked away, her friends quickly following her. The presence of Jon and Ghost at the castle had created a mix of emotions among the Starks and their friends: admiration, envy, fear, and fascination. Jon, however, remained indifferent to these reactions, focused solely on his bond with Ghost and his siblings. The scene attracted even more attention from other castle dwellers, who approached to observe the interaction between Jon, Hodder, Ghost, and the children. Piece by piece was removed from the wolf's body. Holder and even Jon showed ease in lifting the metal plates, although Elden metal is naturally light. Meanwhile, Ghost was relaxing while Bran and Arya scratched his white neck. "Ah, he seems to like it," Bran exclaimed. Yes, yes. Look at him, Jon. Can I have a giant wolf too? Please, please, please." Arya shouted with joy and pleaded with Jon. "I don't think that will be possible here, my little wolf," Jon said, patting Arya's head. "Then take me with you. I want to go to Arctica," Arya implored again. "I don't know if your parents will be happy with that," Jon admitted, though in Arctica, Arya would be much better under his guardianship. While Ned looked on with amusement at his children, Catelyn approached him frowning. "How can you let our children be near that monster? Ask them to get out of there immediately." She had been doing her chores in the kitchen when she heard from the servants that the giant wolf had entered the castle, which already alarmed her more than Ned being there. But when she learned that Bran and Arya were removing Ghost's armor, she ran there to confront Ned and stop this madness. "Look at them. You need not fear, so you will not demand anything, Cat," Lord Stark spoke authoritatively. "I swear, Ned, if one of our children gets hurt by that wolf, I will have its head cut off and put the bastard in a cell," she yelled in frustration. "Get out of here, Cat. This is the last time you will speak of Jon like that in front of me. The next time, you will regret it for the rest of your life here in Winterfell," Ned growled angrily. Cat knew she had reached the limit of her husband's patience, and it wouldn't be good to provoke him further. So, she turned and left, frowning. Despite her desire to remove Bran and Arya from the monster, nothing could be done. Later, Ghost, now without armor, seemed more at ease, closing his eyes and relaxing under the caresses of Jon's siblings. Arya and Bran laughed and talked with Jon about adventures beyond the wall, completely captivated by the presence of the giant wolf. "We need to give him a bath. He has sweated a lot in these last weeks with that armor," Jon said, and Hodder began to prepare buckets of water from the well. "Can I scrub too?" Bran shouted, and Jon nodded. As Bran filled buckets with water, Arya began to scrub the wolf with contagious enthusiasm. Ghost, despite his size and intimidating appearance, proved to be surprisingly patient with the children and even played with Jon's siblings. He remained calm and even rolled like a dog for the children's amusement, enjoying the extra attention he was receiving. Jon watched the scene with a gentle smile. He couldn't help but notice Ghost's expression while Arya and Bran laughed and played, carefully scrubbing every inch of his white fur. The giant wolf, closing his eyes from time to time, seemed to savor every moment of the bath. "He really likes this, doesn't he?" Jon commented, addressing Arya and Bran. "I think he thinks he's being pampered." Arya, stopping for a moment to look at Ghost, said excitedly, "He is so cool, Jon. I wish I could bathe him every day." Bran, as he splashed water on the wolf, agreed, "He is amazing. Do you think he would let me ride him one day?" Jon laughed at the idea. "Maybe, Bran, but only if Ghost agrees. He is a giant wolf, after all, and has his own will despite being bound to me as his master. I have to respect his wishes." As they continued with the bath, the atmosphere was light and full of joy. Jon felt warmth in his heart seeing his siblings so happy and close to Ghost, despite all the changes in his life and his new responsibilities. He was still an 11-year-old boy, and some simple moments still brought great satisfaction. After a pleasant and fun bath, Jon decided it was time to store Ghost's armor in a safe place that his father had organized. He chose a reserved space in the stables that he could lock, a place where the armor could be kept without the risk of being damaged or stolen. Jon also placed many rats in the area to watch over and drive away any thieves. With the armor properly stored, Jon called Ghost, now with his fur shining after the children's bath, to put on a small saddle. He took his most valuable sword and placed it in the holster, which was done for a reason. There had been an incident while Jon was walking around the castle. Knowing that Jon no longer used his small armor and the Valyrian steel sword, some servants tried to steal his things by trying to enter his room. However, this was thwarted by 10 rats attacking those thieves who quickly fled while bleeding from many bites of the rodents, which was not pleasant. Jon knew who was behind all this, but he couldn't do anything about it, and even laughed at the attempts of the fish trying to get his things. The incident left her even more afraid of Jon, and the servants involved in the thefts began to see Jon as a monster, and rumors that no one could reach his room soon spread throughout the castle. Jon didn't care about these rumors, as long as his things were safe. Now placing his swords with Ghost, he would be better off, since Elda metal armor was easily forged in Arctica. Only the Valyrian steel was still unique. So, he made this decision to avoid any trouble. The sword would be safe and within Jon's reach when needed. "I'll take Ghost to the forest. You've helped me a lot, siblings." Jon smiled at the children, a bit sad as they would have to say goodbye to Ghost, who was leaving. "Why don't you leave Ghost here?" Arya exclaimed. "I can't. He needs to live in his natural environment anyway. He's happy there," Jon replied truthfully. Ghost enjoyed living in nature, and even in Arctica, he spent a lot of time in Kingdom Wolves. But Jon also didn't trust the fish to not do something to his wolf, knowing that it would force him to take drastic actions against her out of her uncontrolled and foolish jealousy. He wanted to avoid that, as it would bring him a lot of trouble. Jon accompanied Ghost on foot, watching with satisfaction as the wolf moved easily among the trees. For Jon, it was a moment of connection with his faithful companion, an opportunity to leave behind the complications of life in Winterfell and simply enjoy Ghost's company. Jon mounted his unarmored wolf and left the gate under many watchful eyes, returning to the forest to spend time with Ghost and have his meal there, as he didn't often enter the Stark's Hall. He used his time to eat elsewhere. Jon spent the rest of the day in the forest with the wolf, and in the evening, when he returned to Winterfell, his father invited him to go hunting. The next day, Jon joined Lord Eddard Stark in the forest. The atmosphere was peaceful, with the fresh morning air filling the surroundings. Ned took the opportunity to talk with Jon at his side, interested in knowing more about his experiences beyond the wall and the responsibilities of leading a new kingdom. Jon, in turn, shared his stories and learnings to a certain extent, speaking about the challenges and joys of commanding Arctica. He spoke with a maturity that belied his years, showing a deep understanding of the duties of a leader, always impressing Ned. Robb Stark, who was accompanying them from the other side, remained silent, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Jon's presence, now recognized as a king and surrounded by legends and achievements, made Robb feel insecure and somewhat resentful. Jon's transformation was not just physical, but also in knowledge and prestige, something that Robb struggled to accept. As they walked through the forest, the conversation between Jon and Eddard flowed naturally. Eddard showed genuine interest and pride in his son's achievements, while Jon appreciated the opportunity to reconnect with his father and share his experiences. The hunt served as a backdrop for a meaningful reunion between father and son. During the hunt, Jon felt a bit bored. After all, with his enhanced abilities and his connection with nature, he could easily track any animal in the forest. However, he saw an opportunity to have a little fun at the expense of Theon Greyjoy. Jon, discreetly using his mastery over animals, guided a magnificent deer near the group. "Look at that animal. It's mine." Theon, seeing the chance to stand out, prepared to shoot his arrow. However, at the last moment, as he released the arrow from the bow, the deer magically dodged, avoiding the arrow impressively. Theon was stunned and confused, while the guards around couldn't contain their laughter. "Hey, Greyjoy, you're getting bad at. You must be drunk, right, boy? Looks like our squid is losing his skills." Ha ha ha. Some of them openly mocked the young man, teasing him about his lack of precision. Jon, on his part, tried to maintain a serious expression, but couldn't deny the internal fun of having played a trick on Theon. Hearing the guards mock him, Theon Greyjoy's frustration grew. Determined to hit the deer, he prepared arrow after arrow, but, as if by magic, the animal skillfully dodged each one. The deer seemed to anticipate Theon's movements, performing surprisingly agile evasive maneuvers with each shooting attempt. How is this possible? Theon, increasingly irritated, couldn't understand how an animal could exhibit such cunning and reflexes. His repeated and fruitless efforts became the center of attention, with the guards and even Robb Stark barely able to hide their smiles. Eddard Stark, although initially amused, began to feel pity for Theon. "Perhaps we should leave the deer in peace, Theon," he suggested, trying to diplomatically end the scene. But Theon, stubborn, refused to give up until finally, after several failed attempts, he lowered his bow, taking a deep breath, defeated and confused. The hunt, meant to be a simple leisure activity, turned into a display of the deer's almost supernatural abilities and Theon's persistence, albeit futile. Watching Theon walk away, frustrated with his hunting attempt, Lord Eddard Stark raised an eyebrow at Jon, indicating he knew Jon was behind the deer's strange behavior. "Jon, I get the impression that deer was a bit too cunning," Ned commented. Jon just gave a mischievous smile, neither confirming nor denying his father's suspicion. "Maybe the deer in the north are just smarter, father," he replied, keeping the tone light. The deer left the group before anyone else could attempt to hit it. The rest of the hunt proceeded without further incidents. They eventually found a wild boar, and this time, without any interference from Jon, they successfully hunted it down. It was a moment of pride for Robb, who led the group in the boar hunt, and a moment of unity for everyone. With the prey secured, the group began their journey back to Winterfell. The walk back was peaceful, with sporadic conversations and silent reflections. Lord Eddard occasionally observed Jon, still noting how different he was since he had been in Winterfell 3 years ago. Upon arriving at Winterfell, the boar was handed over to the cooks, and everyone prepared for the dinner that would be served in the evening. That afternoon, Jon dedicated his time to teaching Bran and Arya the art of archery. Under the shadow of ancient trees, he patiently showed them how to hold the bow, aim, and breathe correctly before releasing the arrow. Arya, always eager and full of energy, absorbed every word from Jon, tried to imitate each movement with enthusiasm. Bran, on the other hand, was more calm and methodical, focusing on every detail Jon explained. "Relax your shoulders, Arya," Jon instructed while adjusting her posture. "And keep your focus on the target, not the arrow." Arya nodded, taking a deep breath to concentrate. She raised the bow, aimed, and remembering Jon's instructions, released the string smoothly and controlled. The arrow flew and hit closer to the center of the target than before. "Well done, Arya. That was much better," Jon praised, his voice conveying pride. "Now, try again and remember to breathe." The girl prepared another arrow, this time more confident. She closed one eye, aiming carefully. "Breathe," Jon reminded her softly. She inhaled deeply and, as she exhaled, released the string. The arrow cut through the air, hitting even closer. "Very good. If you keep this up, you might even surpass Theon in a few years," Jon said with a smile. Jon spent the rest of the day with his siblings, and in the evening, they feasted on the boar. Jon's presence in Winterfell continued to divide the Stark family. Robb and Sansa kept their distance, avoiding any interaction with their bastard brother. Robb, in particular, seemed to struggle with complex feelings of jealousy and resentment, while Sansa, influenced by her mother's opinions, stayed away, saying that Jon had a status too low for her to speak with him. Catelyn Stark, for her part, still harbored a deep dislike for Jon. She watched him from a distance, her expression laden with discontent. By Ned's order, she was instructed to keep her distance from Jon and avoid confrontations, under the threat of losing her status as Lady of Winterfell. Reluctantly, Catelyn complied with the orders, but her dissatisfaction was evident in every look directed at Jon. She felt fear after hearing what the boy could do, but couldn't do anything about it with him here. Despite the divisions within the family, Jon was happy to spend time with Arya and Bran. Their joy and genuine interest in his stories and teachings brought a feeling of satisfaction and belonging to Jon with his siblings. Being with the family that loved him was something he couldn't have in Arctica, no matter how powerful he became. The days were passing in Winterfell, and Catelyn Stark felt increasingly worried about the prolonged presence of the bastard in the castle. A week had passed since his arrival, and Jon was demonstrating a talent and confidence that deeply disturbed the matriarch of House Stark, a contrast to what the boy was after he disappeared years ago. She watched the bastard walk through the castle with a posture that almost insinuated that he belonged there, something that left her restless and filled with hatred. Her husband's fruit, a betrayal, seemed to walk through Winterfell as if the castle belonged to him. And the worst part was that the boy was some kind of wizard, making Catelyn still fear that aberration. The servants told of attacks with animals as soon as they tried to enter her room, and she saw some crows staring directly at her. When she saw something like this, she ran to the sept to beg for the evil being to disappear from there, that he was a threat to everyone in her family. Robb, her son, was also disturbed. He sought Catelyn, confused about how to deal with Jon's presence, which seemed to eclipse his own importance as the heir of Winterfell. Catelyn, in her fear and discontent, fueled Robb's insecurities, suggesting that Jon was there to make him look weak and inferior. Deep down, Catelyn feared that Jon's presence could diminish Robb's status, especially now that the Manderleys were about to visit Winterfell. She feared that Jon's glory and deeds might overshadow her son's position. She told Robb to be strong, not to show inferiority or weaknesses to the bastard, as that was exactly what he was doing there. He should show that a true son was better than a son of a war whore. Jon, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to these concerns. After 2 years living in Arctica, his priorities and concerns had changed significantly over the past years. Before, he cared about Robb's opinion, but now he no longer sought contact or approval or friendship from his brother, realizing that the hostility did not come from him, but from others with idiotic jealousy. He had seen many brothers and relatives betraying each other for various reasons, and the most idiotic by green visions, and knew a little about how it worked. Besides, there was the case of theft that Robb never apologized for, so Jon would never again care about Robb's opinion of him. Jon was more focused on spending time with Arya and Bran, the only members of the Stark family with whom he still wished to maintain a close relationship. That morning, Lord Eddard Stark was sharpening his sword in the most sacred place of Winterfell, a man who always had profound respect and reverence for the old gods. While he was sharpening the sword, Jon approached. "Did you call me, father?" Jon spoke as he approached, only with his Valyrian steel sword at his waist that he took from Ghost. "Yes, son. Sit beside me," Lord Stark requested, and Jon nodded, approaching. Sitting beside his son under the shadow of the heart tree, Ned was silent before saying anything. "Jon, this grove has always been a place of reflection and connection with the old gods for our family," said Ned, looking at the heart tree with its red leaves and carved face. "I have always felt a peace here, a connection with our ancestors. It is a reminder of the weight and honor of being a Stark." Jon listened attentively, absorbing the tree after his father's words. "I've always felt something special here, too. It was the best place for me to be, and the one where I spent the most time after the library," Jon admitted, remembering his life in the castle more than 3 years ago. "Even beyond the wall, in Arctica, I tried to recreate that feeling. We built a sacred grove around the largest weirwood tree I found, as a symbol of our connection with the North and the old gods. Did you know that we have the largest weirwood tree in the world in Arctica? Of all places, it's there that there is a greater connection with the divine beings of the world." Jon spoke proudly. Ned looked at Jon, nodding, believing Jon's words, however absurd they might be. "It's important to maintain these traditions, Jon. They remind us of who we are and where we came from. You are a true Northerner, much better than I could ever be." "I don't know about that, father. But one thing I am sure of, despite Arctica being my home now, Winterfell and this sacred grove will always be a part of me. It was my refuge when I needed it most. They are the foundation of everything I am," Jon said with an expression of respect and nostalgia. Eddard nodded, feeling a mix of pride and sadness. He knew that Jon had found his own path, one that diverged from the traditional role of the Starks in Winterfell, but still deeply rooted in the traditions and values of the North, perhaps greater than them, and that beyond the wall. In the comfortable silence that followed, father and son shared a moment of mutual understanding while looking at the tree, and Ned kept ice unsheathed in his lap without cleaning it. "Jon, tell me more about Arctica. What's it like to govern a kingdom beyond the wall?" Ned asked, genuinely interested in his son's life, as his son always gave superficial information and avoided important details, focusing on trivial things. Jon smiled, detailing a bit more about Arctica. "Arctica is a place unlike anything you've seen. It's like a different world amidst all the ice of the North and its dangers. Governing there requires a balance between strength and understanding. I've been working to unify the various peoples, wildlings, giants, and other races under laws so that everyone can live in harmony and coexist until the end of the era. It's a constant challenge, but rewarding." Ned nodded, impressed. "It sounds unbelievable, but it seems you have found your purpose, Jon. I'm proud of you." Finally, the conversation turned to the family. "And your siblings, Jon? How has it been for you to reunite with them?" Jon sighed. "It's a mix of joy and tension, father. Arya and Bran are incredible, as always. But with Robb and Sansa, things are more complicated. There's a distance that I don't believe we can bridge." "I understand. I've tried talking to them these past few days, but it's been difficult," Ned admitted. He demanded that his brother was in the castle, and he should have a talk with them. But they openly disrespected Jon, making Ned say that if they offend Jon as they did in front of him in public, they will be severely punished. It was the only thing Ned could do. Jon didn't want to talk about it anymore, as he no longer cared about the opinions of his siblings, and turned his attention to the Valyrian steel sword in his father's lap. With a defiant glimmer in his eyes, he said, "Father, how about a Valyrian steel sword fight? I think it will be good practice for both of us." Ned looked at Jon, a bit cautious. "Jon, you're still a child. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate." Jon smiled confidently. "Father, you've seen my training in the yard. I can fight adults without problems. It will be a friendly fight, just to practice our skills. Ned pondered for a moment, recalling Jon's skill in the training yard, facing and defeating older opponents with ease. He knew that Jon was no longer the boy who had left Winterfell years ago. He had grown and become a formidable warrior at just 11 years old. "All right, Jon, I accept your challenge," agreed Ned with a smile. "But let's keep it friendly, no injuries." Jon nodded in agreement. "Of course, father. It will be a great way to see how our sword—" They headed to the middle of the place, the atmosphere in the sacred grove of Winterfell charged with expectation as Ned and Jon positioned themselves for the duel. Jon held Dark Sister, the legendary sword of Visenya Targaryen, while Ned wielded Ice, the great sword of House Stark, both made of Valyrian steel. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the ancient trees, creating a mystical setting for the fight. They began cautiously, sizing each other up with concentrated looks. Jon was the first to strike, his youth and agility evident in his agile first move. Ned defended with a metallic sound and counterattacked, but held back his strength with the heavy sword he held with both hands. The swords began to dance, with Ned observing Jon's preparation in the fight. He spun and attacked with impressive speed, each strike a test for Ned's defense. Ned, experienced and calculating, responded with strong and precise blows. The great sword Ice cut through the air with an intimidating force, but Jon skillfully dodged, using his speed to evade his father's powerful attacks. The sound of the magical metals clashing echoed through the grove, creating a melody of steel and skill. As the fight progressed, it was clear that both combatants were equally committed to demonstrating their basic skills, but without the intention of harming each other. They exchanged strikes, blocks, and dodges with impressive fluidity. Eventually, the fight came to a stalemate, with both stopping to catch their breath. They looked at each other, father and son, smiles of mutual respect on their faces. Jon and Ned lowered their swords as a sign of truce. "That was a great fight. You never ceased to amaze me, making me wonder if you were really only 11 years old," Ned admitted. He had gone easy, but Jon still showed strength and speed like an adult man. "Thank you. It was a great fight. I've never fought anyone using a Valyrian steel sword before. It's comforting," Jon admitted. Ned looked at his son while sheathing his enormous sword and nodded with pride. "Jon, you've become a child far beyond me. I'm sure your mother would be as proud of you." Ned spoke, but immediately went blank, realizing he had said too much. Jon fell silent and simply turned with his sword at his waist and went toward the exit, but he did not refrain from commenting. "It doesn't matter. She's already dead," he said simply, but there was some anger in his voice. Ned remained silent watching Jon leave, thinking that he had just upset his nephew. 2 days after the fight in the sacred grove, the Manderleys arrived at Winterfell. The Stark family, led by Lord Eddard, prepared to receive them with the traditional hospitality of the North. However, Jon chose to stay in the Wolf Woods with Ghost at that time, as the fish was doing everything to keep him away, and realizing that his presence at the formal reception was not necessary and might even be inappropriate, he decided to leave the castle to spend time with his wolf. In the tranquility of the forest, Jon and Ghost walked together, the giant wolf moving silently by his side. Jon contemplated the nature around him, feeling at peace away from the political complications and family tensions. Later that day, after spending time with Ghost, Jon returned to Winterfell. Upon entering the castle, he found Arya in one of the corridors, having managed to escape her lesson with the commotion caused by the arrival of the Manderleys. Arya, with her usual enthusiasm upon seeing Jon, ran towards him. "Jon, you're back," she exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. "Where were you? You missed the arrival of the Manderleys." Jon smiled at his younger sister, understanding her interest in the formalities and events of the castle. "I was with Ghost in the forest, Arya," he explained. "Are you free? Let's practice archery." She exclaimed excitedly, and Jon nodded. They moved away from the main hustle and bustle of the castle, finding a quiet corner where they could practice. The conversation and archery practice with Arya flowed naturally. Arya, despite being far from ideal as she tried to hit the target, was showing excellent progress for her young age. "Jon, I can never hit it," she exclaimed, dissatisfied. "You're getting close, Arya. But don't worry, you'll get good. You're better than I, Robb, or Theon were at your age," Jon tried to encourage. "Really?" she exclaimed in surprise, as Jon was her biggest idol, and knowing that she was better than him at something at her age was quite a surprise for the child. "Yes, little wolf, if you continue like this. There will be no archers in the 7 kingdoms who will surpass you." Jon ruffled her hair. Arya tried to fix her hair that Jon had messed up and asked, "And in Arctica?" "Then I would say no, since the greatest archers in the world will be there," Jon said with a wink. "Then I'll go there," she stated as if it were the most obvious thing, but Jon was going to deny it. "I don't think your mother would like that," he said. Arya was about to respond, but she was interrupted by a new voice approaching. "Excuse me." Jon and Arya turned towards the sound and saw girls approaching. Jon recognized 3 of them, but the other 2 were a mystery, especially since they looked at him with such curiosity. These 2 girls quickly approached, accompanied by Sansa and other girls right behind. The Manderly sisters, known for their curiosity and interest in stories, were visibly excited to finally see Jon Snow. Jon noticed that besides being sisters, they were noble with their dresses and rich. The older girl of the sisters took the lead, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "You are Jon Snow, aren't you?" she asked, barely hiding her curiosity. "We've heard so many stories about you." Following her sister's example, the other added with a shy smile, "It's an honor to finally meet the famous Jon Snow. We were surprised to know that you were here in Winterfell. Your eyes, they are so beautiful," she exclaimed and blushed. Jon, somewhat surprised by the direct approach of the Manderly sisters, responded with a polite smile. "Yes, that's me. It's a pleasure to meet you too. You would be," he asked. "I am Manderly, Winifred, and this is my sister, Willa Manderly. They were, if not the daughters of the Manderly family, Winifred and Willa Manderly." "It's a pleasure, miladies," Jon greeted politely. He might be a king, but he is not in his land and must be respectful to those he has nothing against. Sansa, who accompanied the sisters, seemed a bit embarrassed, didn't say anything with the girls approaching, but looked at Arya with disapproval. "Arya Stark, put down that bow. A lady shouldn't hold a weapon," she said in an annoying voice. "Shut up, Sansa. You have nothing to do with this." Arya showed her fangs. "HM? What's wrong with her using a bow? I also shoot in White Harbor," Winifred said, confused by Sansa's reaction. But you're a lady." Sansa, a little flustered, spoke. "What's wrong with that? I like to shoot with a bow besides doing embroidery. I can be a lady, but I'm from the north too," she said, and her sister agreed at her side. "It's true. I also joined my sister," she said, but looked at Jon shyly and with a blush. Sansa didn't know what to say, but surprisingly, it was Arya who saved her from this. "Really? You shoot with a bow?" Arya shouted excitedly to the sisters, since a woman using the bow besides her was a novelty. "Yes, I like to spend time hitting targets," the older one spoke proudly. "When I grow up, I want to be a great archer. I will be the best in Arctica." Arya shouted excitedly, as always. "Arctica," the older one spoke again and looked at Jon with interest. "It seems that this is the place everyone is talking about in the castle. Why don't you tell me about this place beyond the wall that an 11-year-old boy is building?" she asked, and Jon sighed, seeing that he should talk a little with the girls. The curiosity and enthusiasm of the Manderly sisters to meet Jon Snow were palpable. They asked a series of questions, some even invasive, leaving Sansa and the other girls visibly uncomfortable with the attention focused on Jon and Arya. As Sansa and her friends walked away after the embarrassment, Jon sat with Arya and the 2 sisters, chatting about trivial things. He limited himself to sharing more than he had done with everyone except his father, with whom he had opened up more. Winifred, with her more assertive manner, inquired about the details of Jon's battles beyond the wall. "What's it like to fight against the wildlings? Are they as fierce as the stories say?" she asked, her eyes shining with a mix of fear and fascination. Jon responded to the sisters as in a normal conversation. He was no longer the frightened boy who would be ashamed to speak with two noble-blooded young women, as he had practically seen many queens and learned how the high nobility behaved in his training. Fighting against them, well, they're called the free folk among us north of the wall, and it's always a challenge. They are fierce, yes, but also brave and skilled in the cold lands. Many of them fight to survive, so I can't judge them all. I managed to make friends with many of them, as most are not like the invaders we know from this side of the wall. Willa, in turn, showed interest in the cultural aspects. I heard about you having giants. Do they really exist? How do they live? She asked, clearly fascinated by the idea of mythical creatures being real. John, yes, giants exist beyond the wall, and I've met some here as you've heard. They are incredible beings, majestic and powerful. Their culture is different from ours. They have a deep respect for nature and live in a way that is much more integrated with the environment than we do. They are beings of few words, but they know how to live among us easily and are peaceful. There are many of them in Arctica. Arya quickly joined their conversation, with her excitement and expressing how she wanted to go to Arctica, which rendered some laughs from the Manderly sisters. The conversation continued, and John was surprised by the noble-blooded girls being so kind to him. So he let himself be carried away by the conversation, building his first friendships with noble blood outside his own family. As John continued his conversation with Winifred and Willa, accompanied by his younger siblings, sharing superficial stories of their adventures in the Arctic and answering the curious sisters' questions, elsewhere in the castle, Lord Eddard Stark received the noble Wylis and Wendell Manderly in his solar. It's a shame Lord Wyman couldn't come. I hope everything is okay with him, Lord Stark said with a slight smile, aware of the Lord of White Harbor's reputation. Wylis Manderly laughed amiably. Yes, my father regrets not being able to be here. But as you know, Lord Stark, traveling has become a challenge for him lately, he said, pausing with a smile. Our noble father's size has become almost as legendary as his business feats. Joining in the light-hearted banter, Wendell Manderly added, Indeed, my brother. Sometimes I think the only army our father can't command is the one fighting against his waistline. Lord Stark laughed with the Manderlys. Well, his presence is always felt, even from afar. I hope he is well. He is, Lord Stark, and sends his best regards and support to Winterfell, replied Wylis. Now let's discuss important matters. Wylis, as the heir of White Harbor, started the real conversation. Lord Stark nodded and continued the discussion. Well, these past months have been challenging for the North. With winter approaching after a long summer, possibly the longest in thousands of years if it continues this way, we need to ensure our reserves and supplies are well prepared. Wylis Manderly agreed. In White Harbor, we've been strengthening our trade ties. There are new trade routes being explored with Bravos, which has been promising for the economy of the North. That's good news, said Lord Stark, relieved. Trade with the free cities has always been crucial for us, especially now. Wendell Manderly interjected. We're seeing an increase in demand for furs and timber from the north. The merchants of Bravos are paying good prices, which has helped strengthen our coffers. Lord Stark nodded. That's vital. With winter approaching, every coin will be important to ensure the North can withstand the hard times. Wylis added, and with growing stability, we're also seeing an increase in the number of merchant ships docking at our ports. This has brought not only wealth, but also new trade opportunities and alliances. That's excellent, said Lord Stark. We must seize these opportunities to further strengthen the North. We need to be united and strong, especially with the uncertainties that winter always brings. The Manderly brothers agreed, and the conversation continued with details about plans to further strengthen trade routes and efforts to increase food reserves and supplies in preparation for winter. The discussion reflected the North's resilience and determination in the face of challenges, always prepared for the hardships winter might bring. During the conversation, the subject inevitably turned to Jon Snow. He's also very interested in learning more about Jon Snow and his achievements beyond the wall, after discovering the boy was here shortly before we left White Harbor, said Wylis. Lord Stark nodded, knowing that news like this travels fast. Jon has been a surprise to us all. His return to Winterfell brought many new things, some quite impressive. The Manderly brothers exchanged curious glances. I heard he brought a giant wolf, larger than any animal ever seen in the north, and stories of giants and lands beyond the wall, said Wendell. Is that true? Yes, it's true, confirmed Lord Stark. Jon has lived a life most of us can only dream of. He brought not only a giant wolf, but also stories of a kingdom he founded beyond the wall. Arctica, he calls it. Ned saw no reason to hide such a thing. The boy had already spoken publicly about it. Arctica, that's fascinating. A kingdom among the wildlings? Hard to believe, just by words, Lord Stark. No offense meant, murmured Wylis. No offense taken, Sir Wylis, Ned nodded. The conversation in the Solar continued with other topics, with Lord Stark and the Manderly brothers discussing political matters and even future marital alliances with his heir and the daughters of Willis. The dinner that night at Winterfell turned into a small feast, an occasion to celebrate the visit of the Manderlys and to strengthen the ties between the houses of the North. The dining hall was filled with laughter, conversation, and the clinking of glasses. The delicious aroma of food filled the air, and the servants moved skillfully among the guests, serving traditional northern dishes. However, Jon Snow chose not to partake in the dinner. After his earlier interaction with the Manderly sisters and other conversations he had throughout the day, he decided he had engaged enough with the visitors from White Harbor. Jon felt his presence might be unnecessary, perhaps even unwelcome to some, especially considering the recent tensions with Lady Catelyn. Instead, Jon spent the evening in the company of Ghost in Winterfell's sacred grove, reflecting on the events of the past few days. He enjoyed the tranquility of the woods as he had in the years he lived here, a contrast to the hustle and bustle and formalities of the party. There, he could be himself, free from expectations and the judgmental gazes of others. It's good to be here, isn't it, my friend? Jon spoke, feeling the tranquility of the place. Ghost just grunted softly. He was born with some vocal issues, but Jon healed him as soon as his magic grew stronger. However, it seemed the wolf liked being quiet, and Jon appreciated that. You know, friend, I haven't spoken to the gods in 2 years. I wonder if they're watching us all the time. Jon reflected, looking up at the sky beneath the sacred tree. Ghost just looked at him silently. Sometimes I wonder if what I'm doing is what they want, if I'm on the right path. But regardless, I'm happy to have left this place over 3 years ago. I had the chance to meet your parents and see your mother give birth to you. You've become one of my best friends, and that makes everything worth it. Jon smiled as Ghost licked his hand with his huge tongue. Ghost then got up and started licking his face. Ha! Stop it, Ghost. Jon laughed like a child that night until he fell asleep next to his wolf, unfazed by the cold of the night. As the days turned into weeks at Winterfell, Jon Snow kept his distance from most of the castle's inhabitants. He limited his interactions to his closest siblings, Arya and Bran. Jon spent most of his time in the company of Ghost, exploring the vast stretches of the Winterfell forests or training in the armory yard during quieter moments. His swordsmanship continued to improve with the visions he had received, and he found a certain peace in the routine of training and connection with nature. Arya and Bran often sought him out, seeking his company and more stories that he shared not just about the Arctic, but about the past of this world, of heroes that the children loved. Some were just fantasies with their deeds being quite mediocre, but some Jon was proud to have known, and he emphasized these to the younger ones. However, he continued to avoid social gatherings and the formalities of castle life, even as the Manderly sisters sought him out. But Jon noticed the nuances of jealousy and misunderstanding in some of his other siblings, like Robb and Sansa. Therefore, he chose to keep his distance, avoiding any unnecessary conflict. After the Manderlys left, life in Winterfell returned to the same as the first week. After weeks since he entered Winterfell, Jon began to feel that his time in Winterfell was coming to an end. He knew that sooner or later, he would have to return to Arctica, the place where he now felt truly needed and where his role as a leader was unquestionable. Winterfell, despite being his childhood home, no longer held him with the same ties as before, and he personally did not like the place due to his old memories. On one of Winterfell's peaceful mornings, Jon Snow met with Maester Luwin in the castle's library again. The atmosphere was filled with calm, with the morning sunlight filtering through the tall windows, illuminating shelves full of ancient books and scrolls of parchment. Luwin, always an avid scholar and advisor, was excited, surprised, and impressed with a new, deeper conversation with the boy, the depth of Jon's knowledge. The conversation began with general themes of history and philosophy, but quickly evolved into more technical subjects like agriculture and land management. Jon spoke authoritatively about innovative agricultural techniques he had seen results from on his travels, especially those that could be adapted to the harsh climate of the north. He mentioned crop rotation methods, ways to improve soil fertility, and even irrigation techniques that could be useful during the long winters. Maester Luwin, with his eternal desire to learn, was open-minded to listen to an 11-year-old boy and absorbed every word, making meticulous notes. "This is fascinating, Jon," he exclaimed periodically. "Such practices could significantly increase the efficiency of our harvests and ensure better sustenance during the winters, if what you say works in practice." Jon also discussed the possibility of introducing new plant species that could adapt to the northern climate, bringing diversity to the diet of the northerners. He talked about the importance of conserving natural resources and how education in sustainable practices could benefit both small and large landowners. Maester Luwin was particularly intrigued by Jon's ideas about improving the lives of the kingdom's inhabitants. Jon suggested agricultural education programs, better access to quality tools, and the creation of local markets where farmers could sell their products directly to consumers. At the end of the conversation, Luwin was not only impressed with Jon's knowledge, but also inspired. "Jon, your ideas have the potential to bring great changes to the north. I will make sure to discuss them with Lord Stark. I can't guarantee about educating the small folk. No lord in Westeros would agree to that. But the matter of plantations and agricultural methods seems logical, and we can put into practice in some places to see the results," said Luwin, clearly excited about the prospect of applying the knowledge shared by Jon. Jon, in turn, felt a quiet satisfaction in being able to contribute significantly to the well-being of Winterfell and the north. "I would be happy to help in any way necessary, Maester Luwin," Jon replied. "The experience I acquired beyond the wall has given me a new perspective on how we can improve life here in the north. Since I apply in Arctica, and it is yielding results, even though the lands are barren." With that, Luwin bid farewell to Jon and went to teach Jon's brothers, while Jon himself stayed in the library reading Winterfell's exclusive books. On a sunny day in Winterfell, Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy were in the training yard, both engaged in intense sword combat. The air was tense as Theon, motivated by a mix of envy and challenge, wanted to prove his superiority over Jon. However, despite his efforts, Theon was defeated once again. Frustrated and humiliated, Theon lost control and, in a fit of anger, insulted Jon vilely, attacking the memory of his dead mother. "Your mother was nothing more than a whore, Snow. So don't think you're better than me, you bastard," shouted Theon, hoping to hurt Jon with his words. Jon, despite feeling a wave of emotions, remained strangely calm on the surface. He did not respond to Theon at that moment, but the anger and pain caused by the insult were not forgotten. The following day, during another training session, the tension between Jon and Theon was palpable. This time, Jon was more aggressive, his actions reflecting the resentment he had accumulated. During a critical moment in the fight, Jon saw an opening and, without hesitation, delivered a firm and precise strike to Theon's arm. Theon screamed in pain, falling to the ground with his arm clearly broken. The injury was severe. It was evident that Theon would have difficulty fully recovering the use of his arm, permanently affecting his sword and bow skills. Jon was immediately reprimanded by Ser Roderick, and Robb looked at him fearfully. Jon just nodded and left the yard. Jon's action did not go unnoticed. Some spectators murmured among themselves, surprised by the sudden violence of the training. Jon, for his part, simply dropped his sword and left the yard without a word. Later, when questioned about the incident, Jon remained reticent. He knew his actions had been impulsive and driven by a desire for revenge, but he also felt that he had defended the honor of his deceased mother, whose identity he did not even know. Lord Stark was immediately informed about the incident. He wanted to reprimand Jon, but after hearing what Theon had said, he was torn. However, Catelyn Stark was visibly disturbed. Furious about Jon Snow's action against Theon Greyjoy, she confronted Ned Stark with a mix of fear and indignation. "Ned, did you see what he did? He deliberately broke Theon's arm. This is unacceptable," Catelyn exclaimed, concern marking every word. "What if he does the same to Robb? We can't allow your son to continue acting with impunity." Ned, in turn, was deeply concerned about the situation. He knew Jon's actions could not be ignored and needed to be addressed to maintain peace in Winterfell. "Catelyn, I understand your concerns," he replied, trying to calm his wife. "What Jon did was wrong, and I will talk to him about it. He will not participate in the training in the yard again." Catelyn seemed relieved by Ned's decision, although she was still clearly worried about Jon's influence in Winterfell. "I hope this calms things down," she said. "I don't want our children to take unnecessary risks with that bastard." She spoke, and before Ned could respond, she left his solar. Ned nodded and went to speak with Jon. Jon simply said that he didn't need to talk, that he had already heard about his punishment through ears at the window of Ned's solar. Ned wanted to reprimand Jon, but couldn't, not after Jon's question. "Would you have defended her?" he asked. Yes, perhaps I would have done worse," Ned admitted. After all, he loved his sister who died in front of him. With that, he left Jon alone without another word. A few days after the tension in the castle, Winterfell was surprised by an extraordinary event. In the distance, immense figures were seen marching toward the castle. The news spread quickly. A group with giants was approaching Winterfell. Jon, who had been watching a bird in the sky, looked quickly at the group with satisfaction. "They have finally arrived," he murmured. A medium-sized group was marching to Winterfell, consisting of giants, men from beyond the wall, and dwarves. All were equipped with high-end gear, while wagons laden with goods were brought by them. Some noble soldiers from various houses had decided to accompany this group, which surprised everyone with its origin from beyond the wall. Thus, mistrust arose among the Northerners and the Arcticans. Some members of the old tribes from the north of the wall, before entering Arctica, looked north with disdain, knowing their realm was superior to those Kneelers. The dwarves ended up beating some Northerners who thought they could handle the small man, but there were no fatalities, just some broken bones and noses. As the group neared Winterfell, everyone was startled at the idea of giants approaching. Ned had to calm everyone in the castle, while Arya jumped for joy at the approaching giants, and Catelyn was terrified that the bastard's exercise was real. The gate was being closed, but Ned immediately prevented this and just looked at Jon. "Just make your men behave. Don't scare the castle more than it's already scared." Lord Stark practically pleaded with Jon, who nodded in agreement. Jon left the castle and mounted his wolf outside to meet his men. As he approached, all the men stopped and slammed their spears and hammers into the ground as a salute to their leader, startling all the other soldiers from the houses that had accompanied them from the north. Jon greeted everyone and asked them to follow to the castle. Thus, the group marched with the addition of the child atop the wolf. The gate was not closed, and Jon entered with the first giants, while the entire castle turned out to watch them with eyes of fear and fascination. Ned was the only one to welcome them, as Catelyn made sure to lock Arya and Bran, the most enthusiastic, away. The group began to enter, and the first were impressive. The giants, colossal beings of striking appearance, walked with majestic dignity, holding a giant spear and a shield the size of 3 men. The scene was almost surreal, with these legendary creatures peacefully entering the gates of Winterfell. The guards of Winterfell, under Lord Stark's command, were alert but showed no hostility. They had been informed by Lord Stark about the arrival of the giants and the gold, despite the fright when everyone saw the group. The presence of these imposing beings caused a great stir among the castle's residents and the inhabitants of Winterfell. Most had never seen a giant before, and curiosity overcame initial fear, even from a distance. As the giants' march entered, other groups followed behind them, small men in their wagons, all armed and holding heavy hammers, apparently even with elder metal. A large group of men also entered the castle on horses, all wearing the same armor as the other two groups, made of elder metal and with the symbol of Arctica on their chests. As the group filled the courtyard, everyone was alarmed by their organization and wealth, watching with a mix of fear and fascination. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, many still struggling to believe what they saw. The question in the air was clear and unsettling. How can a boy of just 11 years command this group with the Colossi? They were creatures of legends, beings from a forgotten era, and now they marched under the command of a young man many in Winterfell remembered as a shy, reserved boy, and even a thief. What many there did not know was that the giants before them were just a fraction of what Jon Snow had managed to unite. They would deny reality if they knew that Jon actually had a force of 500 giants, unable to imagine the fantasy of a boy with such power in his hands. Arya and Bran screamed with bright eyes, trying to escape from the hands of the servants, holding them to greet the soldiers from their brothers' stories and the legends of the North. They were real and were right in front of them. The expressions of the other Starks, like Sansa, Robb, and Catelyn, reflected a mix of fear, envy, and concern, while Theon was not there to see it all as he was in the infirmary drinking poppy milk to ease the pain from his arm broken by Jon. The entrance of the giants, humans, and dwarves into Winterfell, laden with wagons carrying gold, attracted looks of astonishment and admiration. The gold had already been shaped into Westerosi dragons, glittering in the sunlight, creating a spectacle of wealth and power few in Winterfell had ever witnessed before. Lord Eddard Stark, realizing the need for swift action, ordered some of his men to organize the transfer of the gold to the Stark vault. The soldiers quickly approached the wagons given by the dwarves and began moving them, after gathering the courage to approach the giants. "Where might we stay this night, Lord Stark?" Jon asked atop his wolf. He had to be respectful to his father in public, too. "You may stay in the castle, in the courtyard. There are tents for the giants," Ned asked. "Yes, all my men are equipped," Jon spoke with conviction. "Okay, Ser Roderick, I need you to suspend tomorrow's training in the courtyard." Ned turned to the Master-at-Arms. "It will be done, Lord Stark," Ser Roderick nodded, still eyeing Jon's giants and men cautiously. "Jon, are these your giants? They are so cool." Arya ran towards the group. "Arya Stark, return to the castle immediately." Catelyn shouted in terror, but the girl paid no heed. "It's all right," Ned said, preventing any guard or servant from grabbing his daughter at his side. "They are so cool," she exclaimed in admiration, looking at the giant men who gazed back at her with curious eyes. "They're real. I told you Jon was telling the truth." Bran also appeared, fascinated by the giants. "I'll take them to the courtyard then, if that's all right, Lord Stark." Jon spoke, and Ned nodded. "Yes, you can move them," Ned said. Jon, accompanied by Bran and Arya, who caught a ride on Ghost with him, led his group to the castle courtyard. He took this time to greet them in their language, and the giants responded, making Arya and Bran look at Jon with fascinated eyes. Ned Stark watched the scene from a distance, impressed by Jon's leadership skills. He couldn't help feeling a mix of pride and surprise seeing his adoptive son interact so skillfully with creatures most people would find terrifying, much better than the last time he saw years ago. The delivery of the gold and cargo was carried out without incident. Jon's soldiers, whether giants, men, or dwarves, all began filling the training yard with tents of various sizes to fit them. After everything was ready, it was nightfall, and Jon asked his father if they could have a feast among themselves, which made the Lord of Winterfell nod as long as there was no incident, since Ned didn't want to deal with a drunk and unruly giant, and Jon promised that nothing like that would happen among them. Jon asked everyone to get organized, and they quickly went to fetch things from the wagon, filling the center of the camp where everyone would fit. The Stark soldiers just looked on curiously at the banquet style of this strange, cheerful, and organized group. As the courtyard of Winterfell transformed into a campsite for Jon's men, giants, and dwarves, the atmosphere began to change. The sun was setting, casting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Jon, amidst the preparations, directed his men efficiently, assigning tasks and ensuring everything was ready for the feast. The giants, with their enormous hands, handled barrels of drink and piles of food with surprising ease, while the dwarves, agile and skilled, prepared the fires for roasting meat. Arya and Bran, now free from Catelyn's watch, ran among the giants, fascinated by the presence of these legendary creatures. They helped as they could, carrying small items and chatting animatedly with the new visitors. The center of the courtyard was reserved for the banquet. Large wooden tables were set up, surrounded by sturdy benches enough to accommodate the giants. Torches were lit around the space, creating a warm and illuminated atmosphere under the starry night. Jon's men brought food from the wagons, displaying an impressive variety of meats, breads, cheeses, and fruits. Barrels of beer and wine were arranged in a corner, ready to be served. As the feast began, music and laughter filled the air. While the people of the castle ate in the main hall, 3 children, a giant wolf, 6 giants, 15 dwarves, and 30 men created a large bonfire in the courtyard, forming a grand festival as many curious onlookers watched from the castle and atop the wall. Under the starlight and the glow of the torches, the banquet organized by Jon's group brought to life a celebration never before seen within the walls of Winterfell. The warmth of the large central fire radiated out, while music and laughter echoed through the night air. The giants, seated on reinforced benches, enjoyed large pieces of roasted meat and fruits, holding them with their hands and biting with satisfaction. The dwarves, energetic and cheerful, circulated among their peers, offering beer and wine from their barrels, while sharing stories and jokes. Jon, seated with Arya and Bran, watched everything with a satisfied smile. His wolf, Ghost, rested beside them, observing the scene with curious eyes. The 3 siblings shared pieces of bread, meat, and cheese, chatting animatedly about the feats of the giants and the skills of the dwarves. As the night progressed, the dwarves, known for their love of music and dance, began to sing. Their voices, strong and melodious, rang out with old songs, some cheerful, others melancholic, but all filled with stories and legends. They stamped their feet and clapped their hands, creating a rhythm that invited everyone to join the celebration. The guards of Winterfell and the inhabitants of the castle, drawn by the music and the festivity, gathered around the courtyard, watching with admiration. Some dared to join in, learning dance steps from the dwarves, or simply enjoying the music and food. Ned Stark, watching from a high window, couldn't help but smile at the sight, as strange as it was to his life. Jon had brought not only wealth to Winterfell, but also peoples who previously seemed impossible to exist and coexist. He even wondered where the dwarves had learned to sing in such a way. "Ha ha! This is fun!" Arya exclaimed, listening to the music end. "Another one!" Bran shouted. "Yes, another one!" Arya echoed at his side. "You hear that? Boys, the children want another song," said a dwarf, cheerful with drink, and began to sing. In the north, under the moonlight, dwarves sing with their raw voices. The song echoes, strong and old, telling tales of the land that welcomes us. In forge and mine, our hands labor, as they swing their hammers in the air. In ancient mountains, where secrets harbor, feet stamping, their mugs they raise and cheer. With hammer and chisel, the stone we sing. Laughing loudly, they challenge one another. In each spark, life we cling. Dancing steps in circles they gather. In taverns, we toast with joy. Tossing food, in a merry game they delight. Our strong beer, our daily bread. They sing in unison, with great ecstasy. We laugh and sing, with no fear of tomorrow. Among the dwarves, a vigorous dance begins. For in dwarves' veins runs the mountain's marrow. With each verse, higher the celebration ascends. On long paths, we march, tossing high food with skill they catch. With our steady feet, we never tire, In laughter and song, their stories they inspire. Loyal and brave, true friends are we, a toast they make amid festive gazes. In the heart of dwarves, no fear or despair. With infectious joy, their sincerity amazes. Under the starlight, in the cold night, they dance and sing in pure magic. Our music resonates in pure harmony. Under Winterfell's moon, their festivity radiates. Together we celebrate under Winterfell's sky. The dwarves continue with their faithful spirit. For we are dwarves, children of earth and metal. The song ends, but the festivity is immortal. It was a spectacle for all who witnessed this scene, with many clapping, especially Arya and Bran. "Now we need to hear our king sing," said a dwarf, signaling for Jon to sing a song, and many looked at the boy with expectation, who eventually yielded to the pressure. "Give me my guitar. I hope you brought it," Jon called out. "But of course we brought it. We take it wherever you go," said one of them laughing, bringing the instrument. Even Ned watched attentively when he saw Jon take up a strange instrument, much larger than a lute, Arya and Bran at his side, looking surprised at Jon and his guitar with some anticipation. Jon settled it on his lap and skillfully strummed the strings, his voice rising in the midst of the silence that had formed, singing a song about the Starks and the North, a melody speaking of bravery, loyalty, and the beauty of the icy lands. Song of the Wolf of the North. In the heart of winter under gray skies, a wolf was born in ancient woods, with eyes of ice and a courageous heart, guardian of the North with a wind blow. Oh, Wolf of the North, run free and strong. Under the silver moon, where the Starks call home, with snow falling, hear the wolf howl. For Winterfell, where the brave never fall. Through the weirwoods, where secrets lie, the wolf walks between shadow and light. In snowy fields his footprints mark, tales of Starks and their fierce legacy. Oh, Wolf of the North, run free and strong. Under the silver moon, where the Starks call home, with snow falling, hear the wolf howl. For Winterfell, where the brave never fall. In halls of stone, near the shining fire, the wolf finds shelter and tales to tell, of warrior ancestors and battles fought, for love of the North and its icy lands. When night falls and the stars shine, the wolf howls his divine song. Through fields and woods his voice echoes, reminding all that the North remembers. Oh, Wolf of the North, run free and strong. Under the silver moon, where the Starks call home, with snow falling, hear the wolf howl. For Winterfell, where the brave never fall. In a land of the Starks, under the northern sky, the Wolf of the North, eternal in its design, guardian and brother in the snow to shine, in the heart of the North, forever to reign. Arya and Bran, seated near Jon, listen in silence, completely absorbed by the music. The feast guests also quieted down, enchanted by the unexpected performance. Even the giants and dwarves, with their cultural differences, were united by Jon's universal music and his magical voice. Ghost, calmly lying beside Jon, seemed to enjoy the music too, with his attentive and serene eyes. The presence of the giant wolf beside Jon as he played and sang a Stark-themed song added a mystical feel to the atmosphere, as if nature itself was listening. When Jon finished playing, a respectful silence followed, before being broken by warm applause. Arya and Bran looked at him with admiration and pride, and Jon's soldiers expressed their appreciation. Ned looked on from a distance with a strange expression, caught by Jon's music, but slightly cautious as his voice reminded him of Rhaegar Targaryen. The next day in Winterfell, the presence of Jon's dwarves began to cause some tension. These beings, although small in stature, had surprising strength and liveliness. They were not only skilled in battle, but also had a strong personality, and at times were provocative when they weren't drunk, as bad mood always dominated them. As the day progressed, small disagreements arose between the dwarves and some of Winterfell's men. What started as verbal provocation quickly turned into physical conflict. The dwarves, despite their size, proved formidable in hand-to-hand combat, using their fists to knock down their opponents. The men of Winterfell, caught off guard by the strength and agility of the dwarves, found themselves at a disadvantage. One by one, the Northerners fell before the swift and precise blows of the small warriors. Jon, noticing the turmoil, quickly intervened. With an authority that contrasted with his young age, he reprimanded his men, reminding them of the respect and hospitality they owed to Winterfell's guests. He also spoke to the dwarves, asking them to moderate their actions and respect the rules of House Stark. Jon's intervention calmed things down. The dwarves, although still showing an air of defiance, respected the young king's authority and ceased the conflict. The men of Winterfell, in turn, withdrew, a bit humiliated by the unexpected beating. This incident, although minor, reached Lord Stark with worrying words, saying that this was only the beginning and that these people should go away, which was said by his wife, something Ned had already expected knowing her. Ned sighed and called Jon, who went to his solar knowing that it was time to leave Winterfell. Although he had missed his brothers and father, he knew that his presence continued to generate more tensions now with a group of giants and armored soldiers. Ned looked at Jon with a mix of pride and melancholy. "Jon," he began, "you've grown more than I could have imagined. You've become a leader, a warrior, a man in every sense of the word with just 11 named days. I know things haven't been easy for you here, but I hope you know you'll always be a Stark in your heart." Jon nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude. "I know, Father, and I thank you for everything you've done for me. But now I have my own path to follow. The Arctic awaits me, and I have responsibilities to my people in the north." Ned approached Jon, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Do everything you can, Jon, not just for the Arctic, but for yourself. You have a great future ahead, and I know you will do extraordinary things." The two hugged, a farewell embrace that carried years of unspoken history, affection, and mutual respect. "Always be true to yourself, Jon, and know that Winterfell will always be your home." Jon nodded, ignoring that part about home, because he didn't feel that way here. With those last words of encouragement, Jon turned to leave. "Wait, Jon, there's one more thing." Ned suddenly called his attention, and Jon looked at him curiously. "A few years ago, when you crossed the wall, King Robert came to Winterfell, and he really wanted to see you, but you were no longer seen. He asked me to give you a summons to King's Landing." Ned spoke cautiously. He didn't want Jon to go to King's Landing, and he only told him that because Jon had to know that the king on this side of the wall wanted to see him. Yes, the Night's Watch warned me about that as well. Well, I'll give the same answer I gave to the Lord Commander." Jon spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, with all due respect, you can shove that order up your royal ass." Jon's words echoed through Ned's solar. This bold and disrespectful answer caused a shocked silence for Lord Stark. "Jon, you don't expect me to say that to the king. You should at least respect him." Ned spoke in a tone of reprimand, unsure of what to say if Jon spoke like that in public. "I'm sorry, Father, but I'm not part of your kingdom, so he can't just tell me to go to King's Landing with a summons. And knowing how greedy the people of King's Landing are, you should never believe 100% in any letter that comes from there." Jon spoke calmly. Ned agreed, knowing the thought was valid. "Jon, I understand your feelings, but you must learn to measure your words, especially in front of the king. The king could launch an attack on Arctica. BFF. As if the king had money to move and exercise beyond the wall. Jon was somewhat aware of the kingdom's economic situation. "Now I'm leaving. Hope to see you in a few years." Jon hugged him once more. "All right, try to keep in touch," Ned said, and Jon nodded. Jon went to where he had stored his armor and ghosts. It was time to mount them on their bodies again. With Hodder's help, they easily put it on the wolf. As Jon's camp was dismantled and the tents prepared for departure, the atmosphere in Winterfell was charged with mixed emotions. There was a palpable sense of awe as the giants began to move out of the castle with their things. Jon, determined and focused, supervised the final preparations. Now it was time to return to Arctica, the place he now called home. Before leaving, Jon made one last visit to old Nan, but someone approached him with great sadness in their eyes. "Let me go with you, Jon. I want to see Arctica. I want to be where you are," Arya said with determination, almost crying. Jon, looking at his younger sister with a mix of affection and sorrow, tried to explain. Arya, Arctica is a place far from Winterfell. Your parents would never let you live in a wild land, even if I tried to explain. Arya's insistence was fierce, her eyes bright with tears and determination. I can fight, Jon. I can learn and do anything. I don't want to stay here. I'm sorry, sister. I can't take you without your parents' permission, even though I know you would be safe with me. Jon avoided crying as his sister begged him to take her. You're still too young, my little wolf. There will be a time for your own adventures, but now is not that time, Jon added, but Arya just walked away without looking at him. Jon watched her walk away with a heavy heart, then turned to visit old Nan. Finding her in her usual corner, Jon approached with an expression of respect and affection. Old Nan, I've come to say goodbye, he began, his voice conveying a mix of affection and formality. Old Nan looked at Jon, her eyes showing a glint of wisdom and nostalgia. Jon Snow, I've seen many Starks come and go, but you are something different, she said with a frail but emotional voice. Jon smiled softly. I'm leaving for Arctica, Nan. Would you like to come with us? Jon asked, remembering their previous conversation. The old woman nodded, a glint of excitement in her tired eyes. After seeing the army you command, the stories you tell? Yes, Jon, I would like to see this place called Arctica. It seems to be a place of great wonders, and in my years, what more could I desire than to witness something new and extraordinary before I die? If I die here, I fear for my grandson's life. She referred to Hodder, and with that accepted Jon's proposal. You will be welcome in Arctica, old Nan. Your wisdom and stories will be a treasure for my people, Jon said sincerely. I will arrange for you to have a comfortable journey. They talked a bit more, with Jon sharing details about Arctica and old Nan listening attentively, absorbing every word. With old Nan and Hodder getting into a wagon with their things, Jon turned to his siblings who were crying beside their father. Jon approached calmly. Hello, little ones. It seems this will be the last time we see each other for a while. Why do you have to go away? You should live here. This is your home. Arya exclaimed. I'm sorry, my little wolf, but Arctica is now the place I belong and have responsibilities, but we will see each other again. How long? Bran asked with tears in his eyes and a sad look while crying silently. I don't know. 3, 4, or 5 years. I'll be busy until then, but I will never forget you. You are my family, and I love you. Jon was sincere. So long, Arya shouted and started running toward the castle, and Jon looked sadly after her. Sorry about that, Jon. She shouldn't have done that, his father said with a tone of sadness. Jon nodded sadly and hugged Bran as tightly as he could. After that, he went to Ghost and mounted his giant wolf, heading towards the gate where his group waited, aligned. Let's head north and return to Arctica. Jon gave the order and began to move away from the gates of Winterfell, leading the group. He's sad, isn't he? Should we talk to him? Should we sing? Stop it. He just said goodbye to his family. His sister ran off without even a hug. Of course, he's sad. But a song solves problems. And a cigar. Stop it. Just leave him alone. On the way, Jon ignored the whispers of the dwarves while leading the group with his wolf, Ghost sensing his sadness. But Jon couldn't do anything to improve it. Just keep moving forward and hope to see his family as soon as he could in the coming years. The winter crown he had acquired, now fixed on Ghost's armor, didn't bring as much joy as he imagined. Days passed on the journey, and something strange happened during that time. One day, Jon was a bit dazed by a snowstorm in the middle of summer. The caravan, moving steadily northward, had to stop at Jon's command. Listen, everyone, a storm is coming. We must set up a camp to protect ourselves from it. He ordered, and everyone began to move. Hodder was a bit frightened, but Jon went to him. It's going to be okay, even though something like this shouldn't happen at this time of year, only when... Jon stopped for a moment, remembering his past and the strange storm coming. He knew now why the birds of the north could feel it, and he, with his warg, knew these feelings. It's going to be okay. Hodder, trust me, Jon said, and moved to start helping set up the camp. As soon as they set up the camp, with the day darkened by black clouds, the storm hit with force, with snow and wind. Everyone stay in your tents until the storm passes." Jon ordered, and he went to his tent. The storm was shaking his tent canvas. "Why now?" Jon asked, a bit disturbed beside Ghost, wondering why here and now this strange event was happening. "Jon." Jon heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes, looking around the tent, but there was no one there except his wolf looking at him with an expression of curiosity about his master's behavior. "Jon." Jon heard the voice again and rushed out of the tent, battling against the wind and snow of the storm, his vision obscured. "Where are you?" He shouted worriedly, but the only response he heard was the wind, with Ghost coming to his side. "Jon." For a third time, his name was called. Jon knew that this person was not here. He heard the voice calling as if it were right next to his ear, but now he sensed where the voice was coming from. He wasted no time and called Ghost to mount the wolf. "Let's go, buddy. We need to move fast," Jon said with concern, and they headed south. The cold wind of the storm cut his face as the giant wolf moved agilely through the dense snow. A snowstorm was always an impossible adversary, but Ghost showed unusual dexterity, dodging any obstacle that appeared in their limited visibility. He understood the urgency of his master and moved in that direction. Snowflakes swirled around them, creating a whirlwind of white and gray that swallowed the dark landscape. Despite the strength of the wind and snow, Ghost advanced determinedly, his steps firm, leaving deep footprints in the snow blanket. Jon, with his eyes half closed against the assault of the cold wind, focused on the voice he had heard. "Where are you?" he murmured to himself, his voice almost muffled by the howl of the wind. "Jon." The voice, though distant, seemed to guide him, pulling him in a specific direction. Jon trusted his instincts as well as Ghost's. Together, they raced against the storm, a perfect union of man and wolf facing the whims of nature. Finally, after a hard and challenging run through the blizzard, Jon felt they were approaching the epicenter of the storm. He noticed a bright spot in the midst of the storm and headed in that direction. Arya Stark, the young and fearless daughter of Eddard Stark, found herself in a dangerous and uncomfortable situation. Determined to follow her brother Jon to Arctica, she had fled Winterfell, but now faced the consequences of her impulsive decision. The falling blizzard was an adversity Arya had never faced before. The intense cold penetrated her clothes, threatening her courage and resilience. Jon, taking refuge inside the hollow of a large tree trunk after losing her horse to the storm, Arya shivered incessantly, her frozen hands struggling to keep a small fire lit. The howling wind of the snowstorm infiltrated through the tree's cracks, threatening to extinguish the fragile flame with each gust. Arya gathered small twigs and pieces of wood, feeding the fire with careful movements. Her fingers, stiff and numb from the cold, made the task difficult. With each new piece of wood that burned, a small wave of heat spread, offering brief relief against the biting cold. "Jon," she murmured tirelessly. Wrapped in her cloak, Arya huddled in the tight space, trying to conserve as much heat as possible. Her thoughts revolved around Jon, her family, and the decision to leave Winterfell. However, despite the fear and cold, Arya refused to give up. The flame of the fire, though small and trembling, was a symbol of her will to survive and move forward. With each frozen breath, Arya remained focused on keeping the fire lit, her mind fixed on the hope of finding Jon again and proving to herself that she was capable of facing the adversities of a world beyond the walls of Winterfell and making her brother take her to Arctica. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching through the sound of winds, which startled her, wondering what could appear in the middle of a storm. But her look of fear turned into realization when she saw the giant wolf with Jon on top appearing in front of her. "Arya!" Her brother looked at her with wide eyes. "Jon!" she exclaimed, her teeth chattering from the cold, as her brother aggressively approached and grabbed her, pulling her into the storm while he hugged her. But instead of the cold wind, Arya felt her body magically warm up with the embrace of the brother she loved. After Jon Snow's departure, Arya felt an immense void in her heart as she fled from her brother, whom she would not see for the coming years. Moving away from Jon, she soon regretted it, She shouldn't have said goodbye to her beloved brother like that. But it was too late. He had already left. Sorry, brother. I shouldn't have done that. She started to cry when she realized he was no longer in Winterfell. She entered the broken tower and sat in a corner to cry, her heart heavy with regret and sadness. The days passed, and she continued to flee, to cry alone, until she began to take refuge in the sacred grove. She looked at the tree as soon as she entered and approached. She cried again alone in that place. At a certain moment, she stared at the tree, remembering that the old gods had given all of Jon's powers according to him. Arya, with tears in her eyes and her heart still heavy from fleeing Jon's farewell, instead of embracing him one last time, knelt before the weirwood. Her eyes fixed on the red eyes carved into the tree with its sculpted face, feeling as if they were watching her, understanding her pain and hope. "Please," she whispered, her words mixing with the wind that danced among the branches. "The same gods who blessed Jon, who gave him strength and a grand destiny, hear my plea. I want to go with my brother. I want to be by his side in the Arctic to learn and grow strong like him." Arya spoke with fervent sincerity, pleading to the ancient gods, those who witnessed the oaths and struggles of countless Starks before her. She clamored for a chance, for a sign, for anything that could take her close to Jon, away from the constraints and expectations she always felt in Winterfell. As tears ran freely down her face, Arya felt a strange sense of calm. It was as if the gods were listening, as if the tree in front of her shared her pain and determination. "Ancient gods," she whispered again with a trembling voice, "hear my plea. I ask for your help to follow him. I want to be with him, learn from him, and become strong like him. Please, show me a way to the Arctic to be by Jon's side. Child, take a horse from the stables at the first star in the sky." Arya opened her eyes as soon as she heard a distorted voice. Arya did exactly that. She told her father that she would not go to the hall, as she was not feeling well. Her father nodded and understood. Since the girl had been depressed lately, she looked out the window as the night covered the sky and was surprised that there were no stars in the sky. Then a star shone in the dark sky. Feeling that this was the sign, Arya took the bag she had prepared with food and supplies and left the room. She had the strange sensation of not encountering any guards, as if the path was open for her. She left the castle and went to the stables. There was a horse for her, and she still had the sensation of not encountering any guards, leaving even through the main gate and riding north all night long. In the following days, she went north day after day, stopping only to eat what she brought and sleep in places she found on the road. She was sure she would soon find Jon. One night, a storm in the middle of summer appeared, and Arya found herself in the midst of it, unexpected and brutal. The previously clear sky quickly darkened with heavy clouds, and snow began to fall in thick and fast flakes. The wind howled among the trees, causing the branches to shake violently and her to lose all visibility of what was in front of her. The horse that accompanied her, frightened by the fury of the storm, ended up breaking free and fleeing, leaving Arya alone in the vastness of the forest. Not knowing exactly where to go, and with everything painted with snow and darkness, she sought refuge in a large hollow trunk of a fallen tree, an improvised shelter against the biting wind and penetrating cold. Trembling, with stiff and icy fingers, Arya took some of the things she brought from Winterfell and tried to light a fire to warm herself. Using the little wood in the trunk, she managed to gather, and with the help of a metal and blade she carried, she focused all her energy on lighting the fire. After several failed attempts, a small flame finally emerged, bringing some immediate relief against the cold that seemed to freeze her bones. Jon! As she tried to warm up by the fire, Arya thought of Jon. Her brother was somewhere beyond the storm. She murmured his name, a silent prayer that he would reach her like a foolish dream. Somehow he could find her, because she knew the way she was, she might not end well. Lost, alone, and scared, Arya clung to the image of Jon in her mind, using it as a beacon to keep her strong as she trembled with the wind outside the trunk. Even with the small fire, she felt her nose changing color. At the height of the storm, a shadow approaches in the middle of the darkness. and a large form makes Arya recoil in fear of it so suddenly. But when the shadow approaches, fear turns into joy, as it was Jon riding his giant wolf, Ghost, advancing against the cutting winds and the dense snow. The voice calling him, subtle and persistent, guided him to where Arya was hiding. When Jon found Arya, she was huddled inside that hollow trunk, shivering with cold, her eyes wide and frightened, reflecting the faint light of the fire struggling against the wind. Seeing her there, so vulnerable and alone, Jon felt a mix of surprise, relief, and worry. Quickly, he dismounted from Ghost and ran to embrace her, transferring his warmth to her in a brotherly and protective gesture. "Jon," Arya murmured, her voice weak but filled with relief upon seeing her brother. "It's all right now, Arya. I'm here," Jon assured, while wrapping her in his thick coat and helping her to stand up. He carefully placed her on Ghost, making sure she was safe and comfortable against the cold and icy wind. Arya, still shaken and exhausted, snuggled against Jon, seeking refuge in his presence. Jon, in turn, mounted Ghost, holding Arya firmly with one arm while guiding the wolf back to the camp up north from there. Ghost, with his agility and strength, made his way back through the storm, his bright eyes cutting through the darkness and snow the same way he arrived. Jon, focused, kept Arya protected against the cold, using his magic to warm her in his arms before hypothermia, his concern for his sister's well-being overriding everything else. Upon reaching the camp, Jon quickly dismounted and carried Arya, quickly crossing the camp to his tent, facing the fury of the storm. Inside the tent, Jon carefully placed Arya on a bed of furs and blankets, ensuring she was comfortable and safe while he cleaned her with a towel. Arya felt safe and protected while still having some remnants of freezing in her body. "What are you doing here, Arya? How did you end up here alone?" Jon spoke with a tone more worried than angry. "I came to find you," she said with a bit of difficulty while trying to warm up, and Jon passing a towel through her hair gently. "You shouldn't have come, Arya. It was dangerous," Jon said softly, but without reproach. "I just wanted to be with you," Arya replied, her voice still trembling a little. Jon nodded, understanding her feeling. "You're with me now. We'll take care of you," he said, to first see her health situation before anything else. Quickly, Jon used his magical ability to warm a drink, preparing something hot to help Arya recover from the intense cold. He handed the drink to her, watching as she drank slowly, the warmth gradually returning to her pale cheeks. Once Arya began to feel a little better, Jon couldn't contain his worry and frustration. "Arya, why did you do this? Why did you come so far from Winterfell alone? You're just a child. You could have gotten lost, or worse, if I hadn't found you. How do you think this should have ended?" he said, his voice mixing concern and reprimand now. Arya, still recovering, looked at Jon with wide eyes. "I didn't want to stay in Winterfell. I wanted to see the Arctic. I wanted to see your world, to be by your side," she explained, her voice still weak but firm in her determination. Jon sighed, running his hand through his hair in a gesture of exasperation. He knew that scolding Arya wouldn't change what had already happened, but he couldn't help feeling responsible for her. "Arya, you don't understand the dangers that exist out here. This storm, it's just one of many things that could have gone wrong," he said, looking at her seriously. "I know, but I had to try, Jon. I feel so trapped in Winterfell. With you, I feel I could be more than just a lady," Arya confessed, her eyes shining with a mix of adventure and a desire for freedom. Jon looked at Arya, seeing in her the same indomitable spirit he himself possessed. The boy sighed. He had to be delicate at this moment. "Arya," he began in a calm voice, "I understand that you want to be with me, and I'm flattered by that. But taking you to the Arctic, that's not a decision I can make alone. You are a Stark of Winterfell, and your family would worry." Arya, with tears in her eyes, pleaded fervently. "Please, Jon, I need to go with you. Winterfell, I feel so alone there without you. The old gods helped me escape. I asked for their help and heard a voice in the weirwood. They are the ones who helped me leave Winterfell. They must want me to go with you. I will do anything, learn to fight, to hunt, study, and even be a lady, but please don't make me go back." Jon felt a pain in his heart, seeing his sister so distressed. He pondered for a moment, aware of the weight of his decision. Arya, the Arctic is not an easy place. It's wild and dangerous, very different from Winterfell. You will have to be strong, more than ever. And our father, your parents, they will be worried. I know, Jon, but I can be strong. I want to learn. I want to be useful. And as for mother and father, they have Bran and Rickon. I'm just a girl, and they always have Sansa and Robb. Arya spoke, imploring Jon to take her. Jon took a deep breath, realizing the unwavering conviction in his sister, and if the gods helped her, she might have a place in the Arctic. All right, Arya, he finally said, but it will be on my terms. You will learn and work like anyone else in the Arctic, not less than anyone. And we have to write to father explaining your situation. Arya nodded frantically, a smile of relief and happiness forming on her face. Yes, Jon, I promise. I will do whatever it takes. Thank you. I know father might hate me for this, but I'm doing this for you, Jon admitted. He knew Arya was different from Sansa. She would never conform to the traditional lady role that Catelyn wished for her. Arya had always been wild, independent, and full of an adventurous spirit that didn't fit the conventions of the Southern lady model. You'll never be like Sansa, will you, Arya? Jon said, more to himself than to her. And maybe that's good. In the Arctic, you can be who you really are, free from the expectations of being just a lady or a piece in political games. Jon knew that, in the Arctic, Arya would have the opportunity to develop in a way that Winterfell never would allow. There, she could learn to be independent, to fight, and to survive on her own. She could become a strong and capable woman, master of her own destiny. In the Arctic, you will learn to be more than just a lady, but you won't be exempt from the tougher studies you were learning from Maester Luwin, you hear? You will learn to be a warrior, but also learn to be a lady and be impeccable at it. Remember, these are my terms, Jon said, and continued speaking. Are you ready for this, Arya? Jon asked, looking into her eyes. Ready to learn and grow in ways you never imagined, even though I'll still make you a lady? Arya, with a glint of determination in her eyes, nodded firmly, since even though she hated the idea of being a lady, she would be with her brother regardless. Yes, Jon, I'm ready. Little she-wolf, you'll stay with me now. But promise me you won't do something like this again without thinking about the consequences, Jon said, extending his hand to hold hers. Arya nodded, a shy smile appearing on her lips. I promise, Jon, and thank you for letting me stay. Jon then looked at her and asked, seeing her still somewhat poor condition. What did you eat during your journey, Arya? Arya hesitated for a moment before answering. I took some provisions before I left, but they ran out yesterday. I haven't eaten anything since then, she confessed, a bit embarrassed by her lack of preparation. Jon felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. You shouldn't have gone through that, he said, getting up quickly. He went to a corner of the tent where he kept some supplies and picked up some food, bread, cheese, and a bit of dried meat. Returning to Arya's side, Jon placed the food before her. Here, eat. You need to regain your strength, he instructed, watching as Arya began to eat, first hesitantly, but then with more enthusiasm. Arya ate in silence, her face gaining a bit more color with each bite. Jon watched, relieved to see her eating. Jon carefully pondered the situation, knowing that taking Arya to the Arctic would have its complications, especially regarding how to explain his decision to Lord Stark. However, the mysterious storm that surprised them could be an opportunity to devise a plausible plan. This storm, it's strangely opportune, Jon murmured, forming a plan in his mind. Maybe it's the work of the gods like what happened with Serena. If it continues like this, it will be impossible for my father to send a search team, especially with the unfavorable weather conditions. He knew that the storm would also hinder communication with Winterfell, limiting his father's ability to send messenger ravens. Jon could use this to his advantage, manipulating the ravens to ensure that no unwanted message reached any lord of the region they were passing through, at least to delay the discovery of Arya's escape. That night, Jon let Arya rest comfortably in his bed while he settled in a spare bed he had in his tent. Ghost, Jon's faithful giant wolf, lay down beside Arya, offering her warmth and security. Jon couldn't help but smile at the scene, teasing the wolf. Traitor, switching sides so easily, huh? Arya, even exhausted from the journey and the experience of being lost in the storm, still showed a childlike enthusiasm. Jon, can I also have a giant wolf in the Arctic like Uncle Benjen? She asked with eyes bright with expectation while hugging Ghost. Jon looked at her with a fond expression and pondered the question for a moment. Well, Arya, giant wolves are creatures that naturally bond well with the Starks. But they're not something you can just have. They choose their companions, and it happens in a very special way. But I believe that soon you'll have your own. So, I just wait and see if a giant wolf chooses me. Arya asked, a bit disappointed but still full of hope. Exactly, if it's an adult, pups are easier to bond with, like what happened with Uncle Benjen. Jon confirmed with a smile. And who knows? The Arctic is a place full of surprises. Anything is possible there. That would be so cool. She couldn't help but exclaim with a bit more hope. You know, Arya, Jon began, reflecting aloud, I was thinking about leaving some giant wolf pups in Winterfell for our father and Bran. Maybe even for Robb. He paused, pondering his next words. But I still don't fully trust Catelyn. I'm not sure how she would react or treat a wolf. Arya, listening attentively, nodded in agreement. Yes, I think Bran and even Robb would love to have a giant wolf. And our father too. But you're right about Mother. Jon nodded. Anyway, let's rest, little she-wolf. Starting tomorrow, we'll resume our journey north, so rest well. Jon advised and went to sleep, and Arya did the same next to Ghost. The following day, after the storm had passed, the camp began to stir with preparations for the continuation of the journey. The sun shone again in the sky, bringing relief after the tumultuous and icy night. Jon and his men, efficient and accustomed to the climate's adversities, dismantled the tents and prepared the horses and wagons for departure. The unexpected presence of Arya among them caused surprise among the dwarves. They watched her with curiosity, whispering among themselves about the young Stark who had suddenly appeared in their midst. Look, it's the little sister of our king, exclaimed one of the dwarves, a broad smile on his face as he approached Arya. Hello, little Miss Stark, greeted another dwarf, making an exaggerated bow, which made Arya smile. Ah, Arya responded, a bit shy but clearly delighted with the attention she received. Arya explained why she was there, and everyone was quite surprised. You're as brave as your brother, venturing out in a storm to find us, commented a third dwarf, laughing. Arya, gaining confidence, replied, I just wanted to be with Jon and see the Arctic, and maybe have my own giant wolf. The dwarves laughed with joy and admiration. You'll do well in the Arctic, little girl. We dwarves know courage when we see it, said one of them, giving her a light pat on the back. Jon, observing Arya's interaction with the dwarves, felt a mix of worry and pride. He knew the journey for Arya would be challenging as they were heading west beyond the Wall, which was unexplored, but he also saw in her the same determination and adventurous spirit he himself possessed. He approached, ready to lead the group on their continued journey north. Everyone ready? Jon asked, looking around at his men and Arya. Ready, Jon Snow, responded the dwarves, men, and giants, with Arya nodding affirmatively. With a signal from Jon, the caravan of Arcticans, now with the addition of Arya Stark, departed from that point, heading towards the unknown and fascinating destination that was the Arctic for Arya. The journey northward continued with Arya Stark riding a horse next to Jon, who rode majestically on Ghost. The young Stark was full of enthusiasm and curiosity, bombarding Jon with an incessant stream of questions about his kingdom and its possibilities. Jon, in the Arctic can I have more than 2 giant wolves? I want one as big as Ghost, Arya asked, her eyes shining with the idea. Jon, surprised by the question, laughed. Well, Arya, 1 giant wolf is already a big responsibility, but who knows? We'll see when we get there. Can I learn archery there? And fencing? I want to be as good as you, Arya continued, barely giving Jon time to respond. Jon looked at her, slightly lost amid the flurry of questions. Of course you can learn all that. The Arctic has many skilled masters now, but you have to study other things too. And can I explore the forests? And climb mountains? And Arya continued, each question followed by another, quicker and more excited. Jon just smiled, watching his sister's energy and passion. Arya, in the Arctic, you'll have the freedom to learn and explore everything you want. Just be careful and obey everything I asked you to do there. After several days of travel, Jon and Arya, accompanied by Ghost and Jon's group, discreetly crossed the region of the Umbers, one of the great houses of the north, without drawing attention. Jon's ability to move silently and avoid detection was crucial at this stage of the journey, especially since he was with Arya, and this could be bad for him. Arya, although still young, proved equally capable of staying discreet and following Jon's instructions. As they approached the gift, the area of land donated to the Night's Watch by Queen Alicent Targaryen, the landscape began to change. The vegetation became scarcer and the climate colder, heralding the proximity of the wall. Arya, fascinated by the change in the landscape and the proximity of such an iconic place as the wall, continued to ask Jon incessant questions, which he patiently answered, explaining the importance of the Night's Watch and the role of the wall in protecting the Seven Kingdoms over thousands of years. After a few days, the wall finally appeared on the horizon. Dawn brought with it the promise of a new day as Jon Snow, Arya Stark, and the Arctic group approached the wall with each step in that morning. The sky, still painted in the pale colors of dawn, cast a soft light over the landscape. Jon, mounted on his giant wolf, Ghost, led the group with a serious and contemplative expression. By his side, Arya, full of anticipation and anxiety, observed every detail of the unfolding landscape before her eyes for the first time, and she was about to pass that eye structure soon. She had never been so close to the wall. No, she had never seen it, and only heard Uncle Benjen talk about the Night's Watch and the legendary wall, and the magnitude of the structure now left her both amazed and intimidated. "Jon, it's huge!" exclaimed Arya, unable to take her eyes off the immense ice barrier. "Yes, it's the wall, Arya. It protects the realm from everything that lies beyond it," Jon replied, his tone reflecting deep respect for the ancestral structure, as he knew very well what it protected the realm of men from, even though no one believed his words here. As they approached, Jon turned to Arya with a grave look. "Arya, I need you to hide in one of the wagons until we pass through the wall. There's still risks, and we cannot be careless now, as Uncle Benjen might see you and send you back to Winterfell. Do you want that?" he said, his voice low so that only Arya could hear. Arya nodded, understanding the need for caution. "Okay, Jon, I'll do what you say." One of the dwarfs helped Arya, while laughing, to settle into one of the wagons, covering her with furs and supplies to ensure she remained hidden and safe. "Stay quiet until I tell you it's safe," the dwarf instructed, checking to make sure she was well hidden. Meanwhile, Jon had taken precautions to ensure the journey was smooth. He knew Lord Stark, his father, had not been able to send any search for Arya due to the storm that ravaged the region, a coincidence or the gods favoring Arya, which played in her favor. Moreover, Jon had skillfully intercepted the messenger ravens that could alert the lords of the lands they passed through about Arya's disappearance and asking them to search for her with his group. The decision to take his sister with him beyond the wall weighed on his mind. He knew that what he was doing directly contradicted his father's wishes, and he could be hated for it, but his conviction that he was acting in Arya's best interest strengthened his determination. "I'm doing this for you, Arya," Jon murmured to himself, justifying his action. "In Arctic, you will have the freedom you always wanted. Plus, I will make you more intelligent than Maester Luwin and so many Leda-like skills that you will rival queens of the past, leaving even Sansa in a mediocre form. I'll face the consequences later," Jon concluded, determined to move forward. "Now, my priority is Arya and her future in Arctic." Arya, unaware of Jon's internal conflict, absorbed the landscape around her under the cloths of the wagon as they approached the wall, which they were finally arriving at. As Jon Snow's caravan approached Castle Black, the imposing fortress of the Night's Watch emerged before them again, with sounds of warnings about their arrival. Jon, mounted on Ghost, his giant wolf, led the group towards the castle gate. As the gate itself opened for him and his group, with the guards on top of the wall spotting the caravan and, recognizing Jon, giving orders for the gates to be opened. The heavy wooden and iron doors began to move, creating a path for Jon and his group to enter Castle Black and head straight to the north. Jon instructed his men to pass quickly through the castle, heading north of the wall. He knew that his and Arya's presence at Castle Black could raise questions he preferred to avoid at that time. Moreover, he wanted to ensure that Arya and the rest of the caravan were safe beyond the wall before facing the Lord Commander. "Move forward. I will meet you soon," Jon said to his men, his voice laden with authority beyond his age, impressing the men of the watch. Jon went to one of the wagons and whispered softly, "Arya, stay with Ghost. I'm going to speak with the Lord Commander and we'll be back with you soon." Arya nodded, as Jon headed alone to the tower where the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch kept his main chamber, his solar. As Jon walked through the corridors of the castle, the members of the Night's Watch greeted him with respect, some with looks of surprise at seeing the famous Jon Snow, the 11-year-old boy who commands an army of giants and donates many resources to the Order, back at Castle Black. Jon nodded in response, heading towards where the Lord Commander awaited him. Jon Snow entered the room of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch with a firm and confident stance. Jorah Mormont, always a man of serious and imposing appearance, was seated behind his desk, covered in maps and documents. His shrewd eyes observed Jon with a mix of respect and curiosity. "Jon Snow, or should I say King of Arctic?" the Lord Commander began, his deep voice echoing in the room. "So, you are returning to the north?" "Yes, it's time to return to my land," Jon spoke. "You know the king might make some demands when he finds out about this. Especially when someone says he could shove the draft order up his hole. Someone will say exactly those words. Even though I didn't write that in the letter I sent to King's Landing," he spoke in a serious tone. "It's all right. I talked about this with my father. I'm not concerned with southern kingdoms. I'm ending most of the invasions you would have in the future and am trying to educate the people beyond the wall to live better and even negotiate with other lands across the sea. We can reach a consensus which will help the Watch in the north more than all efforts in 8,000 years." Jon spoke, intending to end the savagery, bringing the people known as wildlings into a civilized, rich, literate, and intelligent society. "That sounds like a dream, but I see your good intention. So as long as I'm a Lord Commander, you will have my support as long as you never harm this side of the wall," he spoke, and Jon nodded. "Believe me, Lord Commander, we will be good allies, and even if the king dislikes my response or tries to retaliate, I'm sure a war beyond the wall would be quite unpopular and expensive. The Watch is also an organization independent of the Iron Throne," Jon reasoned. "You speak the truth, but we cannot refuse an order from the king. It would put us in a difficult position. Maybe Arctic could finance the Watch. We've done that before." "Haha, kid, you're funny. An organization beyond the wall, financing us to protect the wall and the south of the wall. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I laughed like this." The Lord Commander laughed heartily in his solar. Jon waited for Jorah to stop laughing before continuing. "The people in Arctic can still support the Night's Watch, but I will ensure that our relations with Arctic remain strong and beneficial for both sides. Arctic has become an independent kingdom, but our proximity to the Wall and the Night's Watch makes an alliance vital for the security of everyone." The Lord Commander nodded, pondering Jon's words. "I understand the importance of maintaining a friendly relationship with Arctic, especially considering the strength of your army. I doubt anyone from the Seven Kingdoms would want to put their army against 500 giants in an unknown land. So, do we have a peace agreement?" Jon spoke. The Lord Commander looked at Jon, weighing his words. "As I said, you have my support, Jon. But remember, the balance is fragile. We need to work together to maintain stability in the region. And I am surrounded by ungrateful people, no matter how you help them." Jon nodded, understanding human relations, especially in a penal colony where all kinds of criminals are present, from traitors and murderers to rapists. "There's one more thing." Jorah spoke before Jon could say goodbye. "Maester Aemon is a man of great wisdom and honor. I saw him quite happy after you used your magic on him. I'm glad that he can enjoy his life better in his last years. His departure will be a great loss for the Night's Watch, but I understand your reasons. He has been talking more and more about Arctic and the potential he sees in you and your people than anything else when he rarely visits us now. I want you to take care of him. I promise to take good care of him and ensure that his wisdom continues to be valued and respected, Jon affirmed seriously. I know you will, the Lord Commander replied. Regarding the watch, we will report that Maester Aemon has passed away. This will allow him to travel with you without raising suspicions and also give us the opportunity to request a new Maester from the Citadel. Jon nodded, thanking the Lord Commander. I appreciate the understanding and support, Lord Commander. Maester Aemon's presence in Arctic will be of great value, both to me and my people. Then it's settled. I wish you good luck, Jon Snow, and to Maester Aemon as well. May the old gods guide your path and protect Arctic, said the Lord Commander, extending his hand for a final handshake. Jon shook the Lord Commander's hand and, with one last nod, left the room. Jon exited the Lord Commander's solar, his thoughts still revolving around the conversation he had just had. As he walked through the courtyard of Castle Black, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against one of the parapets, his uncle, Benjen Stark, beside his wolf. Uncle Benjen, Jon called, approaching with a cautious smile. Benjen turned, his face marked by the harsh weather of the wall, lit up with a smile upon seeing Jon. Jon, I was starting to think I wouldn't see you before you left, he said. I was hoping to have a chance to see you before you return to the north of the wall. Damn, I never imagined I'd be so calm about a nephew going back to those wild lands with only 11 named days. He emphasized the last part with some surprise. Jon approached, and the two briefly embraced, a gesture of affection and mutual respect. I'm leaving for Arctic. There's much to be done, Jon explained. I've heard about the things you're doing there. I'm proud of you, Jon. You're creating something unique, something that could change the North and perhaps all 7 kingdoms for the better, Benjen spoke with a tone of admiration. Jon nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility. I'm trying to do my best. Arctic is a land full of potential. I hope to honor our name there. Benjen placed his hand on Jon's shoulder. You're already doing that. And remember, you will always be a Stark, no matter where you are. I'll remember that, Uncle, Jon responded. And thank you for everything. The two exchanged a few more words, talking about the Night's Watch and the situation beyond the wall. Finally, it was time for Jon to depart. You will always have a place here, Jon, and in Winterfell. But I know that Arctic is where you need to be now, Benjen said, his expression a mix of pride and sadness. I will do my best to make a difference, Jon promised. Benjen, with a serious expression and a nod of his head, headed towards the mechanisms that controlled the immense gate of the wall. With a creaking of chains and a dull thud, the gate began to rise slowly, revealing the wild vastness that stretched beyond the wall. Jon moved away, leaving Benjen behind as he headed towards the gate of Castle Black. He turned one last time, looking at the imposing wall rising before him. Jon bid farewell to his uncle Benjen with mixed feelings of gratitude and melancholy. Ghost was waiting for him on the other side. He mounted his wolf. Go with the gods, Jon, Benjen said, as the gate closed again. And remember, no matter how far you go, you always have a home to return to. Jon nodded in gratitude, his heart heavy with the farewell. I will remember, Uncle. Thank you for everything. With these final words, Jon and Ghost were now moving northward towards the large encampment in front of the wall. Jon advanced through the camp, the sounds of his warriors resonating around him. He looked for Arya, knowing she would be fascinated by the sight of the giants who were now part of his army in Arctic. Upon finding her, he saw his younger sister running excitedly among the ranks of the giants, a look of pure admiration and excitement on her face. The giants, majestic and powerful beings, watched Arya with a mix of curiosity and kindness. Despite their colossal stature and intimidating appearance, they showed surprising patience with the young Stark, who ran among them as if in a world of wonders. Arya, Jon called, smiling at the genuine joy on her face. She turned quickly, her eyes shining with joy. Jon, Look at them. There are so many and they're so big, Arya exclaimed, pointing to the giants who walked calmly through the camp. Jon nodded, following Arya's gaze. Yes, these are the giants of Arctic. They are an essential part of our kingdom now. There are only 500 here, but there are more waiting for us in Arctic, and I plan to recruit a few more on the way. Arya ran up to Jon, still looking at the giants with admiration. They're incredible, Jon. I never thought I'd see something like this. There are hundreds of them. I bet Sansa would faint if she saw them. They're like the stories Olden used to tell, but so much more impressive in person. Jon laughed at her enthusiasm. They're an ancient people, Arya, with their own stories and traditions. In Arctic, you'll have the chance to learn about them and many other things. Arya looked at Jon with an expression of gratitude and excitement. I can't wait to learn everything about Arctic and its people. And the dire wolves, too. Jon put an arm around Arya's shoulders, leading her through the camp. Let's go. I'll introduce you to some of them. But remember, always with respect. They are our allies and friends. Walking together through the camp, Jon began to introduce Arya to the leaders of the giants, explaining their histories and their importance to Arctic. After seeing the giants and Jon visiting Old Nan with Hodder to check if they were well, Old Nan seemed to have the same feelings as Arya, watching the ranks of armored giants with admiration, while Hodder was somewhat afraid. Jon then led Arya on Ghost to his tent, where Maester Aemon and Aragon were, back at his tent. Maester Aemon, despite his age, now had better sight and more energy thanks to Jon. He was having an animated conversation with Aragon, whispering in Valyrian to the little dragon, but the dragon, feeling his master outside the tent, immediately tried to reach him. However, Aemon stopped him, waiting for Jon to enter. Both were sharing knowledge and stories. Jon entered the tent with a smile. "We're back," Jon announced, looking at Aragon fondly. "We heard about your arrival, but you've been with the Lord Commander, I suppose." Aemon laughed a little. "Roar." Aragon attempted to make a sound, but almost failed. "What's my little one doing?" Jon smiled at the dragon. He picked up Aragon as the dragon tried to make more sounds, reflecting happiness in his bright sapphire eyes. "Jon, what is that?" Arya, entering the tent hearing the sounds of some young and strange creature. But when she saw that little guy in Jon's hands try to make joyful sounds, she immediately became fascinated by Aragon and asked in disbelief while stammering. The presence of the creature was something she had never imagined she would encounter, and the reality surpassed any story she had heard in Winterfell. Aragon, a baby dragon, was visibly beautiful and powerful, displaying snow-white scales with green glints and spots and intelligent eyes. Aragon shifted his attention to Arya, as he looked at Arya with a penetrating yet non-threatening gaze. "This is Aragon," Jon introduced, noticing Arya's admiring gaze. "He is my son, a strong and powerful dragon," Jon said, smiling. "You have a dragon. Is this a real dragon?" "Wait, you said he's your son?" Arya immediately asked several things in a tone of astonishment. "Yes, Arya. He is the last of his kind. Though he is different, he is the first dragon seen in the world after centuries," Jon explained. "He may not be my natural biological son, but he has a part of me in him, so I can consider him my true son," Jon said, embracing the dragon with Aemon at his side, smiling animatedly at this. Aragon, sensing Arya's curiosity, leaned forward with Jon's help, allowing her to take a closer look at his scales and the elegant shape of his head. Arya timidly extended her hand, and Aragon, understanding the gesture, lowered his head to allow her to touch him. The contact was soft, and Arya felt the firm and warm texture of the scales under her fingers. Aragon emitted a low sound, almost like a purring, showing his acceptance and affection for the young Stark. "He's amazing," Arya murmured, looking at Jon with bright eyes. "I never imagined I'd see a real dragon." Jon smiled, pleased to see Arya's joy and enchantment. "In Arctic, Arya, you'll see many things you never imagined. Aragon is just the beginning." Aragon soon left the contact with Arya's hand, preferring Jon's embrace, as he had a greater preference for the Targaryens, and especially his own father. Jon spent some time there with Eamon and Arya before finally starting to organize things. With the tent dismantled and the camp ready to depart, Jon prepared to lead the group northwestward. Jon, after finalizing the preparations for departure, gathered the main members of the armies like the commanders of the legions and captains for a brief meeting to discuss the strategy and reallocate the extra wargs as scouts. The group was about to embark on a journey toward the western region, toward lands unknown to them, so they had to be prepared. With the end of the meeting, they set off to the west, traversing an increasingly wild and unexplored landscape towards the fifth